Hello everyone and welcome to today's session on Azure Full Course by Intellipaat. Azure facilitates easy mobility and a reliable consistent platform between on-premise and public cloud. Azure provides a broader range of hybrid connections including virtual private networks, caches, content delivery networks and express route connections to improve usability and performance. In this session, we will learn all about Azure. So let's check the agenda for the session. Firstly, we'll be talking about what is Microsoft Azure. Then we'll be discussing about the different availability zones and regions. Post that, we'll be discussing about different Azure services, followed by a hands-on demo on how to create an Azure account. Then we'll be also talking about Azure storage. After that, we'll be learning about Azure data transfer. Then we'll be talking about Azure Data Box. Post that, we'll be discussing about Azure Virtual Machine, followed by a hands-on on creating Azure Virtual Machine. We'll also be covering some concepts of Azure services like database, analytics, AI, machine learning. At last, we'll be covering Azure interview questions and answers as well. So that's all with the agenda. Now let's start the session.
Okay, great. So let's get started then. So let me just take you to the very first module. So here we go. So this is the very first module that we have. So in this particular module, what we have: introduction to cloud computing. What is Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Azure services, Azure portal, CLI, PowerShell, and that's it. So these are all the things that we have to understand in the very first module. So now here in this particular module, first of all, what is meant by cloud computing? We all of us would have heard the term cloud computing, but again, we might not have understood the topic correctly. Okay, as to say what exactly is cloud computing, right? What is meant by this, or why we are moving on to something called as cloud computing? So there is actually some basics I need to give you over here. I just have to explain you how exactly the industry has evolved over the years. So you can see here, just giving a few quick words into it. First of all, traditionally, those people who have been working in IT industry for 10 plus years, I hope there would be somebody here who has 10 plus years of experience. They would know easily that IT infrastructure has changed a lot, right? Initially, now, whenever a company wanted to host something, maybe they wanted to keep a website, they wanted to run their application, they wanted to run a specific workload. What these people used to do every time they had a requirement for one specific item, one specific resource, or one specific application, what they used to do is they used to get one server for that. What is a server? A server is a physical computing device, which can be, for example, a rack server, or a tower server, or a blade server. You can look it up. What is the difference between the three? A rack server, tower server, and blade server. So it can be any of these three. And now the companies used to buy these servers, right? And servers are designed for running 24 bar 7 bar 365, which means always. Business applications, the nature of business application is that they should be available all the time. And because of that reason, these servers are also expected to run continuously, and they are also powerful compared to our normal desktops and laptops. So these servers will be there. And now every company, what they used to do traditionally in older days, whenever they had a requirement, they will go and buy one servers. So for example, if there are 10 requirement, then they will have most likely 10 different servers with them, right? This was the case that we have been working with previously. So now there are some certain problems with this approach. First of all, there are factors like your cost. The cost is a very important factor in IT infrastructure, right? Why? Because you can see that in the case of this on-premises environment, which I just explained to you, first of all, to set up some 10 servers like this as required, how much amount you would need? Think of it. First of all, for a server, there is a specific infrastructure that we need to provide. A server cannot be kept here and there. You need to have something called as a dedicated data center for a server. What is a data center? A data center is a specific building. It can be a room, right, where it is completely air conditioned. You have all the networking equipments, all the backup power supply, maybe UPS, power generators, batteries, etc. That will be there. Plus, you will have all the cables running here and there. Switching devices will be there. Routing devices will be there. Internet connection, that too with redundancy. I mean, multiple line internet connection has to be there. backup power supply. I already told you that. So all those things has to be there within inside a data center. So think of the cost. For example, a new company who's actually getting started, for them, if they wanted to set up a data center, you can imagine the cost. There is very large expenses that is coming in now, right? So these expenses can be classified into two categories now. Whatever the expenses that you have in order to set up your infrastructure for your company, that expenses can be classified into primarily two, and they are nothing but, let me tell you, I'll just put it on my whiteboard. The expenses can be classified into something called as capex and opex. Okay, what is capex and opex? Capex means capital expenditure. What is capital expenditure? Capital expenditure means, I told you about this company who was just getting started and who was planning to set up a data center and all the required components with it, right? All the cooling facility, backup power supply, redundant internet lines, then all the routing, switching devices, etc., cabling, structured cabling, right? Along with it, they would also need maintenance people. Please don't forget them. Now, in each of the domain, they will need maintenance people. Plus, they will need network engineers, server engineers, admins, etc. All this will be needed, right? So, along with all of them, now think of the cost, and this cost can be put into two perspectives. One is called as capex, and another one is opex. Capex means capital expenditure. A capital expenditure is nothing but the initial amount you spend in order to set up your infrastructure, which means whatever the investment that I'm making, for example, for buying a server or for setting up the infrastructure, etc., all this goes into the capital expenditure. Whereas OPEX, operational expenditure, means what? OPEX is nothing but as the operation goes on, as the company moves on, day-to-day operations are taking place. And for those operations, whatever amount I spend is called as OPEX. Yeah, right? So capital expenditure and your operational expense, right? Capex and OPEX, difference is nothing but capital expenditure or capex is the initial investment that you make, and OPEX is the operational cost as you move along, right? So what can be classified into both? Capex, example, if you buy some servers, if you invest in, for example, maybe a backup power supply, etc., all this can be included into capex. And for OPEX, the monthly salaries that you pay, the monthly bills that you pay, and any other additional expenses coming as such, all that can be classified into OPEX or operational expenditure. So in a traditional environment, you had both. You had both capital expenditure as well as operational expenditure. You had both. And now you can see a company to set up a data center and to have servers, etc., in place, they will need to spend a lot of amount. So now we understood the very first important factor, that is nothing but cost. The cost has a lot to play in the case of IT infrastructure. Okay, now going on to the second factor. Now the second factor is nothing but the scalability. So now you have one data center set up, and we are talking about the traditional infrastructure, guys. Please remember, we are not yet talking about cloud computing environment. So we are still in the older days wherein you had servers purchased for each and every requirement. We are addressing the problems of it. One of the problem was cost, right? The initial investment that you make, that will be huge in the case of a traditional infrastructure. Secondly, the scalability problem. Scalability problem, what is that? What is, first of all, scalability? Scalability means ability to scale. Your ability to scale, or your infrastructure's ability to scale. So now from an IT standpoint, IT infrastructure standpoint, scalability means, for example, you are running a e-commerce website. Now this e-commerce website, when they put out some offers like, okay, today there is end of recent sale, then what happens? People will start coming in because there is no reason for the sale. And now problem is there is a very large number of users coming into your application, right? So typically, if you were having some, let's say maybe 10,000 users, now there are some 50,000 plus users logging into your application. So the problem now in that case, the load is increasing, and now the backend servers wherein you have hosted this e-commerce application would require more and more resources, right? More number of people is equal to more number of requests. More number of requests is equal to more hardware utilization, which means more CPU, more RAM capacity, more network bandwidth, etc., right? So which means now you are in a position wherein you have to give a higher capacity or higher resources with respect to this application now. Okay, so now the problem is, if at all your server doesn't have, the server wherein this application was hosted, if it does not have enough capacity to contain all this new request, or if it does not have enough RAM capacity, CPU capacity, etc., in which case you are in trouble now, right? The application will eventually crash, right? That's what typically happens. A machine is being utilized to the fullest capacity, and then if that continues in that state eventually, and still request is increasing more and more, eventually that server will go down, right? So this is what happens. So the same problem will happen here as well. So to avoid that, now you will have to get your load into a high capacity servers, or you might want to distribute the load across multiple servers, etc. Something you will have to do, and this is what we call as scalability, ability to scale for your infrastructure. So from an existing capacity of servers, the ability to go to a higher capacity is what we call as scalability. The scalability will be limited for on-premises environment. On-premises older environment, scalability will be limited. Why scalability will be limited? Because the company will not be having extra servers and all. In most of the case, we will not buy a new server until unless we have a reason to buy one, right? And there is no point of buying some servers and keeping it aside without utilization for a longer period of time. So that also doesn't make sense. So which means scalability is something, is a problem, a challenge that we need to address over here. So now we understood two factors. First of all, the cost factor, then second, the scalability factor. One more factor we will say, for example, we have maintenance. So now what is the maintenance problem? So with respect to maintenance, now you can see the infrastructure that you have created, the IT infrastructure that you have, the servers, all the other equipments, they will need periodic updates, right? Periodic updates has to be done. For example, for operating system, you will have to have some patches applied. For hardware, you might have some patches as well, maybe like some BIOS update or your firmware update, etc. That also can come in. So when these things are there, these maintenance should not be affecting your service. Typically, whenever you do some maintenance on a server, you will need to restart that server. Most likely you will need to restart that server, and if you restart a server, that means there is a downtime. A physical server booting time is long. Any of you have worked on a physical server would know it doesn't boot like how your laptop with an SSD boots. Laptop with an SSD will boot in maybe fraction of seconds, in couple of seconds, right? In 2-3 seconds it will finish the boot process and you will get the login. But whereas a server will take somewhere between 5 to 10 to 15 minutes and all, depending on the configuration. So which means there is a downtime now. When you do maintenance and you restart the server goes down, it comes back, and the service has to become up. It may take well about 10 to 15 to 20, 30 minutes and all, right? So which means when we do some maintenance activity, our resources are getting affected, right? There is no service available during the maintenance period. So these were are some of the problems that we had with respect to older traditional infrastructure. Okay, so now you can see we addressed the problems that we had. This is only some of them. There are many other issues as well, like underutilization of servers. A server that you have, a physical server that you have bought, in most of the cases you will not utilize it completely. So now going forward, so what happened to the industry immediately after this? So this was the very first mode, and then secondly, now you can see there is another thing coming over here, right? In the sense, in between, so we are moving on to the cloud computing now, but before getting into cloud computing, in between there actually came a different guy, and that was not a guy but actually a new technology. That was something called as, anybody heard about this, right? Virtualization. So now we can see virtualization came in. So virtualization came in, and what happened? So when the virtualization came in, now you can see the industry was completely changed. Everything actually changed, right? In the sense, the way how we deploy servers, how do we work with the servers, etc., all that was changed. There was a lot of improvement brought into the IT infrastructure with virtualization. The flexibility was more, I mean, to move the resources here and there, and to scale the resources to provide with higher capacity. The boot time was far better now, etc. All these improvements came in with respect to virtualization, but virtualization came with its own cost. It came with its own cost. Why? Because to set up virtualization also you had some expenses now, right? But again, we get a lot of benefit, that's true, but along with it you had some extra expenses for your virtualization. So I'll give you a few details about virtualization, and then we will just move on to what is cloud compute. Okay, so now we can see what exactly is virtualization. For those people who are not aware of this technology, I'll just give you a quick word about it. So now you can see in the traditional environment, I told you what you had is nothing but a physical server, nothing but a physical server. So this is one of the physical server that you have. So on this physical server now, let's say in the traditional environment, you will go and start or host your service as is on this physical server, right? You will install the operating system, the OS will be installed. On top of the OS, you will have the application running. If at all any middleware is required, you will have some middleware as well, and then you will have the application running. So this is how we used to do. But now when we moved on to virtualization, now you can see the thing actually got changed. How? You can see on top of a physical hardware, now you're introducing a new layer, which we refer to as a hypervisor software. You set up something called as a hypervisor software. So this hypervisor software is what allows you to do this technology called as virtualization, right? So now you can see you are having a extra layer on top of your physical hardware. You're not directly installing an operating system of Windows Server or Linux over here, but rather you're having a hypervisor software installed on a bare metal hardware. A bare metal hardware is nothing but a server which doesn't have anything. You just bought a new server, it does not have anything, just the hardware, the BIOS is there or the UEFI is there, and that's it, nothing else, which we refer to as a bare metal hardware. So on top of this bare metal hardware, either you have the choice of installing an operating system and use it, or if you would like to set up virtualization, then you can go ahead and install this software called as hypervisor. So now to set up virtualization, we'll go ahead and install the software called as hypervisor. And once it is installed, now we can say the server is virtualized. But for virtualizing the server, first of all, the CPU has to be supported, or in general, hardware has to be supported. You can do this only on a supported hardware, but nowadays, almost all the hardware that you can think of actually support your virtualization. Okay, so there is one technology called as Intel VTX that needs to be enabled at the processor level by getting into BIOS or UEFI, and that's how the virtualization technology is turned on your hardware. Nowadays, hardware and all, it will be already enabled by default, so you don't have to do anything for that. So now you install this hypervisor software, and what happens after you install the hypervisor software is nothing but you will be allowed to create something called as virtual machines. Previously it was physical machines or physical servers, but now you are being allowed to create something called as virtual machines. So which means whatever the underlying physical hardware capacity that you had, for example, it was having a 64 GB RAM capacity, okay, and then you had some 16 core CPU, and there is maybe some 2 TB of storage capacity, etc. So these capacity that you have, you're actually dividing and giving to this individual machine, and with the help of this hypervisor, the hypervisor software will be able to allocate these capacities onto individual virtual machine and keep them isolated, keep all of them isolated, which means one virtual machine over here doesn't know the existence of the other VM, and they don't share anything. So which means they all access their resources from the underlying hardware. I mean, for example, you can give for the very first VM, let's say 16 GB RAM capacity, I can assign over here 16 GB RAM, 2 core CPU. This I can give over here, and maybe here also I can give a 16 GB RAM and 2 core CPU. Okay, so now on the third one, maybe here, so you can see 16 plus 16, 32, and maybe I can give another 28, 30 GB, etc. over here. Some 28 GB RAM, etc. I can give over here, and maybe extra cores also I can give over here. So in this way, I can go and share the capacity onto each of these machines, right? But you cannot go beyond the total capacity that is available over here. So for example, if total capacity is 64 GB RAM and 16 core CPU, when you share for the VMs, you cannot go beyond the 64 GB in total. So in this way, you can go and give the resources. Now into each of this machine, what you can do, you can go and install operating system. For example, I can have a Windows operating system over here. Okay, in this machine I can have a Linux operating system. Okay, so which means on a single server, even though the VMs are sitting on a single server, on top of them you can go and have either Windows operating system or Linux operating system, etc. is supported. So either that you can have client operating system, server operating system, whatever the OS supported by the underlying hypervisor that can be installed. So which means now we can say our one single powerful server actually got split into multiple servers now, and each of them acts like individual server itself. This technology is what we call as virtualization. So you can virtualize a physical hardware and make sure you're utilizing that server into the fullest capacity possible. Okay, fair enough. Now one question, do we need a server operating system for virtualization? A operating system as is not required for virtualization. For virtualization there are dedicated operating system. Okay, even the hypervisor software is also can be referred to as an operating system, right, from a technical point of view. But from a traditional point of view, we refer to by saying operating system to something called as Windows Server or Linux Server or Windows Client Operating System or Linux Client Operating System. This is what our general understanding of an operating system. So from that sense, this operating system that we have here on top of the hypervisor, you may refer to it as hypervisor itself rather than saying a operating system. One question here, isolated VMs can have different operating system running in each machine. Possible. In one of the VM, you can have, for example, Windows XP. In the second VM, you can have Linux Ubuntu. In the third VM, you can have Windows Server 2016 supported. Okay, you can see the examples are Microsoft Hyper-V and ESXi, VMware Workstation, right? That is also a hypervisor only, even though you install it on an operating system. Your VirtualBox, etc. These are examples for hypervisor software. Okay, great. So now we can see coming on to this problems which we just mentioned earlier. That was nothing but the cost problem, the maintenance problem, and there was one more. What is that? Cost, maintenance, and what is that, guys? Cost, maintenance, and one more I said. Scalability, right? Scalability and all that. So now you can see with respect to these, now you can see here, when you get into virtualization, how this is actually addressed, how these problems. So now you can see with respect to virtualization, how those problems were addressed, whatever the problems that we said, the scalability part, the maintenance part, and the cost part, how it was addressed. So partially it was addressed when we moved on to virtualization. Right now you have more ability to scale compared to a traditional environment. Okay, why? Because you can see now there is one thing which actually came in with virtualization. You see, let me ask you one question over here. Currently on screen, I have given you one physical server and there are 3 VMs running on it. And in each of the VM, let's assume you host different roles. Like for example, on first VM, you go and have some SQL setup. On second VM, maybe there is your Active Directory. And on third VM, there is maybe some website you have deployed. Now, let me ask you, if at all the power supply goes off or the network has been disconnected onto this physical server, will it affect all 3 of your workload or only partially, or none will be affected? What do you think? Question was, if the power supply goes off, for example, will all 3 VMs be affected, or maybe one of them or 2 of them will survive and rest of them will be affected, or none of them will survive? What do you think? Power supply of main server, that's what I meant, right? So you can give power only onto something physical, right? This VMs are dependent on the underlying physical hardware. You cannot plug a power cord directly onto virtual machine. That's not possible, impossible, right? You can plug a power cord only onto physical server. So when I say power supply gone, that means the physical power supply to the underlying physical server is gone. Okay, then in that case you can see all machines will be affected, all VMs will be affected. So which means our services, all 3 services which we deployed is now down. So that's not something which we would want to do in a production environment, right? Because if at all a power supply goes off, and instead of in the older days only one service would have been affected, but now in this case 3 services getting affected, so you wouldn't want to do that. So this is where with respect to cloud computing there came one technology called as high availability. Okay, high availability. With respect to virtualization there came something called as high availability, or also known as HA, wherein you will provide something called as redundancy. You will provide redundant hardware, and now the workload can be moved between them. Like for example, you have a separate physical server over here, and now these two, combine these two and you will form a cluster, and with this cluster you can configure something called as HA. Okay, so which means a workload from here can be moved across to another physical hardware. So when there is any problems that you sense over here, these VMs can be moved from here to here. Either a live migration if possible, or if not, offline migration can be done so that one workload can be easily moved from here to another one, thus reducing your overall downtime and improving your maintenance window. Your maintenance can be done easily because, for example, if at all you had to apply some patches on this particular server now, what do? You move all these three VMs from here to the below physical server, right? And then you do the maintenance activity over here, complete it, reboot it, and now after this physical server came back up, you can move all these VMs back again onto the same physical server. Now, did any of your resource get affected? Nothing actually got affected. So which means with maintenance wise and all, now you're getting a lot of improvement. You can see the virtual machines can be moved here and there easily in the case of a virtualized environment. So there's a lot of benefits that we get with respect to our infrastructure now, right? So this are all the improvements that virtualization brought in, but still there are problems now. Why? First of all, I told you the overall cost. When you move into a virtualized environment, it comes with heavy cost. Why? Because to do virtualization, first of all, you require a certain set of hardware. This certain set of hardware means you will need powerful servers to do virtualization, first of all. Secondly, along with this powerful servers, you will have to introduce something called as a SAN storage. I just told you about creating a cluster. So to create a cluster and all, you would need SAN storage. There are two types of storage available for us, NAS and SAN. NAS also can be used sometimes, but typically in a corporate environment and all, we will be using a SAN storage for your cluster configuration and all. So that would be required. And then along with it, for providing redundancy, you will need not just one instance, but 2 or 3 or more number of instances of your physical server will be needed. So you can see the cost is increasing now. Plus, license cost. So to do virtualization, for this virtualization software and all, there are licenses that is required, like your VMware ASXi. For all that, you have to pay extra license cost. So which means that is also an added cost on your environment. So the improvement came with a cost now. But again, people went for it because the benefit can outweigh the overall expense that you would be having. So because of that reason, people went ahead and embraced this technology called as virtualization. And now our industry was completely into the virtualized set or into the virtualized side, right? Fair enough. So this was the second stage. First stage, the primary on-premises environment, and then we moved on to virtualized infrastructure. Now we are moving on to the third stage, that is actually cloud computing. So now here also I told you the challenges. The main challenge was the cost, and then there are other challenges as well. For example, the scalability up to an extent you could scale up to an extent of your maybe in your environment, if at all you had a second physical server, and then you can extend to this capacity as well, or maybe a third server, you can extend to that capacity as well, and so on. But again, beyond that, beyond a specific limit, you cannot go with respect to your virtualized environment as well. So that's the problem that we had there. So now industry gradually moved on to something called as cloud computing. What exactly is cloud computing? Cloud computing is nothing but a virtualized environment only. I just told you about virtualization. A cloud computing is a virtualized environment only, 100%. The backend of cloud computing is fully virtualized environment. So basically what did they do here is companies like Microsoft, Google, etc., they created the thing called as public cloud. But when we were on the virtualized environment, at that moment itself, each and every company was using cloud, but that cloud was referred to as something called as private cloud, right? Each of your company would have been using the private cloud environment. So what is a private cloud environment? A private cloud is nothing but, I just told you about maybe physical servers, maybe 1 or 2 physical servers. A company had 2 or more physical servers, maybe 3, and then they had the SAN storage. This is the SAN storage. I told you about the requirement of a SAN to create a virtualized environment. Then, and to provide high availability and all that is required. Then I told you about setting up the cluster with it. So you are creating a cluster out of it. Okay. So now once you deploy a cluster, to manage this cluster, a cluster can have more than 3. I just specified only 3. More than one SAN you can have easily. So just for the sake of explaining you, I explained with maybe 1 or 2 or 3. That's it, right? So now a cluster can accommodate many number of servers and storage servers as well as your compute servers and so on. So now problem here is not the problem, but actually the thing here is when you deployed a cluster. Okay, for managing this cluster, you will have cluster management softwares. Cluster management softwares or the softwares which allows you to create the cluster and manage it, right? So those softwares are known as, for example, System Center. Anybody heard about this? Please let me know. System Center software suite, and then VMware, vSphere suite, OpenStack, etc. Okay, these are some of the example. Anybody heard about this? At least there would be many people who heard about it, right? The vSphere stack of softwares or OpenStack or your System Center, etc. Right? So these are softwares which allows you to manage a highly virtualized environment. So now you can see with the help of the softwares like your System Center, VMware, vSphere, or OpenStack, you will be able to manage this infrastructure effectively. Which infrastructure? Our highly virtualized infrastructure with multiple physical servers and then the SAN and all that. So what happened now? On each of this server which is getting virtualized, you had the hypervisor software. Okay, here also you had the hypervisor, and here also you had the hypervisor software. Now to manage this entire infrastructure with hypervisor, with all the physical servers wherein hypervisor is installed, and to manage the SAN and then create VMs, scheduled VMs, for example, you can create maybe VM over here, another VM you can create over here, etc. So all this needs to be scheduled. It has to be done properly, etc. All this could have been done from where? From your cluster management software. So for this cluster management software, now you will have something called as a portal. Okay, you will have something called as a portal. So all your work will be done through this particular portal. Anybody has seen this System Center portal or VMware portal or OpenStack portal? Anybody has seen that? Anyone have ever had a chance to log into a portal and work with it? Okay, so some of you might have used a portal, or there might be an application, a client application would be there. So either way it can be managed, it's all the same thing. Or in the case of System Center and all, what you have is directly a software. So you will go to your browser and then type your private IP details, and then you will be able to log into the System Center portal, and from there you will be able to manage them effectively. For example, let me just show you System Center Virtual Machine Manager. It's actually one of the portal which I can show you. Just a second. So you can see on the right hand side now, right? On the right hand side in the screen, you can clearly see that. Okay, let me see if I can enlarge this. Just a second. So you can see this is actually a System Center portal that you see. So in the portal now you can see there is a cluster created. Can you see HV cluster 001? And within inside that cluster, there are two servers currently, two physical servers, Hyper-V 01 and Hyper-V 02. So on both of the servers, physical servers, they have installed what? They have installed the hypervisor software. Then you can see there is a storage section, your VM networks, network configuration, etc. Right? So all this can be seen from here. And then on the right hand side, as part of this cluster, how many VMs are there? Like for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are total 10 virtual machines, and you can see they're spread across your Hyper-V 02 as well as 01, right? So this is the thing that we have. Multiple VMs can be created, and these VMs can be spread across multiple physical servers and so on and so forth. Anytime if you needed, you can go ahead and add additional physical server into the cluster. Okay, you can buy, for example, a new physical hardware and then add it onto the cluster. So now when we manage our infrastructure as such, when we manage our on-premises infrastructure as such, it is highly virtualized. It is managed with, some sort of management software, maybe via a portal, etc. In which case we can say that is actually a private cloud environment. Why private cloud environment? You can see, so here if you go, you can see that this particular infrastructure that you have now, this clustered infrastructure, your on-premises infrastructure that you have now, is actually a cloud computing environment only. Cloud computing environment is nothing but the ability to create your virtual machines and all in a remote manner, like in a virtualized manner. We'll explain more about the definition of cloud computing later. But in any case, when we have an environment like this, a clustered environment, wherein the servers are completely virtualized and you have the flexibility to create VMs as you require, move them, play around with them, etc. In which case we can refer to it as a private cloud infrastructure. So which means on your on premises, now you will be able to set up a private cloud infrastructure with the help of virtualization technology, right? So that is the first point. Now, public cloud. So private cloud and public cloud. Now, public cloud means what? Public cloud means, just think of it. This infrastructure, currently you have only two physical servers, right? You add maybe some 100, maybe 1,000, maybe 10,000 physical servers. The capacity is exponentially increased. The storage capacity is also increased. And then you create a portal. Now you create a portal which is accessible to the public, not only to you, but accessible to the general public. So once they sign up for the portal and once they get inside the portal, they will be able to use these thousands of physical servers that we have just deployed and create their workload accordingly over there. I mean, they will be able to create virtual machines. Anybody from across the world will be able to go out and create virtual machines and utilize them over the internet. So when this happens, that is where we call it as a public cloud environment. So the companies like Google, Amazon, your Microsoft, Amazon and Microsoft being the first companies who started with it, they already had presence across the world. They already had data centers across the world. So what did they decided to do is nothing, but they thought like, okay, we can increase the capacity of our infrastructure and then make it completely distributed. Distributed means we can make this capacity available to the entire public so that they can reach us and then they can create our workload on us. So in this way they thought, and these companies, they invested, they increased the capacity of their infrastructure and they configured what we refer to as right now cloud computing environment. So basically these companies like these MNC companies, they were able to go and create a new environment or a new setup wherein we refer to them as cloud computing environment. If you go in them, now you as an individual user, if you have registered, you will be able to go and create resources, like you will be able to go and create virtual machines and so on. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to a cloud computing environment. Do we have some general idea now what exactly or how did we reach the cloud computing stage? And in general, what is meant by cloud computing? Do we have a clarity? Okay, great. So now you would have got some idea, okay, how the things and all evolved over the time, and we got into something called as cloud computing, and we also said about the few details about cloud computing, the private cloud, public cloud, and that's it. So now let's come on to the point how the cost factor can be addressed. I told you about the cost problem, the maintenance problem, right, and the scalability problem. These things, how it is addressed in the case of cloud computing, right? So that's what we have to explain next. And once we explain that, our introduction to cloud computing module will be completed. That's it. A few more things we will have to talk about, something called as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, that we will explain after this. And then we will have to talk about what is Azure, a definition of Azure, and then few details related to Azure. And then we'll talk about setting up an Azure account, subscription, resource group, and then using PowerShell and CLI. So we just talked about the private cloud and then the public cloud, but definition was not given, that I'll give you. But anyway, the idea was understood how we moved on from a virtualized infrastructure to private cloud first and then to something called as public cloud. Okay, fair enough. Now there is also a combination of these two. I mean, if at all a company is already using private cloud and then gradually they are moving on to public cloud, so they decided to shift or maybe create some of their new services on the public cloud, in which case now we can say they are using a hybrid cloud strategy now. So which means they are utilizing their on-premises private cloud infrastructure, plus they are utilizing a little bit of cloud computing infrastructure as well, public cloud infrastructure as well, in which case we can say that is a hybrid architecture now. A combination of both is referred to as a hybrid cloud. So now we understood three things. One is private cloud, one is public cloud, and then one is hybrid cloud. Now moving on to IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. All of you heard about this terms, at least, like whenever we talk about cloud computing or when we look up online cloud computing, the thing that we find is infrastructure as a service, PaaS, and then SaaS. But we might not have understood clearly what exactly are they. So let's go ahead and try to explain what is this software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service means. One question here: isn't a hybrid is equal to using on-prem services plus cloud services, or is it private cloud plus public cloud? See, on-prem services in the sense your company will be using your on-prem services most likely in a private cloud manner only. A private cloud in the sense a highly virtualized infrastructure. We refer to as hybrid cloud only when we use our on-premises services from the on-premises which is deployed in the private cloud manner. Okay, so that along with if you use your cloud computing services on the public cloud, which is from AWS, GCP, or Azure, then in that case we can refer to it as okay, a hybrid cloud strategy. Okay, that should be the answer for this. So now talking about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service, what exactly are they? First of all, let's talk about on-premises. We'll try to understand this comparatively on premises, and then we have infrastructure as a service, then we have platform as a service, and then we have software as a service. Okay, so now what do we have here? So you can see, so with respect to on premises, now in the case of on premises environment, we know we have the physical hardware. Physical hardware is nothing but all your servers, all their required equipments like your data centers with inside that the switching, routing devices, network cables, etc. Everything can be included into your physical hardware. Okay, then you would have created the network you would have configured. Then you might have configured virtualization. Once virtualization is done, you will have VMs. On top of the VM, you will have operating system. On top of the operating system, you will have sometimes middleware. Then you have your applications hosted. Okay, so this is a typical scenario that we have. So in a on-premises environment, you will have all the physical hardware, the networking that you have done. Then these physical servers that you have, they would have been virtualized with the help of any hypervisor software. And once you have virtualized on top of them, you will be able to create VM. Once you have the VM created on top of it, you can go ahead and install the operating system. And once on top of the VM operating system on top of it, you can have, for example, if you wanted to have some database created, then you would need SQL.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Or if you wanted to host a website, you will need in IaaS, Internet Information Services, need to be installed, or any other web server like that will need to be installed, and then you can go and have your application or website on top of that. So this is what we used to do, right, on the on premises. Now let me ask you, all these things, this physical hardware, networking, virtualization, VM, creating operating system, setting up the application, etc., all this is under the control of who? It is actually under the control of the company who's actually owning all this. So for example, if Shadil had a company called simplycloud.com, then all these services, including whatever we specified here, everything belongs to Shadil's company, and the complete configuration is also done by who? Shadil's company only. So this is what happens in the case of on-premises. Now we are moving on to cloud computing environment. In the case of cloud computing environment, first of all, the services can be classified into three categories: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. First of all, what is meant by infrastructure as a service? Infrastructure as a service means, for example, in the case of cloud computing environment, now let's say you have the physical hardware, networking, virtualization, and then VM, operating system, middleware, and application. What happened now? In the case of infrastructure as a service in cloud computing, you can see the physical hardware, the networking, and virtualization is under the control of who? The service provider. The service provider here is nothing but the cloud service provider, maybe Azure, maybe GCP, maybe AWS. So it is under their control. But you as a customer gets access to VM And within inside that VM, you can go ahead and decide what operating system you need, and within inside that operating system, what you want to deploy. These things, who can decide? You can decide. So this is what happens in the case of infrastructure as a service. So when they tell you, we are providing you an infrastructure as a service, that means they will give you a platform which is ready, on top of which you can build your environment. This is what we refer to as infrastructure as a service. So which means they will set up the data center, the cloud service provider will set up the data center, they will have all the required components, the physical servers, etc, 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 whatever is required, that they will have, and they will have done the virtualization as well. The environment will be completely virtualized by them, and now you will also have some portal available from them, for example portal.azure.com, and then you will be able to go to that portal as a customer, and from there you can go on and log in by registering, and then you will be allowed to go and create a VM, a virtual machine. Did you take care of this physical hardware and networking and virtualization in the backend? Unlike on the on-premises, on-premises you were doing all that, but in the case of cloud computing environment, you didn't do any of this. You simply asked, or the CSP actually did everything, and then you were going out and utilizing it. So this is what we have with respect to infrastructure as a service. A already set up environment up to virtualization, but from VM you will decide what sort of operating system has to be installed on those VM. So now with respect to operating system patches, whatever the operating system updates that you have to apply at the VM level, I mean the VM also will contain an operating system, right? For example, your VM, you installed the operating system of Windows Server 2016. So that Windows Server 2016 will need the updates, that will be taken care by you. You as a customer will take care of it. But on the virtualization side, so on the cloud computing side, now you can see the underlying virtualization, networking, and physical hardware management is done by the service provider. So any update that has to happen onto the underlying physical hardware will be taken care by the cloud service provider. Okay, so this is what we refer to as infrastructure as a service. Let me ask you, in the case of cloud computing, can you go and ask the service provider to use, for example, Azure is actually using Hyper-V for virtualization. Please be aware, Azure is completely built on top of Hyper-V only. Okay, Azure is built on top of Hyper-V and Windows Server operating system. Can you go and say to Azure, no, you should not be using Hyper-V as your virtualization software. Please go and use KVM. Can you go and say that? Yes or no? You cannot, right? You cannot go and say them, okay, you have to use this virtualization technology. Not possible, right? Because it's under their discretion and they have created the environment. So you get control only from here. Okay, you get to go and create a VM. That's it. Now, on the other hand, if you were to choose a PaaS service, in which case, now the things are again slightly different. You can see that the physical hardware, networking, virtualization, including VM, including operating system, including middleware, will be taken care by who? Will be taken care by who? The cloud service provider now, which means now you will be having the task of only deploying the application. Now coming on to PaaS, platform as a service, full form is platform as a service, IaaS full form is infrastructure as a service. In the case of platform as a service, now you can see the physical hardware, networking, virtualization, etc. is managed by CSP already. Along with it, the VM also they will create for you. Operating system also they will create and manage for you, and middleware also they will take care of it. You will simply have to go and host your application. That's it. So which means, let me give you one example. We traditionally deploy SQL. We have the VM or maybe a physical server onto which we will go and install SQL and then go and use it, right? So to use SQL, you had to have one server available at least. SQL setup needs to be there, and then once SQL setup has been executed, only after that you will be able to go and use it as your database. Correct? So now in the case of cloud, for example, the SQL is available as a PaaS service. The SQL is available as a PaaS service. So you go and deploy the SQL. I mean, you deploy a SQL database as PaaS, in which case what happens is you will have all the things done by Azure in the backend. I mean, the VM will be created by them. The operating system, whatever the operating system needed, will be installed by them. The SQL setup also will be installed by them. That is what I refer to as middleware over here. And then on top of that, you will be given access to create a database directly. So you can see they are doing more work for you. Your management overhead is reducing further and further. right? So which means the CSP is making life better for you so that you can focus on only on what do you need, right? You can focus only on your development work of your database. You don't have to worry about the operating system. You don't have to worry about maintaining the VMs, etc. All this will be taken care by the service provider now. But will it come free? Comparatively, which one will cost you more? Infrastructure as a service or PaaS? Which one will be more costly? Oh, in general, this will are cheaper only, but let me ask you, like, which one will cost you more? Comparatively, which one will cost you more? Like whether the infrastructure as a service or PaaS. Okay. Comparatively, PaaS will cost you more. Why? Because when you go and use the service and they are managing everything for you, then you can see for that extra management overhead which they take away from you, you will have to pay for it. That's it. Okay, fair enough. Now let's move on to software as a service. In the case of software as a service, now everything is managed by them. I don't have to write all the physical hardware, networking, virtualization, VM, OS, networking, including the software or your application will be done by them. How's that possible? So here in the case of SaaS, what we are talking about is nothing but cloud-based application, which a service provider will make available to you. Shall we have some example? All of you might have heard about O365 or M365, right? As part of this O365 or M365 suite, we know there are many softwares available. Which are the softwares? For example, you have Outlook or Exchange Online, you have Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, PowerPoint Online, Excel Online, etc., etc., etc. So all this, your Drive, OneDrive, etc. So these are all examples of SaaS, including Google Drive, Gmail, etc. These are all cloud-based application that is available for you from the service provider. Do you manage any aspect of those? Nothing. You only go and use them. You only go and consume those software, cloud-based software. So that such is what we call as software as a service. Okay, fair enough. Okay, great. Now just to retain this in your memory, I'll give you one example as well, right? This is unnecessary, but still. Anyway, think of this as, let's say, first of all, in the case of on-premises, it's like your home, wherein you will do all the cooking by yourself. You have to eat something, so you will bring all the groceries, whatever the extra things, the utensils, the cooking ware, etc. Everything you will arrange, and then you will cook, you will eat. That's what that is your on-premises now, right? Now moving on to infrastructure as a service. Think of it like you have a hotel, and in this particular hotel, they have all the facilities. I mean, there is a kitchen kind of, infrastructure and all that. And within inside that infrastructure, you bring whatever the things that you want, and then you go and cook it up. Like for example, you bring all the grocery items that you want, including the utensils and everything. Some basics items will be there, but whatever else you want, you bring it up, and then you cook your item and then have it. When you move on to platform as a service, now they will provide you with all the utensils. They will provide you with the gas, or maybe whatever the fire mechanism, whatever the cooking mechanisms that you need, etc. All this they will take care of it. You will only bring, maybe for example, if you wanted to cook meat, you will only bring the meat, right? And then you will focus on cooking that meat. That's all, right? So this is what happens in the case of platform as a service. Now finally, software as a service, it's like you go to a hotel, order the food, and then consume it. That's all. That is what we call as SaaS. So that way, when you think, it will be easy for you to retain, right? Fair enough. So this is what infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Let me ask you, which one will have the least management overhead? Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, which one will have the least management overhead? Of course, that is your SaaS. Okay, so here you go. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing is actually the delivery of computing services such as servers, storage, database, any of this, maybe networking, software, analytics, intelligence, IoT, artificial intelligence, etc., 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 over the internet to offer faster innovation, flexible resources, and the economies of scale. So which means once you move on to the cloud, you have the ability to innovate faster. Why innovate faster? Because in cloud, you will always have the latest technology available, and you can have resources as much as you want, the latest resource and so on, which improves your overall, time that you take in order to develop something or to, curate something, etc. So which means you have faster innovation possible now you have the flexibility of resources, in the sense, for example, you started with cloud computing, you created some resources. If you would like to ditch them, for example, if you don't want to use them anymore, then you can easily delete them, or you want to upgrade, downgrade, etc. All these flexibilities are available easily with respect to cloud computing. That's why they say flexible resources. And then thirdly, economies of scale. Economies of scale means now you might want to scale up or scale down in accordance with your requirement. So if you want to scale up or scale down, then for this scaling operations and all, you can do it economically. If at all you had to consider scaling on your on premises, you had to procure additional servers, right? But now in this case, that's not required. You can economically scale. Already capacities available with the cloud service provider. Okay, so these are all the things that we have, and this is the definition for cloud computing. Simply, delivery of computing services over internet is what called as cloud computing. That's all. Okay, so let's get started now. Now, what is Microsoft Azure? So herein, you can see that Microsoft Azure is also a CSP, a cloud service provider owned by who? Microsoft. It provides various web scale cloud services such as compute, storage, networking, identity, etc., etc., etc. Typically, any other cloud computing services provider will give you the same things are available, or even more is available from Azure. So now, some of the basic facts on Microsoft Azure. It was established in February 1st of 2010. They announced in 2008, and then they became GA, generally available in 2010. This is one of the widely recognized cloud computing platform, cost effective, and also multi-language support we have. Multi-language support means when we go and deploy our applications and all, you can have support for various languages in Azure environment. Azure also supports something called as availability zone, which we will discuss later in detail. What exactly is meant by availability zone and why do we need it? That will be covered later as we go forward. Now, if you look at this Microsoft Azure services, these services are actually falling into main 4 categories: compute, networking, storage, and database. But it's not limited to this. The 4 core verticals are these: compute, networking, storage, and database. So you can see, for example, there are many services coming under compute. For instance, let me show you some of them. You can see under compute, virtual machine, function app service, Kubernetes service, all of this can be included under the compute service. Whereas if you go to networking, there are things like your VNet, virtual network, load balancers, application gateway, DNS zones, CDN, etc. is available under networking services. And it's not limited to those. Even there are much more than that. But again, just for the sake of giving you some example, they have just listed some examples over there. And the same when you go into storage, you can see blob, file, table, and queue, all part of storage account, which we will discuss later. Data lake and data box, that is also part of your storage offering. Now, apart from that, you can see when you go into database, you have things like your SQL database, Cosmos DB, Data Factory, and then Data Lake Analytics, right? SQL database, Cosmos DB, Data Factory, and Data Lake Analytics, etc. These all are available from database. There are many other services which is falling into these categories itself, or which is not included in these categories. But again, generally 4 verticals I told you, that's nothing but your compute, storage, networking, and then which one? Compute, storage, networking, and database. Okay, fair enough. Now, some of them, whichever is coming under our scope in AC 104, we will be going through in detail. That's why I did not explain you what are those services and did not want to get into the details of it. So that we will be discussing later as to say what exactly are they and how to use those services, etc. Now let's go to something called as your region map, Azure region map. Just a second, let me open the appropriate file. So this is what we refer to as a region map of Azure. It is nothing but pointing you or showing you the locations wherein Azure is currently operating from. So you can see if you look at this diagram, if you look at this map, you will easily understand Azure is one of the company or CSP, cloud service provider, who has more presence than any other cloud computing service provider, which means you can see in your North America, South America, in your Europe, Asia, Middle East, Africa, etc., Australia, you can see they have enough data centers already available and it is still counting. It is still increasing. So which means Microsoft is one of the company who has invested a lot into providing us with maximum number of data centers across the world. So there are certain terminologies that we need to understand here. First of all, you can see on the left hand side bottom, there is something written like available region, announced region, availability zones available, announced availability zones, and announced region with availability zone. Easy to understand. look carefully. An available region means a region, a location, a place within inside a country probably, wherein data centers are available and they have already started providing services from there. Like for example, if you take South India, Central India, we'll see that in a short minute. These all are regions in India wherein data centers are already available and service is already being given. So in the sense, for example, you will be able to go and deploy your services in those locations. So that is what we call as available region. Then there is announced region. Announced region in the sense, we can see Microsoft would have let us know about their intention. Okay, we are going to have a region available in this particular location, but is it available for now? Right now it's not available. It will be available in future. They have just announced about it. So that's what marked by this dotted circle. Then there is availability zones available. So you already have a region, you already have a working region from where you can have the services utilized. But now within that region, you have the ability of availability zone. What is availability zone? We'll discuss. So that availability zones, if it is available, then you will see a blue circle with a diamond inside it. Then announced availability zone. Announced availability zone means the region is already there, it is running, you can avail services from there. But Microsoft has let us know about the intention to place a availability zone as well, to set up a availability zone as well in that region, but right now it's not available. Okay, and then finally you have announced region with availability zone. So in the sense, it is a region which has to come up, it is not available yet, the region is not there yet, and when the region comes up, it will be coming along with a availability zone. So this is what we have with respect to announced region with availability zone. Okay, so these all are the things that we have here with respect to your availability zones and available regions. We'll discuss more about availability zones as we go forward. Now let me take you to whiteboard for a minute. So first of all, you have something called as a geopolitical area. Okay, so what does it say? First of all, you have a geopolitical area. So in Azure, whenever we consider about the regions and their availability and so on, we have to understand each of these terms. So here you can see, first of all, a geopolitical area means that's a larger area from where Azure is operating. So for example, you can take India as one geopolitical area. Okay, why? Because you can see, consider a geography as well as a political boundary. So India has a political boundary, right, which we known as the map of or the boundaries of India. We are well aware of it, right? The same way, for every country you will have certain boundaries with it. So within that boundary, we call it as a geopolitical area. So in a geopolitical area, you will have a region. You will have a region. A region is nothing but a place which Azure has chosen, a place of strategic business importance. For example, importance. For example, you can see in India where and all IT business is located. So considering that, they would have placed their data center in a way, the services can be made available easily for those areas wherein the IT is mostly located. So in such a way, they will go and choose a region, and that's what we call as a region for Azure, wherein they will be having their data centers deployed and they will have their servers, racks, etc. available, and the services will be provided from there. So for example, in the case of India, if I was to take you back to this diagram, you can see there are in fact, let's say, 3 regions available in India, and they have announced their intention to, let's say, create another one more. So here you go. So you can see in the case of India, West India, Central India, and South India, Azure has recently announced their intention to create a data center in Hyderabad as well. A region will be newly enabled in Hyderabad as well, that may come soon. Anyway, you can see currently already West India, Central India, South India is available. South India is actually Chennai. Central India is nothing but Pune location, and West India is Mumbai, right? So these are all the areas wherein they have already selected the region and they have deployed their data centers. So what we understood, India as a geopolitical area boundary, within that boundary you have 3 regions available for now, and in these regions you can see they have West India, Central India, South India, 3 different data centers, and I told you their correct location, in which location they are located. And now inside the region, what you have is nothing but that's couple of acres of land, and within inside that land you will have data center buildings available for you. So these data centers building, they will contain, it can be just single one, just only one data center building, it can be 2, it can be 3, it can be even more, no problem. And within inside the data center building, what you will have is nothing but your servers. You can see, so you got a geopolitical area region, then the data center. Within inside the data center, you will have server racks, and then there is servers. Okay. In between, I have written something called as availability zone. What is an availability zone? When you have three or more data centers in a given region, remember correctly, when you have three or more data centers in a given region, Azure can go and enable something called as availability zone. Azure can enable something called as availability zone. What this availability zone will do? Availability zone is a concept for providing high availability. So what happens is that within inside a region, so this is your region, and in this region, now you will have three separate buildings minimum. Okay. Three separate buildings minimum will be available for you. Like for example, if I take Mumbai, within inside Mumbai, I have three separate buildings which are located close enough. I mean, they are not some 10, 20, 30 kilometers apart. No, they will be hardly few meters apart. So which means they are closely located. They are not too far. But whereas two different region, for example, this was Central India region, and if you look at now West India region or South India region, that will be far. Okay, that will be located in a distant location, at least somewhere about some 300 miles or 300 kilometers and all difference you might expect in some cases, but at least a few kilometers distance will be there with respect to these two regions now. Okay, there are reasons why they have kept the regions apart. Why? Because if at all, let's say Mumbai location was affected with maybe a natural calamity, at the same time that natural calamity should not be affecting the nearest region as well. In such a way they will place it. If you remember a couple of years back, there was some flood in Chennai, right? So now a flood in Chennai is very unlikely to affect your Mumbai as well as Pune data centers. So in this way, without having all of them grouped together in one single location, they will be spread across different areas, different places, right? So that's what we refer to as individual regions. So regions will be kept distance apart, but whereas within inside a region, if you have minimum three or more data centers, they will not be kept some kilometers apart, but they will be meters apart. Now what makes it different in the case of availability zone is nothing but, if availability zone concept is enabled, then you can see each of these data centers over here, they don't share anything. When I say they don't share anything, they will not have a common power supply, they will not have a common network connectivity, they will not have a common cooling facility. So which means each of the data center building will have its own localized power supply, cooling facility, and network connectivity. Why is it given so? It is given like that because you can see, if at all you had given same power supply and same cooling facility to all of them, then when any of this fails, for example, the cooling facility goes off, the cooling is gone for all three data centers, and eventually all three data centers will have to shut down. So which means at a given time, all three data centers are getting affected. So if at all you had a mechanism to separate them, I mean, if at all you enable this availability zone concept, in that case, even if power goes off or maybe cooling facility goes off, very unlikely that all three of them will be down. Only maybe one or two of them will be down, but others will remain alive, right? So this is the thing that we have with respect to availability zone. So which means for providing high availability and all, you can go ahead and make use of this availability zone concept. That's all about it. So now can be one data center. It can be one data center as well, not for availability zone. For availability zone, minimum three has to be there. More than three, no problem, but minimum three has to be there. Now, in any case, these availability zones will be classified like zone 1 and then zone 2 and then zone 3. So which means always you will have three zones, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. And in single zone, you can have, for example, two data centers, or you can have three data centers, or you can have one data center. That is all fine. Okay, that's the point. Now, for a region, can it be only one data center without availability zone? Yes, possible. Another question, does the resources in those DC are replicated? If you want them to be replicated, you can replicate them. Okay, that's not a problem. You can set it up. Anyway, so now you can see an availability zone we will use later when we get into VM and all. We will see, okay, how it can be used for high availability purposes. That's coming later. So now we understood geopolitical area. What is a region? Availability zone. Within inside availability zone, you have data center. Data center is nothing but a building, right? Just a building in which you will have all the servers, racks, physical server equipment, etc. will be kept with all the network facility, etc., etc. right? So that's what a data center. And server racks, we know racks are nothing but a location, or let's say a device. I cannot call it as a device, but some object wherein you will be placing your servers. In case if you have not seen, let me show you server rack. Okay, so these are server racks, and pulling out one server from the server rack. Okay, so you can see here you go, more clarity. So this is what we call as a server rack, and a data center will look like something like this. Data centers with racks, you can see this is a data center with racks, beautifully created. Moving on, is there any region that has less than 3 availability zone? Not possible. That's what I told you. A availability zone will never go down than 3. Okay, it has to be 3 availability zones: zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. It never comes down. Okay, so moving on. Now creating a Microsoft Azure account. I'll not get into too much detail about it because you all are experienced people. You should know how to create an account and all that. It's simple and straightforward. Just go to azure.com. Go to azure.com, and when you go to azure.com, you have the option called as try Azure for free, and click on try Azure for free. And once you do that, you will get the options to go and set up your account. You will have to log in with your Microsoft account, and then after that you can go and fill up the details. They will ask you a couple of details like your PAN card number, that this and all you will have to give, and you will have to also specify your credit or debit card number, and then you will have $200 worth of credit available for free to you. $200 worth of credit will be free to you that you can utilize, okay, for a month's period. So within that month you can utilize that $200 and then create as many resources as you want for the practice and all that. Okay, so please get it done. One question: how it would benefit those clients who have resources on one data center and due to any natural cause that data center goes down? Don't worry about this for now. We have not yet started the discussion how to set up the high availability and all that. So once you get into that, you will understand, okay, how those things are has to be utilized, how beneficial it is. I mean, having 3 different data centers and so on. And what if it is kept only in one data center, etc. All those questions will be answered as we go forward. Right now, don't worry. Okay, fair enough. Let's move on. So herein, so the next thing that we have here is nothing but different ways of accessing Microsoft Azure portal, PowerShell, and CLI. So now you can see we got the Azure account, and now we have to interact with Azure. Interacting with Azure means what? Interacting means, for example, you want to create a resource, you want to create a VM, right? Or maybe you wanted to set up certain services that you would like to have for your company. How do you do that? What are the ways to do that? So that's what you have to do with respect to your, let's say, Azure portal, CLI, and PowerShell. So basically there are 3 methods, not only 3, there is even more. So 3 main methods you can see. One way of creating or modifying or managing resources is by using Azure portal. You have something called as Azure portal. So within inside Azure portal, you will be able to go and create the resources by using a graphical user interface, a GUI. A graphical user interface means you will be able to see it clearly, and you will be able to go and use it with your mouse pad and all that. So that's what we call as a portal. Secondly, you have something called as PowerShell and then CLI. Both of them are command line options, in the sense you interact with Azure with your commands. Interact with Azure with your commands. That's what we call as PowerShell and CLI. Okay, so that we will see with some examples. So now we understood 3 main ways of accessing Azure account by using Azure portal, PowerShell, and then CLI. So let's go ahead and see now what exactly are each of this. First of all, I'll take you to portal, and then we will get into explain what is PowerShell as well as CLI. So now, first of all, let's talk about Azure portal. So let's go to portal. So how do you log into the portal now? So the graphical user interface way of working with Azure. So for that, what you have to do is just go to your browser and then type portal.azure.com, portal.azure.com. So once you type portal.azure.com, it will be asking you for the credential. In my case, I've already logged in, so that's why it's automatically redirecting me to the account. In your case, if you have not logged in before, it will go and ask you to provide the login credentials. So you provide the credential and with which you will be able to log into it. So once you have logged in, you will see something called as a home page. This is the home page, the default page wherein you have you have a couple of details which I'll be explaining now. So first of all, you can see Microsoft Azure here. If you click, that will take you back to the home itself, but we are already there on home, so there is nowhere to take else. Then there is a ribbon button here on the left hand side. You can see something called as portal menu. So within portal menu, you have many resources which typically will be using. So for example, for quick access and all, you can go ahead and click on any one of them, and that you will be able to access from here. Now, on the other hand, there is a search button. So for example, if you would like to search for any resource that you created or anything else in Azure that you want to look it up, etc. In any of these cases, you can go ahead and search it over here and you will be able to find it. For example, if you have created a VM called as VM1, you can just type VM1 over here and it will search and show you the results. So in that way, so the search functionality can be used. Then there is here is a small button called as Cloud Shell. We'll come back to that later. Next to that, there is something called as directories plus subscription, right? There is something called as subscription, which we have not talked about yet. We'll discuss that. So if you want to select between subscription, then the option for that is this button. Sometimes you can have a single account can have multiple subscriptions. So if it is there, then to select which subscription you want to work with, you will go and do that from here, from directories plus subscription. But right now, if you click on directories plus subscription, that basically takes you to the settings. Let's come back and try once again. So here you go. I click on this. When I click on this, remember that will take me directly to the settings button. You can see. See, so that took me to the settings button. Why is it so? Okay, the page is not refreshing. The refresh rate is slow. So now you can see when you come back over here, for instance, let's say if I was to click on this directories plus subscription button, look at this now. When I click on this, it will take me directly to the settings button. You can see. See, now it took me to the settings button, right? So within inside the settings button, now you can see there is something called as directories plus subscription. So here, this option was separate before. This directories plus subscription was separate before, that was available over here only, but now they have placed it under settings. So which means soon after this option will be gone away from here, most likely. So you can see if you go to settings, there is directories plus subscription, and then you can go ahead and select your subscription with which you want to work. So that option is available for you. Then under settings, there are other things like your language plus region, your information, and then signer plus notification, etc. Couple of settings are also available. Then there is a notification button. So whenever you do some operation in Azure, a notification will be shown under this bell icon, right? So notification will come over here. Then there is your help and support. If at all you have some problem with Azure infrastructure, then you can click on this help and support, and then you will get the options to go and ask Azure experts, or you can even work with your, let's say you can create a case with Azure if at all something is not working, and then support with the support case, they will help you to fix the problem, right? That is also possible with respect to help and support. Then finally, there is something called as feedback button. So herein, you can go and send your feedback about this Microsoft Azure. Your overall experience feedback and all can be shared over here. Okay, fair enough. Then finally, on the right hand side, you have the account that you logged in, so that details about that account also can be seen from here. That's all. So now let's talk about now something called as Cloud Shell. I told you to skip this Cloud Shell for now. So what exactly is Cloud Shell? A Cloud Shell is nothing but, first of all, what we just saw was the graphical user interface way of interacting with Azure. So when you have to do something in Azure, you will do it via the GUI. So you can see this a lot of the GUI. From here, you can go and do all the things like creating VM, editing, etc. All your services can be worked upon from the portal, from the GUI. Now, there are certain scenarios wherein you will prefer command line. For example, if you would like to do some automation stuff, or maybe you are a guy who's actually addicted to the command structure and all that, those people who typically come from a Linux background and all would prefer more into a command line interface that rather than having a graphical user interface. So considering such an audience and considering the various use cases, certain times it's better to deploy resources via the command line. They have given you an option called as Azure Cloud Shell. So this Cloud Shell is nothing but within Azure portal itself, Azure has given you an option with which you can go and call this PowerShell as well as CLI. There are two things. First of all, with respect to command line, there are two things. First of all, something called as CLI and something called as PowerShell. So when you interact with command, how do you choose between PowerShell or CLI? That is actually a personal preference. If a company is focused onto Linux infrastructure, I mean, their resources and all are more oriented with Linux, in such a case, the better option to go with command line is nothing but your CLI. So for Linux people, CLI is the best option. And then for Windows people, those people who worked on a Windows environment, for them, their Windows and the PowerShell option is much more better. So considering these two audiences in industry, there are Linux guys as well as Windows guys. I'm a Windows guy, right? So for Linux guys and Windows guys, to differentiate or to help them easily to achieve their target or whatever the goals that they want to do, you can see for deploying resource in Azure, they have given you two options. One is called as Azure CLI, which is for Linux people, and one is PowerShell, that is for Windows people, right? So the Windows oriented commands, those people who worked on Windows environments, they would have some familiarity with PowerShell already, so they can easily make use of the PowerShell commands for Azure. They will be able to go and execute the PowerShell commands and all with much more ease. Whereas somebody who has worked on a Linux terminal, the commands will be very similar. In CLI, the commands will be very similar. The structure will be very similar to how commands used to work in the case of Linux operating system. So that's what you have two different ways of interacting with Azure via command line. One is known as Azure CLI and the one is called as Azure PowerShell. Okay, fair enough. So these two, either of these two options can be used. Now, what is Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is nothing but within inside Cloud Shell or within inside this Cloud Shell button, they have given you the option to go and select any of this and work with it. For example, if you click on this Cloud Shell, it will go and allow you to initiate a PowerShell or CLI section for you. Okay, PowerShell or CLI section you can initiate and then you can work with that. So basically, the Cloud Shell is a option that is available for you to execute your commands from within inside Azure portal itself. From within inside Azure portal itself, if you wanted to execute some commands, then the way for you is to click on Cloud Shell and then call either PowerShell or CLI and then execute the commands in accordance with that. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to Cloud Shell. Opening up and setting up Cloud Shell, I'll show you in a minute. So now Cloud Shell is fine. What about this PowerShell and CLI? Is there any other place from where we can execute them? Of course, yes. Not only from Cloud Shell, but this PowerShell and CLI can be set up onto your personal desktop, laptop, etc. as per your requirement. That is also supported. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so now let's go and try setting up a Cloud Shell. I'm clicking on Cloud Shell, and now within Cloud Shell, now you see there is an option which is saying here you have no storage mounted, right? So which means there is some storage required for the Cloud Shell to work. The Cloud Shell is basically allowing you to go and select your PowerShell or CLI, right? You can execute PowerShell commands as well as CLI commands. For these commands to work or for this environment to be created, you need to specify a storage. That is actually because if at all you wanted to persist some files, then in that case, you can go and use this particular storage. So such a storage needs to be provided for the Cloud Shell. So you go and specify your subscriptions. For example, what is a subscription? We'll come back to that. For now, please understand, whenever you create an account, you would have got a subscription with you, and that would be named as Azure Subscription 1 or free trial subscription, something like that. You can look it up online in your portal and you will be able to see that. So you select that particular subscription and then click on create storage. When I click on create storage, what basically happens is,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
from Azure, for providing storage, there is a service called as storage account. Storage account also will be discussed later, so I'll not get into too much detail about it. So when you click on this create button, within the specified subscription, they will go and create a storage account. And now that storage account capacity will be utilized as the space for this particular Cloud Shell. This Cloud Shell, I told it requires a storage, and now for that our storage account which we just created will be utilized. And when it is created, now you can see you've already landed into something called as a Cloud Shell. And now here you have the option to choose between Cloud Shell as well as PowerShell. Okay, that's it. So you can see here now, if I was to go to PowerShell, I can switch to PowerShell. That's it. If I would like to, I can switch to Cloud Shell back again. Now there is also one thing. There are 3-4 terms now to keep in mind. Listen carefully. First of all, you have something called as Azure Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is nothing but an option given by Azure within inside Azure portal for executing PowerShell or CLI commands. This is what we call as a Cloud Shell. Now, PowerShell and CLI, PowerShell is Windows based or Windows looking like method of interacting with Azure. CLI is nothing but Linux looking like method of interacting with Azure. So three terms now: Cloud Shell, PowerShell, and then CLI. Now this CLI is sometimes also called as Bash. A CLI sometimes is also called as Bash. So total four terms now. Don't get confused. First of all, the Cloud Shell, then the CLI, then the PowerShell, then Bash. Okay, so don't get confused with those three terms. Moving on. Now you can see you have set up the Cloud Shell now, but we have not executed any commands. We'll execute some commands later. Then if you click on, there is something called as a resource group button. If you click on resource groups, you can see something like this. You click on this, and then you will be able to see a storage account. So this is a storage account. So look for this within inside your subscription now. Go to resource groups. Therein you should be able to see a resource group called as Cloud Shell Storage. And therein you will be able to see something like, okay, the storage account name. So you click on the storage account name, and herein within inside the storage, that is where the data has been stored. So you can go and delete this guy. Click on delete, and then just say, give the name, copy paste this, and then click on delete. So I hope how to delete also is clear now. First of all, what is a subscription? So you signed up for an account. So you got an account now. See, when we use this Amazon Prime, or somebody using will be YouTube Premium, or you might be using Netflix, etc. For all this, you have something called as a subscription, right? What is a subscription? A subscription is nothing but a billing agreement with which you agree to the service provider that I will pay you every month, maybe a definitive sum, like for example, your mobile bill, postpaid bill, every month this much, or you might have a varying bill amount in accordance with the usage. So this is what we call as a subscription now. A subscription is nothing but a billing agreement that you created with Microsoft Azure so that you can be billed for the services that you use. So which means when I create any resource, let it be a resource group, a VM, etc. When I create any of this resource group, it has to be part of one subscription. It has to be created as part of one subscription. Why? Because those resources to be charged now, the charging will happen at the level of subscription. So these things has to be part of a actual subscription. So this is what we have with respect to Azure subscriptions now. Now, what is a resource group? Okay, a subscription, again, I'm repeating, it's nothing but a billing agreement with Microsoft with which you will agree to pay the service provider a definitive amount of bill, or whatever the bill amount that is coming, you will agree to pay to the service provider, and that's what we call as a subscription now. On the other hand, there is something called as a resource group. So what is a resource group? A resource group, also known as in short form RG, resource group, is used to isolate your resources. So for example, Shadil has got an Azure account now. He signed up for the Azure account. He got a subscription now. And then I decided, okay, once after that, I'm working still with Azure environment. So I decided all my resource has to be organized properly. So in which case you can go and use a resource group. For example, your company might be working on various projects, project 1, project 2, project 3, and each of this project will have their own set of resources. So to keep all of them in an organized manner, you can have something called as a resource group created in Azure, and within inside that resource group you can go and place the resources. So whenever you create a VM in Azure, when you create a storage account in Azure, or any other resource when you create in Azure, it has to be first of all in a subscription, and then second of all it has to be in a resource group. Without these two, you cannot create a resource in Azure. And the purpose of subscription was for billing, and purpose of resource group was for logical arrangement. Think of this. For example, your company is working on multiple projects like project 1, 2, 3, 4, many projects. Each of this project has, let's say, some 30, 40, 50 resources now. Resource in the sense, maybe there are 10, 20, 30 VMs in each of this project, right? And now when you go and deploy this in Azure, if there was no resource group concept, in which case you will go and deploy them. But the problem now is, what is the problem? All of them will be put together and you will have a very difficulty to understand which one
belongs to which project. If there is a new person coming on to, for example, you hired a new guy, technical guy to work on project 1, and he will have very hard time figuring out from Azure portal which are the resources belonging to project 1, which are the resources belonging to project 2 and project 3. If at all you had placed these files or these resources in, like, say, project 1 resource group, project 2 resource group, and project 3 resource group, then in that case it would have been much more easier for you to go and deploy them, or to identify them. Secondly, once you place resources onto a resource group, there are even more benefits with the resource group. I told you about a new technical guy whom you hired to work on project 1. So you have to give him the appropriate permissions. You have to give him the appropriate rights so that he can do whatever management task he has to do. So to do that, to give this permission, instead of giving it on individual resources, like as part of project 1, if you have 10 VMs, instead of giving these permissions on 10 VMs, you can give the permission at the resource group level of project 1. So if you were to give it at the resource group level of project 1, then he will have that permission to all the resources within inside that resource group. So which means now, instead of giving permission at individual resource level, you can give the permission at resource group level. So that also makes our life easier. Thirdly, when you are done with that project and you wanted to get rid of all those resources, you can delete everything at the resource group level. You can go to the resource group level, and from there you can delete all the resources. You simply delete the resource group, and if you delete the resource group, all the resources within inside the resource group also will be automatically deleted along with it. So if you delete the resource group, then you don't have to delete individual resources separately. Okay, so there's a lot of the things that is associated with resource group and subscription. So now the subscription itself is of multiple types. Okay, the subscription itself is of multiple types. For example, you can have something called as a free subscription, free trial, which we just explained. You can have student subscription, you can have pay as you go, okay, etc. So in this, most commonly what we would see would be a free trial and pay as you go. Okay, a free trial subscription, I told you they will give you $200 worth of credit. A student subscription will have lesser pricing comparatively, but you will have to show your student ID card and all that, and then get it verified. Only then you will be allowed to create a student subscription. And then pay as you go. Pay as you go is nothing but a subscription which can be used by individuals like me, you, etc. Or companies also can use. And then there are enterprise agreement level subscriptions also, EA agreement subscription, Visual Studio subscription, etc. So many different types of subscriptions are also available, which will be made available only to companies. Okay, so individually, if you want to go for a paid subscription, see, the free is available only for 1 month. So you might want to practice your things even after first month, right? So in that case, you might want to create a paid account, and if you have a paid account, then for that the subscription type will be pay as you go. So with respect to pay as you go, there is no initial investment or capital or capex is not there, but as you go forward, as you go and utilize it, for the utilization end of the month, a bill will be generated and that you will have to settle. That's all. Okay, so that's what we call as a pay as you go subscription. So I hope now we have a clarity with respect to what is subscription and what is resource group, and with that, let's move on to the next things. Okay, one question, there is option create resource. Is it creating under RG then? Always, if you create a resource, it will always create under one RG. You will have to specify under which RG you are creating this. We will see that as we go forward, we will be able to see. Okay, fair enough. So now let's go to the next thing that we have to see here is nothing but setting up this PowerShell and CLI for your local machine. So for example, Shadil has his laptop. So from this laptop, I should be able to go and execute the commands, right? I should be able to go and execute the commands and do, let's say, PowerShell commands or CLI commands. So how do you set it up? So to set it up, you can see Windows machines by default do have PowerShell, right? So just go to PowerShell, and when you type PowerShell, you can see there is PowerShell ISE available for you. Run as administrator. Run PowerShell ISE as administrator. Okay, I'm opening up a file, install modules.ps1, not this one, v2. Okay, this one. So you can see this file I'll share with you. So there are a couple of commands which I have given over here. First of all, in a PowerShell, the PowerShell don't know anything about Azure Cloud right now, because it's a PowerShell which is there as part of my Windows 11 operating system. So he don't know anything about the cloud. So which means you have to teach him. you have to teach this PowerShell to react to the commands, or like whenever we give some Azure based commands, to understand and then do what is supposed to do with those commands, we have to teach him. How do you teach that? So that is where in PowerShell you have something called as modules. So you can go and install these modules, and with these modules now you can go and execute the PowerShell related command. So there is a module for PowerShell which has to be installed for that. So which is the module? The module name is called as AZ. Module name is called as AZ. So you run the command install hyphen module space hyphen name AZ space hyphen allow globber. This allow globber option is given to override any comments or any other things which is coming up, and then continue silently with the operation. If at all you have installed your AZ module previously, if it is there, if you have not given hyphen allow globber, then it will go and ask you a warning. It's already there. Do you want to install, etc., etc. But if you add allow globber, all such warnings will be suppressed and you will be able to continue with the install smoothly. So that is why we have given hyphen allow globber. So you can execute this command and then you will see the module getting installed. In my case, I have already installed. And to verify, once it is installed, you can run the command get hyphen install module. So if I was to execute this, you can see, look below in the blue pane, you can see already have installed AZ module version number 6.4, 6.5, and then 7.2. 3 different modules I have already installed over here. Okay, so that's what in my case I have. Now, when you guys install it, sometimes you might get errors and warnings. You might get running scripts is disabled on this system. Sometimes you will see that. So if at all you are seeing, okay, running script is disabled on the system error, then in that case, you can go ahead and use the command set hyphen execution policy remote signed, in which case that error will not be coming up later. Okay, so I assume we have done all this, and then I'm going into connecting to Azure account now. Okay, great. Let's move on. So now that we have installed the module, the next thing what I'm going to do is I want to log into my Azure. I want to log into my Azure account. So how do I do that? So to log into my Azure, for now, this PowerShell doesn't know. This is a Windows PowerShell which is there on the Windows machine. You don't know anything about cloud, right? So if I want to log into the cloud, what I do here is, first of all, I'll go and use either login-az account or connect-az account. Both are same. Both command can be used to log into your Azure environment. So for example, I execute this line number 29, connect-az account. So when I execute connect-az account, it will ask me for the username and password and then ask me to log in to Azure account. Let's see. You can see a pop-up is coming asking for the username and password, and click on. Just a second. So let me log in. I'll just go ahead and say use another account, and then I'll just go ahead and give my login ID. So you can see when I gave that command connect-az account, it has logged in, but it is giving a warning. And you can see, first of all, tenant ID contains more than one active subscription. So you might think like, okay, what is a tenant ID, which we will focus later on when we move on to Active Directory. In Active Directory, I believe some of you might have heard about what is a tenant. A tenant is actually an organizational representation in Active Directory. More about that later. So anyway, when you sign up for Azure, you would have got one unique tenant ID, okay, which is representing you in Azure. So now such a tenant, for my case, I do have a tenant. So that tenant, they are saying, contains more than one active subscription. So I have bought, actually there are 3 different subscriptions which I have bought. So that's why they are saying you have 2 or more or multiple number of subscriptions you have, in which case you will need to specify on which subscription you are working. Okay, you have to specify on which subscription you are working. That needs to be specified. So to specify that, you can go and use the next commands which you have given. For example, on line number 32 on top, you can see there is something called as get-az subscription and then set-az context. These 2 commands can be used for selecting the wanted subscription. Okay, so for now, what we understood, when you execute the command connect-az account, it will ask you to go and specify the subscription if at all you have more than one subscription available. Second warning, unable to acquire token for tenant and the tenant ID with error. You must use multi-factor authentication to access tenant. Please run connect-az account with additional parameter. So which means in that case, what you have to do, simply change this connect-az account command slightly. You can see I've already added something called as tenant ID. So remove this hash and then take your tenant ID and put it over here. So connect-az account, tenant ID, then give the tenant ID. So I'll give run for this, and then I'll have to go through the login process one more time. I'll just say, this is my login account, and then we are good. The errors are gone now. Okay, and then this first error tenant ID contains more than one active subscription. That still stands, not a problem. You will have to select the appropriate subscription. To do that, first of all, execute the command get-az subscription. So if you were to run get-az subscription, you can see 3 subscriptions are being shown: Shadil's training, test, and then pay as you go. So I want to select one of this. For that, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and say set-az context, set-az context hyphen subscription. Then I'll give the subscription ID which I want. So for example, I want to work on Shadil's training, and this is a subscription ID. So I'll simply copy it and put it over here, and that's it, and then run it. So that subscription is selected. So now going forward, whatever you create, that will be created onto that subscription which you selected. In my case, it is Shadil's training. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to selecting the subscription. So now we will also see creating some sample resource group via PowerShell command line in Azure. That I'll show you. Just a second, please hold on. One more thing, you might ask like, okay, where do I get this tenant ID? If at all you had this error unable to occur token, then in that case, I told you have to use hyphen tenant ID. So you might ask like, okay, where we can get this tenant ID? The tenant ID can be found here. You go to Azure Active Directory. You go to Azure Active Directory. You go to search bar and then type Active Directory. And then you can see Azure Active Directory, select it. And once you select it, if you scroll down, okay, so here to see the tenant ID, now you can just come to the default directory. So I came to the Active Directory, right? So you there in the very front itself, you can see tenant ID, your tenant ID will be given. So you can see in my case, the tenant ID end with 967. If you come back to the PowerShell, you can also see there 967. The tenant ID is ending with 967, right? Same thing. So that's all. So that is how you pick up the tenant ID. And that's it. So now let's go ahead and see how to create a resource group, how you can create a resource group here now. So now you can see here to create a new resource group, I will use the command new -az resource group -name test rz3 -location, then the location. So what is this command? So to create a resource group or to create any resource in Azure, a PowerShell command will start with new hyphen. Okay, something when you create newly, it will get started with new hyphen. Okay, in the case of Azure. So I want to create new hyphen what resource group. But whenever you give a command, you can also see the module name also will be specified. For example, get-az. Az is the module name. Remember, we installed which module? We installed AZ module. So you can see login-az, then connect-az, get-az, set-az, new-az, get-az, remove-az. So in all these cases, you can see after the hyphen for sure, AZ will come. So if you want to create something, now that says the command will be like new-az, new-az. AZ stands for Azure. New-az, new-azure or new-az. And then you say you want to create a resource group. So in that case, you will say new-az resource group, new-az resource group. You can see that over here, new-az resource group. If you wanted to create a VM, in that case, what will be the command? Okay, so it will be new-az VM. To create a VM, you don't have to write like virtual machine. You can write new-az VM. Okay, to create a storage account, it will be new-az storage account in this way. Okay, fair enough. So now you can see here, let me create a resource group. So while creating the resource group, for the resource group, you can see there are options like new-az resource group. I have to specify the parameters, the name of the resource group. Whenever you create a resource group, you have to give a name. Also, you have to specify to which data center or to which region in Azure you are creating this. I told you there are many regions in Azure, right? Please be aware there are 60 plus regions in Azure across the world. 60 plus regions are available in Azure across the world. So into which region you are creating the resources, that needs to be specified. So how do you specify that? To specify that, you can go ahead and click on, you can go ahead and give the location, new-az resource group -name, then give a name of the resource group. So for example, in my example, I have given test rg3, then space -location, and then space the location name, South India or Central India or West India or Central US, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so that you can specify. That's how you go ahead and execute the command. So let me go ahead and execute this, and you can see a resource group will be created for us. Okay, so you can see that is succeeded. So which means a resource group has been created. Okay, no problem. Now, is there a command to list all the regions? Because you might not be aware of the names of the regions, right? How to get this region name? So there is a command for that as well. That is nothing but get hyphen. You want to get something, so get hyphen az and then region. That's all, right? You can use tab as well. Get hyphen az region. PowerShell commands are not case sensitive. Okay, PowerShell commands are not case sensitive. Please be aware. It is actually not get -az region, it's rather get -az location. Okay, so if I was to execute the same get -az locations and then execute this, can you see the list is being shown now? Like for example, Germany North, Sweden Central, West US 3, Norway East, Brazil is Germany, Switzerland, etc. South Africa West, etc. All this you will be able to see from this command. Okay, fair enough. Now, another thing is that please be aware this module installation, if you are executing this install module, that needs to be done on a PowerShell version 5 or higher. Some people might be using Windows 7, Windows XP machines and all. Windows XP machine will not be there. If at all anyone is using Windows 7 or Windows 8 machines and all, then their PowerShell might be outdated. So if PowerShell version is 3 or 4 or 4.1, etc., it will not work. It has to be at least PowerShell 5 or above for all these commands to work. Please be aware of it as well. Okay, so let's move on. Now we created one resource group, right? So we just want to confirm that. So what I'll do is I'll take you back to the Azure portal. Just a second. There you go. And within inside Azure portal, let's go to the resource group section now. And once you go there, you can see test RG3, which we created via the PowerShell that is available now. Okay, let's go ahead and delete this guy from PowerShell only. So to delete this, I'll use remove -az resource group. Remove -az resource group -name test RG3 by force. Run this and that will go ahead and delete the resource group. Once we create resource group in PowerShell where we can see those, I told you can go back to the portal and then you will be able to see those. Right now we just verified it and then we are deleting it and you can see the delete is success. I'll come back to the portal now and now when I refresh you can see it will be gone, right? Test RG3 is gone now. That's it. Okay, so now talking about CLI. So how do you set up CLI in this case now? For this machine, if I wanted to set up CLI, what exactly I have to do? Nothing, simple and straightforward. For that, what you have to do is just a second, azcommands.txt. So you can see now for CLI, what you have to do is first of all, I will go to the browser and then say I want to download CLI, Azure CLI download. Select your operating system. So in my case, Windows. So I'll select, say, install Azure CLI for Windows. Okay, so install the Azure CLI for Windows. So click on this guy and then you can see there, if you scroll down, latest release of Azure CLI is available. So when you click on this, the file will be downloaded. Okay, the file will be downloaded. I don't want to download this for now because I already have it. And once the file has been downloaded, you go back to the downloads and from there you run that setup. You run that particular setup. Let me say, for example, that file is where it is. Okay, maybe I'll just download it. Latest release of Azure CLI download. So you can see, you can just go to this file, open folder, and you have the file here now. Now it was there already. Anyway, no problem. Azure CLI 2.3.4.1. So you double click on this and then continue with the installation. Just continue with the installation as is. There is nothing to change. So you see now, accept the license agreement and then click on install. Click yes. It will be done in just 2 minutes. We're almost done. Not sure just this 50 MB file installation taking this long. Anyway, I had this already installed, so I could have simply gave the commands, but just to show you, I decided to install this anyway, considering this also the latest version. So hope this gets completed in another 1 or 2 minutes. Now, once you have this installed, once you have installed this particular file, now your machine can recognize the CLI commands as well. So what are the CLI commands? So you can see I have opened another file over here called as azcommands.txt. This file is also available within OneDrive, azcommands.txt. So therein, now you can see the difference of CLI command. A CLI command starts with az. It starts with AZ, and then to log into your Azure account, you will use AZ login. To log into your Azure account, you will use AZ login. Then to list all your subscription that is available, you will use AZ account list. You will use AZ account list to list all your subscriptions. And then you have AZ account set to set a subscription. I told you when you have multiple subscriptions, you would need to specify one single subscription on which you would need to work. Then you can specify it by using the command AZ account set -- subscription. And then here you can give the subscription ID. Within this, you can give the subscription ID. Then finally, you have AZ group create -- location, Central India -- name, test RG CLI. So to create a resource group, we can give AZ space group space create and then -- location space Central India -- name space test RG CLI. In this way also it can be utilized. So those are the commands that you will need to execute. So that's all. So this, you can take these commands as well. And then once you have installed the CLI, you can practice these same commands as well on your environment and see if it is working as expected or not.
Now, what we mean by the data transfer tool? The copy data tool supported by Azure Data Factory, right? Copy data tool is a Azure Data Factory is a PaaS offering, and copy data tool is not a tool at all. It is just a template. You have to fill in your information, and it will create the Azure Data Factory pipelines with all the necessary services, and that will help you to move your data from one location to another. We have some other services available in Microsoft Azure. Those can be used to transfer the data. Definitely, Azure Data Factory is one of them. If you have a large number of data, if you have a small number of data, say 1 MB, 2 MB, or 5 MB, or up to you can say the 100 MB, or maybe larger also, you can just upload that data to your Blob storage by using any tool. You can upload the same data by using the Azure portal, or you can upload the data by using the Azure Storage Explorer, or you can use the AZ copy command. They will do the job. If you are looking for a repetitive data operation, or sometimes the single data operation also, and you are looking for a service that should be in your control down the line, if you would like to modify and if you would like to do any type of transformation, then Azure Data Factory is the right choice, because it supports one-time activity. It supports your this incremental copy data. Think about, you have a large sum of data. You have petabyte or hexabyte of data. I am not talking about terabyte of data. I am talking about petabyte of data. Then what you will do? Petabyte of data cannot be uploaded to Microsoft Azure storage by using portal or any tools. And Azure Data Factory is also not recommended. And we are talking about that we have to transfer this petabytes of data. It's only a one-time activity. What we mean by one-time activity? Suppose your organization is functioning from couple of decades, and you have a large sum of data. Now you are planning to migrate to cloud, and you would like to take the benefits of cloud storage. Definitely, you have to move your data from your on-premise to cloud. Okay, you have petabytes of data, or you have exabytes of data. So that cannot be. To have such of data transfer, Microsoft has two different services that are called import export services, and they are also called data box. Now, what are these services? These are specially designed services, and no IT infrastructure is involved into it. It is something like that. You can think about it. I need to ask you, suppose I need to provide a 10 terabyte of data to any of you. Now, how I will give 10 terabytes of data? Which cloud storage is giving me 10 terabyte of data capacity? Definitely, I have to spend amount. So what I will do is that I will simply go and buy the hard drive of the 10 terabyte of data. I will put the entire data into that 10 terabyte hard drive, and I will ship it to your address. Same happens in these two services. These two services are related to physically transferring the data, physically shipping the data from one location to another, means from your on-premise to Microsoft data center, or Microsoft data center to your on-premise. So how it works? It works like what you have to do for this is, if you will go here and you will search for Azure Data Box. Now, currently I don't have anything, so let me create a data box. Of course, I will not going to create anything. Now here you can see transfer type. Import to Azure means you are transferring your data from your on-premise to Microsoft Azure, or export from your Azure subscription to your on-premise. You have to specify which subscription. So what will happen? Which resource group, where you would like to place your storage account, where you have created, from which country you are importing or exporting. So you can say, like, say India. Destination as your reason, where you would like to have. I am saying that East US. Now what will happen? As soon as I will hit apply, I have to do some further processing. And in that further processing, Microsoft will ship a special container to my location. I have to put my data, means I have to copy my data to those containers, means they will be the specially crafted hard drives. I have to copy my data into those hard drives, put those hard drive into those special containers, and they will be physically shipped to Microsoft data center. Now we are specifying Azure reasons. So there are multiple options. Either they will be directly shipped to those Azure regions, or they will be shipped to your regional Azure region. And within the Microsoft backbone, your data will be transferred. Same with export from Azure. If I would like to fetch my data back from Microsoft Azure data centers to my on-premise, the another service which we have, that is called Azure Import Export Service. So how it works? You have to go and search for import export jobs. You have to create, you have to fill in all these information, destination Azure reasons. So if you will say something like AZ104 demo, and I will name is destination Azure region East US. And here I have to put, I have to create a journal file, right? How we can create a journal file? To create a journal file, I have to run this utility. I first need to download this utility from Microsoft, and I have to run this utility into my on-premise. It will create a special file that's known as journal file. I have to upload that journal file here. And then I have to specify that, okay, which is my storage account. I have to specify the drop off location. So it will be same as the region which you have selected. Next, I have to allow the shipping. So once I will have the shipping and etc., then it will be give me that, okay, this is the shipment address, to whom I need to contact it, how they will contact, what is the carrier name, who is taking the that shipment to Microsoft or from Microsoft to me, what is the carrier account number, etc. That information I need to fill in, and my data will be physically transferred to Microsoft Azure data set. Now your question is which service you can use, right? So there are two main options to physically transport the data. One is the Azure Import Export Service, and the other one is the Azure Data Box. Now, whichever you would like to use, you can use it. Okay, it's up to you. So either use Data Box or use Azure Export Import Service. Both are more or less the same things. Now, how is this workflow happens? So if you will see the Azure Import Export job workflow, it is like you have to create. Create means you have to run that WAI import tool. It will create your encrypted data and the JSON, it will the journal file. Then shipment. Once you will loaded your shipment will be transferred and it will be copied. It will deliver to this Microsoft Azure data center. Then everything will be copied. All the data will be copied into your data centers. So yes, I used this service 2.5 years back when one of our customer was need to transfer a very heavy data, and there we transferred it. So same with this, like Azure Data Box, you have to order a data box. Data box will be delivered to you, and you have to put your data inside this. And once it will be returned to Microsoft Azure data centers, they will upload it. Now, what are the use cases for it? So as I was saying, one-time migration of data, bulk transfer, periodic upload. Sometimes for periodic uploads, we do not use because incremental upload can be easily done by Azure Data Factory. But yes, if incremental uploads are very heavy size, right? It means suppose every incremental upload, I need to upload petabytes of data. Then again, for this incremental upload, a Azure Data Box will be the right fit for it. Now this is Azure Blob Storage Backup. So Blob Storage Backup is another service. It will back up your data into the Microsoft Cloud, right? And you can recover whenever you would like to recover up to a granular level, means you can recover a single file. All the backups will be placed there. So the question is downtime, right? So when we said it's a one-time migration, when we said one-time migration, then one-time migrations are always considered down. If you are not looking for any of the downtime, then based on to the nature of the service or based on to the nature of the data, you have to decide that what you are looking for, how you are going to have. Okay, so blob storage options, like what we have seen, that how we can have the backup of our blob storage. So we can have the backup of our blob storage by using AZ copy. So AZ copy is another tool created by Microsoft by using this .NET SDK. You can use this AZ copy tool to backup your data. Means if backup is not that large amount of data, you can easily snapshot. A snapshot is something, the state of your data. For an example, you are creating your resume, and after some times you taken the snapshot. Later on you modified the file and you again taken the snapshot. If you would like to revert it back to the previous step, then you can use a snapshot to revert to the previous step of your blob. Azure Archive Storage. Azure Archival Storage, a storage which is used to keep the historical data. Historical data means the data which is no longer actively needed. So you have to migrate it to the archival mode. Once you will move this to the archive, you will be charged very less amount for it. Means you can say this is the cheapest option to store your data into the cloud. But if you will go to fetch the data from the archival storage, you will be charged highest data retrieval cost. And it is not necessary that today you would like to access some blob from the archive storage that will be available for you. In technical term, this particular process is called hydration and dehydration. Okay, so you have to hydrate your blobs storage from your archival storage, and then you will be allowed. And Microsoft will let you know that when this archival will be happening. It's not up to you. You can simply configure that, yes, now I would like to move my data from archive to hot or the cold access there. So if you are looking for any doc to compare all these services, better to go with the Microsoft official documentation. You can now you know the name of the services. So you can simply go to the Google and search the Azure export import versus data box, or AZ copy versus snapshot versus archival storage. Okay, so hands-on implementing Azure backup services we have already seen yesterday. Now the only thing is changing the access tier. So how you can change the access tier for any data? You have to go here, go to your storage account. For an example, if you will go to this 136 demo, the blob storage, okay, the external one, the blob storage, ABC, and here you can see onto the container label, go to the properties, download snaps, changed here, right? So from here, you can change something to the archive. So right now it is in hot tier. If you would like to move it to cool, you can move it to cool, or if you would like to move it to the archive, you can move that blob to the archive. Now your question will be, if I have say the 1,000 of blobs inside my container, do I need to do it by one? No, it is not. The only thing is you can use some automated process. You can write some automated script by using the automation account or by using SDK or REST APIs, and you can do the same. Same from movement from here to there. And if not, then Microsoft has another service here, that is someone seeing something called life cycle? So you can define the rule here, rule name. Now you can have some sort of filtering here that, okay, what kind of blobs, whether it's blob or the append blob or base, snapshot or versions, whatsoever you have. Suppose I selected apply to all rules, all blobs, block, base blobs, etc. Next, how old my data? I said, say my data is say older than 30 days. Then what I want to do? I want to delete the blob or move to cool storage or move to archive storage. So what will happen? Once I will create this rule here, then this rules will periodically evaluate all the blobs inside my container, all the blobs inside my containers, and those which are older than 30 days will be moved to archive storage. Clear? So this is the automated. Prior to having this, because this particular things was introduced almost now nearly it's 2 years. Prior to that, we used to write the custom code, or you can say in an automation account, or same you can also do by using the data factory. You can specify those things there. So all your properties of your blobs will get changed. Okay, now create a snapshot of the blob storage. So how you can take the snapshot of the blob storage? So we are here.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
In our storage account, This is my container. Okay, so we are here, blob service, container, and this is my blob. Let me take a snapshot for this. So creating a snapshot, fine. Let me go here, edit it, and all the items have been deleted now, right? So this my blobs has nothing. Now I need to see the snapshot. So go snapshot, like view snapshot. I already have this snapshot, so you can see that my container, my this particular file as of now has no data inside it, but the snapshot which I have taken, it has data. So let me select this. If I would like to download it, I can download this, I can delete it, and I can promote the snapshot. So I am promoting the snapshot. It has been promoted now. Have a quick refresh and my data is back, right? So if I am modifying a file time to time, then I can do it. Okay, now your question will be, suppose for this, if you would like to download this, for an example, how you can create such CSV files, right? For your demonstration or demo purposes. Then what you can do is just go to the Google, search for the online CSV generators, and you can find one or two services which will help you to generate test data. As you can see here that this is the one service, this is the another service. I used to use this particular service. Okay, so you can specify that how many records you want, and it will generate the test data for you. Please enter certain keywords so you can specify here. And if it looks like complicated to you, then go and select this one. Same here, you can specify that how many rows you would like to generate, say 10 records, and you have to CSV, including headers, double quotes, and add fields, index from 100. This is your file name, but where is the button? So CSV template. Okay, here is this. So you can see some data has been generated for you. If you would like to generate multiple files, yes, you can generate the multiple files, and you can use this sample data to do whatsoever R&D you would like to do. Okay, so virtual machine something is like you are virtualizing the hardware of your the base machine. So what it does, suppose I have say 32 gigabytes of RAM into my virtual machine, and I have 64 core CPU, right? If I need to utilize the full capacity of this virtual machine, right? If I need to utilize the full capacity of the virtual machine, I have to install so many softwares and all, right? So that I can utilize 32 GB and 64 V core U. And think about a different perspective. Currently, we have Windows 10, then we have Windows 11, we have Linux, and we have Mac OS. Being an application developer, you created one application and you need to test your application on these four operating system. Now they can have their own individual versions. Mac can have Big Sur 11.2, 11.6.2, and now they have Monterey also that is currently rolling out. Are you going to purchase new machines always to test your application? No, definitely not. Right? Just to test your application onto the Mac, you are not going to purchase a Mac, or you are not going to purchase a Linux machine or Windows 11 machine. What you will do is you will prefer a solution which can help you to leverage the existing capacity of the hardware which you have. So what you have to do is onto your base machine, you have to use a software that is called hypervisor. So hypervisor, what it will do, it will help you to share your physical hardware of your the hardware of your physical virtual machine with other services. Once you have this hypervisor, means hypervisor for Windows, VMware, ESXi server, VMware application, etc. That is for this VMware. And for other, you can say that I will say VirtualBox for Oracle, because it's acquired by the Oracle. Then once this hypervisor will be created, will be installed, you can create the guest operating system, and you can run your guest operating systems onto the same physical machine. So if I have 32 gigabyte of RAM, then I can say that, okay, 6 gigabit of RAM for all this, and I will keep 8 for myself or 5 base memory. I have this 64, so I can say that 4 cores of the CPU will be available for all these VMs. This is called the concept of the virtual machines. So virtual machines always use the hardware of your base physical machines, right? When we used to have this onto the cloud, we used to say that we are creating the virtual machines onto the cloud. If you are doing the same onto your own PC, like desktop or the laptop, you can say that, yes, I am running virtual machine inside my system. But the concept of the virtual machine will always be the same. What will happen only into the cloud? This is the physical machines, native barebone metal machine, which is running onto Microsoft, and you have created so many virtual machines here. This physical native machine is shared across the customers because this virtual machine belongs to you, this belongs to me, this belongs to someone else, this belongs to someone else. But underneath, they all are created on a single bare bone metal or bare metal machine. And this was the challenge for some of the clients, like big clients, you can say the financial institutions or the government institutions, that they do not want to share the physical hardware with anyone else. Then last year, Microsoft come up with a concept that is a different one. There you can say that all my workloads, all my virtual machines, suppose I am working for organization X, that all the virtual machines related to organization X will be created onto the same bare metal machine that belongs to me. Currently, you pay for the virtual machine cost. In that concept, that is called virtual machine host actually. In that, you have to pay for the bare metal machine, not the virtual machines. So if you ask Microsoft to create a 32-bit gigabit and 64 vCore machine, you will be billed for that. No matter you are running one virtual machine on top of that, or you are running 10 virtual machines. So that's why the data privacy, they come up with this new concept. Okay, and believe me, data privacy is not going to happen. We have this encryption there, the hardware level encryption and all. But still, if you have, then Microsoft has some other services. Go and leverage those services and they will sort out your data privacy issues. Okay, so having a definition of virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is a virtual emulation of physical computer system. It is virtual environment that include components such as CPU, memory, network interface, and this will give the user the similar experience which you have a normal physical computer or a physical machine. Whenever we used to say that, okay, we are doing this remote desktop or we are working on to a VDI, ever we come to know that, okay, we are working on to a virtual machine or we are working on to a physical machine, until and unless someone is explicitly telling us that you are working on a VDI or you are working on a virtual machines. We normally used to just remote desktop, right? And we never cares because we will simply never able to identify whether we are running onto this VM or a physical machine. For a end user perspective, the experience will be more or less same to the physical native machine. One physical host can have one or multiple virtual machines depending on to the capacity of physical host hardware. Suppose I have just 8 gigabyte of RAM in my laptop and I will plan to host 2-3 virtual machines here. Simply it's not going to work because the resource sharing concept will come into picture. If I have 8 gigabytes of physical RAM in my laptop and I am running 4 virtual machines having 2 gigabytes of RAM, then where is the memory available for my base machines? And if my base machine is not working, then how this virtual machines will be working? So number of virtual machines onto your physical host will be based on to the physical capacity, will be the hardware capacity of your physical host. So a virtual machine can be created onto a physical computer and it will call the host machines. Okay, VM can also be created onto the servers or into the cloud. The same is if you are creating a virtual machine into your own PC or any of the cloud, experience will be more or less same. The only thing is, means the concept will always be the same. The procedure may be the different one. Okay, so now why you should use a virtual machine. So as I mentioned earlier, to test something, right? If you would like to test your application onto the various operating systems, instead of buying the new operating system, instead of buying the new machines for the newly required operating system, it will be good idea or it will be a good option to create the virtual machines, right? The next thing is, suppose you would like to create a local networking, right? You would like to test your application for networking, right? Then by leveraging the virtual machines, a local network can be created. Okay, you are doing some sort of security analysis, and for an example, you receive a file. You are a security analyst and you receive a file. Now you need to test that, okay, what kind of functionality did that particular executable file or file is performing. Instead of doing that analysis onto your physical machine, you will simply execute that file onto a virtual machine. So what will happen? Virtual machines will give it a restricted environment. If that virtual machine goes corrupt, simply delete it and create a new virtual machine. No need to format, etc. anything. Just delete and recreate the new one. Okay. You can keep the snapshot of your existing virtual machines. Same, you can also keep the snapshots of your existing virtual machine over the cloud also. Create a new virtual machines from those snapshots. So we will see that how this can be done into the coming slides. Then you can create the virtual machines to make the highly available the architecture. For an example, in this training, if my laptop goes corrupt, what I will do? I will simply move on to a different laptop. I have two machines available and this will continue. You can say there will be a slight downtime because I have to switch to a different machine. But if you need to do the same onto a IT infrastructure, you can create two virtual machines. Suppose a heavy workload is running. You can put two virtual machines behind a load balancer so that you can have highly available system. In case one virtual machine goes down, your application will remain continue to work by leveraging the another virtual machine. Then what is Azure virtual machine? When you are creating your virtual machine onto the cloud, it is known as Azure virtual machine. And these virtual machines comes under the offering of IaaS. Means virtual machines are infrastructure as a service. Okay, if someone will ask you that VM is a IaaS, PaaS or SaaS, then VM is always the IaaS offering, infrastructure as service. By using this as your virtual machine, it's a service that will help you to launch or to create the virtual machines as and when it demands. You not need to buy any physical machine. You can create the virtual machines at your will and you have to pay only for what you have used. Suppose you created a virtual machine and you are executing it for 2 hours, then you will pay only for 2 hours. If you need, you are a data scientist, right? And you need a very high GPU enabled machine. That GPU enabled machine, if you will go to the market and you will try to buy it, it will cost you somewhere around $2,000. But you just need to execute it for 2 hours, 3 hours, or maybe 2, 3 days. Is this a good idea to spend $2,000 which you for a service or for a machine that you are going to use for only 2 or 3 days? Better go to the cloud and create the similar virtual machine. Use it for 2, 3 days, pay it according to 2, 3 days, and delete those virtual machines or shut down those virtual machines. So there is a slight difference between shutting down and deleting. Both will help you to save the cost, but deleting a virtual machine will help you to save running as well as hidden cost also. Shutting down a virtual machine will help you to save the running cost of that virtual machine. Now your question will be, what we mean by the running cost and the hidden cost or the fixed cost? So think about it. You bought a laptop, say $1,000. This is a fixed cost, no matter whether you are using it or not. This is running it. It's just a fixed cost. You start executing your laptop. You are getting it charged, right? You are connecting it to network. So networking cost, electricity cost, they all are coming as a running cost for you. If you are shutting down your virtual machine, you are saving only this cost. But the other cost is already because storage, etc. is already you have already spending. So that will always be there. But if I am saying, okay, no, I don't want this laptop, I am going to return it to the shopkeeper or selling it out into the market, then I am saving the entire cost. So same happens with the virtual machines also. Now onto the cloud, we used to create the virtual machines. then what kind of virtual machines? Microsoft Azure offers the different categories of the virtual machines. Not and the right word of these categories is not the right word for these virtual machine is not the category. It is the series of the virtual machines, and these series are divided based on to the uses of those virtual machines. So you can find general purpose virtual machines. General purpose virtual machines means the virtual machines which is required for your day-to-day job, right? For an example, just for a presentation, high compute workload. High compute workload means where you have to do a very high computation, high processing power. You are doing some video rendering, so if high processing power is required, you are looking for large storage, you are looking for large drives associated with it, the D drive, E drive, F drive, then those. So these categories based on to these it is divided into the categories and they are known as series. So when we say types of the Azure virtual machines, it means we talks about the series of the virtual machines. So the series of the virtual machines are not limited to these series. Nowadays we have so many series, right? And every 5 to 6 months we used to see that okay, either some series has been upgraded or some new series has been launched, etc. So A series is used for entry level. D series for used to run applications with high compute. We used to create our applications or normal virtual machines into the D series. F series is optimized for intensive workload or for higher CPU. Similarly, G series is for the storage one. And if you will see the M series, so this is memory optimized. And N series are the virtual machines used for GPU enabled. GPU enabled means for those data scientists who are looking for the virtual machines for training their models and that's okay.
Now let's move forward and talk about our next set of services, which are the database and the analytics service in Microsoft Azure, right? So basically there are 5 core services that you should know of when you're dealing with Azure in terms of database and analytics. So the first service is the SQL database service, which basically is a database as a service, right? You do not get an access to the operating system on which this database is installed. You basically get access to only the database, and basically, if you remember what we have studied earlier, for a service which does not gives you access to the operating system, but in turn gives you access to a platform kind of a thing where you can interact with the service and probably upload something onto the software being used, is called platform as a service. So Azure SQL database is basically a platform as a service which not only gives you the independence from the infrastructure side, but at the same time it is highly scalable and it can provide you up to 212% of return on investment. That means that whatever money you are going to spend on Azure SQL database, the benefits that it is going to provide you is going to give you back 212% of the money that you would be investing in using Azure SQL database. Isn't that interesting, right? So guys, this was the first service among the database analytics services in Azure. Our next service is Cosmos DB. Now guys, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service again, just like SQL Server. But in this case, what happens is your database is extremely highly available, which means it is distributed throughout the world using Azure regions and it is highly available, right? So basically what happens is when you launch a Cosmos DB cluster, it distributes or it creates a replica of the database in multiple regions as you specify, right? And the cool thing about Cosmos DB is whatever region you want to close or want to stop, and probably you do not want your database to be replicated in a particular region, you can do that with the click of a button. If you want it again in some other region, you can again do that with a click of button. So everything is fast, everything is at one, the whole control is at one central place, and you can replicate your database accordingly with that one platform or with that one Cosmos DB dashboard that you get, right? Now again, you have multiple models that you can implement in Cosmos DB. For example, you can implement multi-master replication, or you can implement multi-write regions replication, which basically means usually when you have a distributed database which is highly available, you have one region where all the writes take place, but the read can actually be done from any of the regions where the database has been distributed. But in case of Cosmos DB, you also have the option of configuring multi-write regions, which basically means that let's say I'm in India and I'm a user who's using your application. Right now, if I am using your application, probably the website is being served from the nearest edge location of my location. For example, you must have enabled content delivery network on your website if you want to decrease the latency on your application. Right now, to decrease the latency of your application, you've implemented CDN. So I am being served the website from the nearest location of my home from where I'm accessing your application. And at the same time, the application itself is also accessing the database. Right now, imagine the website is fast, but the processing that it does, that is the data that it has to fetch from a particular database, it exists in altogether a different region, which is on the other part of the world, right? On the other side of the world, right? That will again increase the latency of your application. So you don't only need your front end component to be highly distributed, you also need your backend and your database to be highly distributed and highly available, right? And that is the sole reason when you are dealing with a audience which is spread across the globe, you also have to take care that the processing that each of these guys are doing would also be available to them in the lowest time possible. And for that, what you have to do is the backend processors or the backend servers and the database servers also have to be near them, so that whenever they're writing any information, that also information can be written faster. Now, if you have a write one and read anywhere kind of a distribution, in that case, you will have to write at a central location. Let's say the central location is the US, and your databases, which are basically the read replicas, are actually distributed throughout the globe. What are read replicas? Read replicas are basically the copy of the central database from which you can read the data. And these read replicas basically get synced or basically are synced with the central database with the so whatever you write on the database is automatically and quickly replicated on the read replicas as well. So it's very fast, right? So in terms of reading the data, you can get a very low latency, but in terms of writing the data, if you want low latency as well, then you need to have multi-write regions, and that is exactly what this feature is for. So in a nutshell, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service which provides you with a large scale deployment of databases throughout the globe, and it also gives you the option of deleting or replicating your database on a new region entirely with a single click of a button, right? So that is what Cosmos DB is for you guys, right? The next set of or the next service that we have is the Data Factory service. Now, what is the Data Factory service? It is basically an ETL service, which is an extract, transform, and load service, which basically can take data from multiple sources and then transform the data according to what has been coded in the application using a particular service, which can be used in conjunction with Data Factory, and then load the resultant data into a BI service which can be used to analyze the data, right? So usually when you're doing this kind of an infra setup, you need a lot of planning, you need a lot of mediators between the technologies which are being integrated. For example, the data can be coming from multiple sources such as social media websites, it can be coming from emails, it can be coming from chats, it can be coming from reviews, it could be coming from anything, right? So all these data sources are basically first of all aggregated, and the data is first put in the raw form in one particular place. Then what happens is, according to the logic that you have specified for the transformation of this data, for example, you probably want to see the data in a particular view. So that basically means you would have to first transform this raw data that you've got from multiple sources into a structured format. So that is what transformation is. So once you have the resultant data that you feel is the correct way of getting the data or representing the data, the next step that you need is, obviously, if there are a million rows in your data set, you won't be able to find what you are actually looking for, or basically it might take a lot of time for you to analyze a million rows of data that you have just created. So what you can do is, or what the industry came up to this particular problem was that they created a business intelligence application. What is a business intelligence application? It takes in the data set and it quickly creates patterns, quickly creates graphs, which can actually help you to better understand the data, right? So Data Factory also happens to have the integration capabilities with a lot of BI tools. The most prominent one is Microsoft's own Power BI tool, but it also can integrate with Tableau and other BI systems. Right. Similarly, it can be integrated with multiple data ingestion systems as well. So it's a total ETL system that you can deploy on Azure and connect your various sources and outputs and get the resultant output. Okay, so guys, this is what Data Factory is. Our next service is Event Hubs. Now, what is Event Hubs? Event Hubs is basically a place where you can again take in a lot of data. Just like Data Factory, you can extract data from multiple sources, but in this case you're not actually extracting data, but the multiple sources from where the data is being generated, the data is being pushed onto Event Hubs. Okay, so the data is pushed onto Event Hubs, and the Event Hubs job is to process this data and see where this data has to go next, right? For example, let's say the data is coming from a social media website, right? So you analyze, okay, so this data came from a social media website, it has to go to this particular service. This data is coming from this particular website, it has to go to X or Y particular service. Similarly, you have millions and millions of data coming every second, or data packets coming every second, and the sole job of Event Hub is to basically analyze each packet and redirect it to the corresponding consumer of that packet, right? So this is what Event Hubs is for you. So this is done very fast. So the speeds claimed by Azure is around 1 Gbps. That is, it can process 1 GB of data per second. So the messages coming to Event Hubs can be processed that faster, and it also does parallel computing of each data packet, right? So this is how, or this is what Event Hubs is for, guys. Now obviously Event Hubs cannot be just used alone, right? You have to use it in conjunction with a host of applications. For example, the producers, that is the data producing resources, have to first combine with an Event Hub, and then you have to define the rules in Event Hub as to what data goes where, or what data goes to which consumer, right? And then your consumers are defined on, and they are basically connected to Event Hubs, right? So basically Event Hubs in the most basic sense is a singular point of data ingestion. So you don't have to worry about where should I send my data. Send all your data to Event Hubs, and Event Hubs will decide where your data packet has to go based on what rule you have defined inside that system. Okay, so guys, this is what Event Hubs is. Our next service is Data Lake Analytics, right? So we already saw what Data Lake is. So Data Lake is basically a storage for big data analytics, right? So Data Lake Analytics is basically a distributed cloud-based data processing infrastructure, right? So it is basically architected to perform data processing on the big data. I mean, the data that you stored on Data Lake has to be processed by something, right? And that processing can actually be done by Data Lake Analytics. So it is basically, the architecture is based on Yarn. So Yarn is basically a component of the Hadoop ecosystem, and it can also and basically pairs with the Azure Data Lake Store, or where basically we have stored all our data and can perform the analysis on the scale of big data analysis. That is, big data is huge amount of data with variety of data in it, right? So all the data has mixed and matched fields, right? The data is in the rawest form possible, and the processing can be done only by using selected tools which can actually make that happen. If you use simple tools or if you use traditional tools, the time taken by those tools to process this amount of data will be huge, right? And that is why you need Hadoop tools to basically make this process faster. And Azure has used the same technology that Hadoop uses and has made it even faster for you, right? So data lake analytics is used in big data analytics. It will basically used for processing data. And what data? The data which you store on Azure Data Lake Store, right? So this is what data lake analytics is, guys. Moving forward, guys, now let's move on to our next domain, which is the AI and machine learning domain in Azure. Alright, guys, so in Azure, you basically have three core services in the AI and machine learning domain. The three core services are cognitive services, then you have bot services, and then you have the awesome machine learning studio. So let's understand each of these services one by one. The first service is the cognitive services. Now, what are cognitive services? Cognitive services in Azure are basically APIs or SDKs, which have been developed for a developer, which can be integrated in his application. And these APIs and SDKs basically interact with the machine learning models which have been created in Azure, right? So cognitive services would include services like Vision, which basically gives you image processing capabilities. It also has text analytics services, which can basically do natural language processing for you. So all these services in Azure are ready to use, and to use them, you'll have to integrate them with your applications. And those integration can happen with the help of APIs, it can happen with the help of SDKs. And once your application is integrated with these services, you're charged on the basis of the number of requests that you make to these particular services. For example, the Vision service in the cognitive services of Azure is pretty awesome. Any image that you upload, it will tell you each and everything in the image, whatever is present. And how is that possible? Basically, Azure has processed thousands and millions and even billions of images already, right? And they have trained their image processing machine learning model in a way that now it gives accurate results, right? So instead of creating your own machine learning model for image processing, you can actually use the Azure's machine learning model and you can get your work done. So it might have used deep learning, it might have used only machine learning, we do not know. But the results are very accurate. And if you want to use AI and machine learning capabilities of Azure, so the models which are trained by Azure, if you want to use them directly, you can actually use the cognitive services of Azure, and to integrate them with your applications, you have several APIs and SDKs available to you. So this was about cognitive services, guys. Now there's a derivative of the cognitive services that Azure has launched, which is basically called the bot service. Now what is the bot service, guys? The bot service is basically a chatbot which has been developed by Azure, which is totally based on AI, and it basically makes uses of the natural language processing service or the capabilities which are basically there in the cognitive services of Azure. It makes use of that, right? And it is very to the point, and you don't have to train the model to become expert in the conversation that you're having, but it can actually learn from every conversation that you have with the AI chatbot of Azure. And you can actually tweak its settings so that it becomes custom designed for you, so that your customers get the right answer every time they ask a question from the bot service of Azure, right? So in a nutshell, Azure bot service is nothing but a chatbot service. It's a pre-built chatbot service which you can integrate in your application. And this chatbot service has already been trained by Azure, and it gives accurate answers to questions. But obviously you'll have to tweak it according to your applications. You'll have to do some settings so that it answers the correct way of answering. The answers would be according to you and according to your domain of application. Okay, so guys, this was the bot services. Our next set of service is the machine learning studio. Now, what is the machine learning studio, guys? It's basically a very simplified version of using machine learning. For example, the most simple language that I think for starting off in data science is R, right? So as a beginner, if you start using R or start learning R, you will have to spend some time to first of all understand the syntax, how it works, etc. And then you'll get a hang of how to create models, how to train them, how to test them, etc. Right? What Machine Learning Studio says is you do not have to learn any programming language. It has drag and drop interfaces. So all you have to know is data science, AI, or machine learning conceptually. And if you understand or if you have the principles of the data science concepts understood pretty well, what you can do is you can start off by creating your own machine learning model by just doing drag and drop from the UI of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and you'll be up and ready with your first model in under 5 minutes. Of course, for a specific set of data set. Obviously, you will not be taking millions or billions lines of data set, otherwise that will take a little more time. But yes, you can create your own machine learning model with Azure Machine Learning Studio without knowing any programming language, right? So that is the power of Machine Learning Studio, and the most coolest feature of it is it has a drag and drop user interface. So everything is drag and drop. You just drag and drop whatever you need, whatever data set you need, whatever algorithm you want to implement, whatever thresholds you want to implement, just drag and drop everything and it will work like a charm. Okay, so guys, this was the Machine Learning Studio application for you. The next set of services that we're going to discuss, guys, are the identity services in Azure. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the core Azure services in the identity domain, right? So guys, probably the most important service when you're dealing with identity in Azure is Azure Active Directory. Now, what do you mean by identity? Identity basically means when you want to give a particular person some access to a particular resource is being used on Azure Cloud, right? So Azure Active Directory is basically a fully managed multi-tenant service from Microsoft that basically offers identity and access to particular users in your organization. Now, if you're acquainted with how a Microsoft Windows server works, you would know that there is a server Active Directory as well, right? There's a Microsoft Server Active Directory as well, in which you can specify for your on-premise applications which users have access to what extent, right? For example, some people can just have read access, or some people can have read and write access, or some people can even have admin access to a particular application, right? And the most important part about Azure Active Directory is that it can integrate with your on-premise server Active Directory and can also authenticate people who are there on the on-premise infrastructure and want to use the on-premise resources or on-premise software can also be authenticated using Azure Active Directory. And if those on-premise users then you want to use resources on Azure, that also will be authenticated using Azure Active Directory, right? Now, how does all this works? So it's a very simple concept, guys. What you can do, you can actually add users in Azure Active Directory, right? Now you can add individual users and you can assign individual roles to each users. For example, if there is a SaaS application which you have deployed on Microsoft Azure, giving access to that particular SaaS application to a particular user would be possible by just adding a user and giving him the access of that SaaS application, right? And you can also do a mass allocation of a particular permission. For example, let's say you want to give administrator privileges to a set of people. Now, how would you give that? So one way is whenever there is a person who comes into a company whom you think can be given admin access, you will add his user and provide him the admin access.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Or what you can do is you can actually define a group on which you have specified admin resources or admin privileges, and whoever users will be added to this particular group will get those permissions or will get those privileges automatically, right? So in this case, what you will be doing is whoever is coming into the organization, you're just adding him to the group, and the permissions inheritance takes place automatically because that group has been assigned the admin privileges. Similarly, if you want to create some other group, for example, you want to create a group for some SaaS application, you can also do that, right? And this concept is a part of Azure Active Directory. And again, in a nutshell, Azure Active Directory is nothing but it's basically a directory in which you can add users and specify what these users can do on Azure or on-premise software, right? And these users can be managed in two ways, or either you can manage them individually by creating a user time and again, or what you can do is you can add these users to already existing groups that you have created with the respective permissions, and they'll inherit all the properties which have been specified to that group. Okay, so guys, this was the Azure Active Directory, and this was about the identity domain in Microsoft Azure. Moving forward, guys, now let's talk about the management tools in Microsoft Azure that are very important for you to know while you're working as an Azure professional. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and understand the management services of Azure. So the first service is Log Analytics, guys. Now what is Log Analytics? So basically the full name of this service is Log Analytics Workspace. Now what you can do with Log Analytics Workspace is you can dump all the logs with respect to what is happening on a particular Azure resource onto this workspace. Now how do you do that? The first thing that you do is you basically go to your management console and you go to Log Analytics Workspace. Over there you will have to create a Log Analytics Workspace and specify the name anything, right? It's pretty straightforward. Once you have specified that, the next step would be to add a data source. So if I were to show you quickly, I can just jump on to my management console. I can go to Log Analytics Workspace, which is somewhere over here. Here it is. Now here's a sample Log Analytics Workspace that I've created. I'll just go inside it, and as you can see, it says connect a data source. So you can create, or you can basically connect Azure virtual machines over here, or you can specify some other sources if you want to. And you can also specify Azure activity logs to stream over here, right? So this will start accumulating logs in this workspace. Once that is done, we'll have to specify monitoring solutions as to how you want to read the logs and what do you want to do with respect to a particular level of logs. For example, you have info level, you have critical level in logs, right? This basically tells you that a particular command failed or a particular command passed. So if the level, so the level field of a log, if it, let's say info, that means it's fine, it can go ahead. But let's say the level field in the log. So what do I mean by level field? A level field is nothing but you can specify in your log notation that whenever there is an error, I would specify a term such as level, okay, and I would specify that is equal to critical. But if things are okay, it's just for a know-how as to which command has been executed and that command executed successfully. In that case, I can specify the level as info. Okay, and then I can specify in my monitoring solution that whatever log comes in, check the level field in that log. And if the level field is critical, you can flag that log basically. So all that can be configured inside the monitoring solution. So if I were to click on view solutions, you can actually check out what all monitoring components you can actually add on your Log Analytics Workspace. So as you can see, you can add Azure Security Center, you can add Optimized Catalog. So there are a lot of things that you can basically add on to monitor logs, right? You can choose according to your will. It is available in Azure Marketplace. So once you specify the monitoring solution, your log starts to flow in, and in your monitoring solution you have to specify which logs to flag, and that's how it's gonna work, right? So this is the Log Analytics service in Azure, guys, and it helps you to manage your Azure resources effectively, pinpoint where the problem is occurring, go over there and see the logs, see on which command the problem occurred, fix that problem, and then go ahead with your daily routine. So this is what log analytics is, guys. The next service is cost management and billing. So this is basically a native application of Azure, guys, which helps you to manage your bills in Azure, right? So for a few things which I can tell you on the top of my head, which comes in is that you can manage a budget. You can specify that my Azure budget or my Azure bill should not go over a particular limit. You can specify that, or you can, so when you say it should not go over a particular limit, that means if it goes beyond that, all your Azure services will be stopped. But when you are in a business, you actually don't want that. So this particular limit is called a hard limit. That is, you want to limit it to that particular cost. There is another kind of limit which is called a soft limit, which basically means it will alert you that your budget has been crossed, and you can actually make forecasts also in this particular service based on your usage. Let's say you have used Azure heavily for 5 days. So it gives you a forecast that if you happen to use Azure in this similar fashion, this is what your bill is going to be at the end of the month, right? And then you can actually see what kind of tweaks you can make in your services so that your bill comes down. So all of this is possible in cost management and billing services of Azure. Now, this also is under the management domain. Reason being, it helps you in managing your Azure resources in a better fashion. The next service, guys, is a very important service, which is an automation account. Now, what is an automation account, guys? It is nothing but it's a way of deploying Azure resources. So how do you deploy Azure resources? So we have seen few of the resources in this session today, wherein we deployed a virtual machine, we deployed a storage account. So all of that was possible one by one. I mean, I had to go manually into that service. I had to click on add, I had to specify a name, and that's how, my resources were deployed. But in automation account, what happens is you can create runbooks. Now, what are runbooks? You basically specify a code wherein you specify all the resources and their names and their configurations that you want to deploy. And then you upload that runbook onto the automation account, and then you run that runbook. Then what it does is it automatically creates the resources for you. You don't have to do anything, just put that runbook over there, click on play button, and it will create all the resources for you with the exact same configurations that you have specified in the code. It is particularly helpful when you're setting up a large infrastructure wherein you'll have to deploy thousands or 2,000 machines, where the 2,000 machines are basically divided into multiple sets. It could be backend server set, it could be database server set, it could be front-end server set, all of which will have different kind of configurations. And if this is the kind of a scenario, then runbooks would be of great help. And that's where automation account also comes in, which basically helps you to play those runbooks. Okay. Our next service is Metrics, guys. Now, Metrics is a service which helps you to visualize what all is happening on your Azure resource. For example, what is the network throughput? What is the CPU usage, right? What is the memory usage? All of that you can see inside Metrics. Now, you can actually check a 24-hour log as well in Metrics and see at what point of time does your resource or the particular metric that you're checking, could be CPU usage, could be memory usage, is actually rising. And then you can plan accordingly as to how to plan how to scale your infrastructure at that particular time, right? So this is what metrics are useful for. It basically gives you an overview of how things are going. So if you think about it, it is nothing but metrics, it is nothing but logs, which is basically getting visualized in form of graphs. But nonetheless, it's very helpful, and that is a service which is being provided to you by Azure by the name Metrics. Alright guys, so these were all the services in the management domain, guys. Our next up, we'll be discussing a hands-on. So enough of theory, I guess. We have discussed probably most of the important services which are there in the Azure portal. Now what we'll be doing is I will be showing you an application which basically exists on my local host, and what we'll try to do is we'll try to migrate that to Azure, and we'll choose the services based on the knowledge that we have gained today. We'll choose the services accordingly. Then we'll set up the infrastructure, and then we'll see how it works on the cloud. So guys, let's go ahead and do that. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and let me show you what all we are going to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is basically I have a website that I've already created on my local host, which basically can upload data to Azure Blob storage through the website. So I'm going to show you guys how I have configured it and how can it basically upload data to Azure Blob, right? So the second point is create a new container and upload files to this container from the website, right? So we'll be creating a container and our website we're going to configure to upload files to this particular container. Third thing is we have to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now what is happening is my website is basically storing data on the localhost MySQL engine. What the hands-on expects us to do is we'll have to deploy MySQL database on Azure, and the website should basically push the data onto the MySQL database, which will be there on the Azure portal, right? So this is the third step. And the fourth step, finally, we want our final website to be uploaded on Azure web app, and basically we have to deploy it using the local git method. What it is, don't worry about it. As you move along, you'll get it. All right, so let's start off with the first point right now, which is demonstrate the website on the local host. So let me switch on to my browser. So guys, this is my Azure portal, and if I have to demonstrate to you my website, it basically exists on localhost Azure 1, right? So this is my website, guys, and what it does is it basically can upload data onto Microsoft Azure. But right now, what I have not basically configured it to connect to my Microsoft Azure storage account. I'll show you how we can configure it, right? So once a file is uploaded on the Blob, it also makes an entry of it in the database, right? Now, where is the database? The database exists on my local host. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open the MySQL console, right? And my MySQL console basically has a database called images. So if I do a show databases, you can see that there is an images database. So this is the database that my website will be interacting to. So let me just use images, and in this database what I have is a table. So if I do a show tables command, you can see that I have a table called names, right? But right now there is no data inside names. So if I do a select star from names, as you can see, it is empty set, right? So when this website will be uploading file, when it will be successfully uploaded, the next step would be to basically put the data inside the database as to what is the name of the file. Okay, so let me show you the code, guys. Let me show you how the code looks like. This is my index.php. Let me just open it. All right, guys. So guys, this is how my code looks like. So the first thing that I'll have to do is basically I will have to enter a deployment key over here, which will basically be my connection string. And the second thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to enter the container name, which I'm going to create in a little while, right? So let's first jump on to our Azure portal, and what we want to do is go inside our storage account. So guys, this is my storage account, and what I want is the deployment key. So in the storage account, you will have to go to access keys, just go inside that. And here you will find two keys. You can take any of these two keys. So what I'll do is let's say I take key 1, and this is the connection string. So I'll have to copy this, and I'll have to come back to my code, and I'll have to replace it over here. So let's replace the deployment key. And now I will have to remove this part out of the deployment key. This is not required, right? So this we will remove, and this is my deployment key, guys. All right, next step is to basically enter the container name. Now the hands-on basically expects us to create a new container, so let us do that. So let's go inside overview and let's go to blobs. So I have a container in Intellipaat over here. Let's create one more container and let's call it new, right? And let's give the access as blob, and let's click on OK. All right, so my container is now ready and it's called new. Let's name the container over here. So my container name is new. Okay, Everything else looks good. So right now, this is basically the connection information for my MySQL database. So right now, it is going to upload the data onto my local host MySQL. All right. So let's see if I can upload a file now. Let's save this index.php. Let's come back to our website. Let's refresh it once. And now let's choose a file which we want to upload. Let's go inside. Let us try to upload, let's say, database. So this is an image which is called database. Let's select this and let's click on submit. So it says Blob uploaded successfully and new record created successfully. So let us verify that in our database. So I'll do a select star from names. As you can see, there is a new entry over here which is 680345573. This is the name which has been assigned by my website. So this is basically a random name. The reason for that is that it could be that you are uploading duplicate files, and if you upload duplicate files you don't want the names to coincide. So what I'm doing is I'm assigning a random name to every file that I'm uploading, right? So this is the file which has been uploaded, and we can check it over here. If I click on checklist, this is the file which has been uploaded, and if I click on this file now, I can download that file basically from Azure. It says blob not found, and the reason for that is that I'll have to change the URL inside my list website, which is basically if I click on checklist, this is the list.php. I'll have to change some code here. I'll show you that. But first, let's go inside the new container. And as you can see, there's a PNG file over here. Now this PNG file I can directly download from my list file. But in order to do that, what I'll have to do is I'll have to click on this file and I'll have to copy this URL. And I'll have to see what is the prefix over here. So the prefix is this. So I'll have to copy this prefix. And now I will have to go inside my code and open the list.php code. And this is the URL that I'll have to replace. So let's replace it. All right, great. Now let's save it. Come back to our website. This is the list.php. Let us refresh this once. And now when I click on the file, you can see that I've downloaded the file automatically. Let's click on this file. And this is an image which has been downloaded. Now let's try something else. Let me show you the image first and then I'll try to upload it. So what I'll do is I'll go inside downloads and let's say I want to upload this machine file. So this machine file looks something like this. Okay. Now we're going to upload this machine file. Let's go inside our website. Let's choose a file and now let's select the machine file, which is basically this. This we will upload. We'll click on open and we'll click on submit. So it says Blob uploaded successfully. If I go inside my container and I refresh it, you can see there's a new entry over here. Even in my database, if I refresh, there's a new entry over here. And now what I can do is I can basically just go to my list, refresh it. This is the new entry. Click on it, file gets downloaded, click here, and this is the file which was uploaded. So what is basically happening over here is this file is now hosted on Blob, and any of you, if you click on this link, you will be able to download it. But the problem is that this website right now is only available on my local host, and I have to make it available to the world. Now how can I do that? So first thing first, let us go back to our slides and see what is our next step. So our next step is that I want to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now my database which is being updated is on my local host. But what I want is that it should be updated on my Azure MySQL database. Now let's see how we can do that. So the first thing that I will do is I'll have to go back to my Azure dashboard. I'll have to go to services and I'll have to go into databases. And this is the database that I want to launch, Azure database for MySQL Server. Let's select it. Let's add a database. I want to include it inside my demo environment resource group. The server name, let's specify it as Intel1, right? The admin username, let's specify it as Intel. The password, let's specify it as Intel@123. Okay, it says your password cannot contain all or part of the login name. No issues. Let's name it as Azure@123. Same is the case over here. Alright. And where do I want to launch it? I want to launch it in South India. The version is 5.7, which is great. Now let's change the amount of specification that we have for this server. Let's click on configure server. I want a basic configuration. I basically want one core, and I want the least amount of storage, which is 5 GB. Auto growth, no, I don't want it. Backup retention period, the least is 7 days, which is fine. And I think that's it. Let's click on OK. Now the server has been configured. Now let's click on review plus create. Okay, so our username is Intel, my password is Azure@123, and now let's click on create. All right, so my deployment is underway, which basically means my MySQL database is now getting deployed. Let's wait for some time. We'll wait for it to be complete, and then we'll proceed with our demo. Alright guys, so my deployment is now complete. So I can just click on go to resource and I am in. So this is my database, guys. Now in order to see or in order to access my database, this is the server name that I'll have to use. So let's go ahead and select this. So my server name is this. Let's copy it and let's come back to our command prompt. And what we want to do is MySQL -h. This is the connection string or the server name. Next thing is I'll have to specify the username, which in my case is this. So let's copy it, paste it here. Next thing that I want is the password. So the password is Azure@123. Now this will give me an error, guys. It says client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. So let's solve that. So we'll go inside connection security. And what I want to do is I will specify my client IP, which is this. All right, that's been added. Also, guys, turn this enforce SSL connection off, because right now we don't want to get into making an SSL connection since this is a demo. All right, guys, everything looks good now. Let's click on save. And once this rule has been saved, what we'll see is that we should be able to connect to our database. Alright guys, so it says it has successfully updated the connection security. And now when I go back to my command prompt and I try to enter the same command with the password Azure@123, you can see I have successfully connected to my MySQL database on Azure. Now if I do a show databases right now, you can see there are only the default databases present. So let us change that. So I'll just exit, or before exiting, let us just create an empty database, which is images. So we'll use images and let's create a table. So create table names, and the names will be name space varchar 20. So we have created it, and now let's just go to our code. So the code is over here. This is my code, guys. Now I will have to specify the server name. So server name in my case would be this. Let's copy it. This is my server name. My username is this, and my password is Azure@123. Okay, everything looks good. Let's save the file. Similarly, in index.php, let's do the same changes. My server name is this. Let's copy it. My username is this. Let's copy it, and my password is Azure@123. All right, let's save the file, and now let's go to our website. Let's try to check the list. Let's see what it shows us. It shows us empty because there's no data in the Azure SQL table. Great. Now let's choose a file, and now let's try to upload some random file. Let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully, new record created successfully. Let's check that. So I'll just do a select star from names, and I can see that there is a new entry over here. If I do a checklist, this is the new entry. If I click on this, I can download the file, and this is the file that I basically uploaded. Great. Now my website is updating data onto Azure database, and at the same time it is uploading data onto my storage account inside the container, which is new, right? So let's go inside blobs. Let's go inside new, and this is the new file which was basically just uploaded. Great, guys. Now what I want to do is I want to make this website public. Right, this website is working fine over here, but I want this website to be used by everyone in the world. Now how can I do that? In order to do that, I will have to go on to home, and we studied or we saw a service which can basically just upload our website and not ask us to install any software. It will not ask us to log in into the operating system, do some configuration, nothing. It will just give us a dashboard through which we can upload our website. So let's go ahead and do that. So the service that I'm talking about is app services. So let's go inside app services and let's click on add. So now it will ask me which resource group. So I'll say demo environment, name of the instance. Let's specify it as Intel demo. All right. Okay. It's already been taken. So let's specify Intel Azure. All right. This seems to be available. What do you want to publish? I want to publish the code, the runtime stack. It's actually PHP 5.6. This is the one. What is the region that we want to deploy it in? We want to deploy it in South India. So let's select that. South India. This is the one. Great. Let's change the size of the server which will be launched. So basically we are in dev or test environment, right? And this is the minimum configurations that we can launch. All right, let's click on apply, and now let's click on review and create. So this over here we can basically do all the change, all the necessary review as to what all we are launching. So we just selected PHP 5.6 and we specified the name of the app. That's all we did, right? Now let's click on create. Now guys, what will happen now is it will basically deploy a server on which it will install PHP 5.6, it will install Apache, and then it will give me a URL. And when I go to that URL, I will basically see a sample app, right? It is not giving me access to the operating system. It is not asking me to install any software. All that was done over here was we selected the runtime stack, which was PHP 5.6. We specified the server configuration, and that is all. That is all we need to configure, and that is all we get access to. Now, once it gets deployed, I'll show you guys how you can upload your code onto this particular web app. So as you can see, it is already deployed. Now let's go to resource, and this is the resource, guys. The status is it's running right now, and if I browse this web app right now, it'll basically show me a sample web app which has been deployed on it, right? Let's wait for that website to appear. Since this web app has just been launched, it might take some time for the web app to show the website, but nevertheless, it will show the website. So let's wait for it to actually show us. Let me try stopping it and refreshing it once. All right, it's going to take its sweet time, so let's give it that. All right, so as you can see, hey app service developers, your app service is up and running. Time to take the next step and deploy your code. Great, so this is what we want to do. Now, to deploy your code, you will have to go inside Deployment Center. So let's go inside that. So once we are inside Deployment Center, it's asking me where is my source control, right? So my source control is basically on my local, right? So, but my local is not a Git repository as of now. So what I can do is I can just go on my code, which is over here, Azure 1. This is the folder, and let me just right click here and click on Git Bash, right? Let me just make the text a little bigger for you so that it is visible. All right, so guys, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize an empty Git repository, so git init. And now I'm going to add all the files in the Git file system. I'm going to stage it for the Git file system. So once this process is done, I'm going to commit it, git commit -m, and this is my first commit. Now it's going to save the files. Great, so the files are saved. Now what I want to do is I want to upload this particular code onto my Azure web app, right? So going back to the portal, I do have a local Git where I have my code checked in. So let's select this option and click on continue. Now it's asking me which build provider to choose. Don't worry about here. Don't worry about what is Azure Pipelines and what is Kudu engine. Basically, if you select Kudu engine, you don't have to do any configuration. More on this we can discuss in the further sessions, but right now just select the Kudu engine and click on continue. And now it says your local Git repository URL will be generated upon completion. Branch would be master, app service is build service. Great, let's click on finish. So now it is basically going to set up the Git environment for me on the web app server, and what I will get is basically this URL, which is my Git URL. So this URL I'll be using to upload my code. But before that, I will also have to set the credentials for my Git system. So to set that, I click over here, FTP or credentials, and I'll go to user credentials. And I can specify anything over here. Let's specify a username. Let's say the username is Intellipaat, and let's say the password is Intelli@123, Intelli@123, and now let's click on save credentials. So it says saving credentials was a success. Great. Now what I can do is I can just close this, and now I'll just have to go to my resource. I'll have to go to deployment center, and now I will just take the Git URL over here. All right, so this is a Git URL. Let's copy this, and now git remote add Azure, and let's try to paste this link now. Yes, so this was the syntax, git remote add Azure, right? And now what I want to do is I want to push my code onto Azure. So git push Azure master. I'll hit enter, and it'll ask me the credentials. So credentials is Intellipaat, and the password is Intel@123. Oh, authentication failed. I think I forgot the password. No issues, guys. So I can just specify it again. So it's Intel@123 and Intel@123. Let's save the credentials. Okay, credentials are saved. Let's go back here, git push Azure master, and now it should basically push my code onto the web app. Now it will take some time over here, guys. Don't worry about the time. It'll take around a minute or so to upload your code. So let's wait for that time and let's hope everything goes well. All right, the process has started. So it is updating the branch now, copying all the files. Great. So my code is now uploaded on the app, and it says it will restart in 10 seconds. Great. So meanwhile, what I can do is I can go to my web app and I can just refresh this. And as you can see, my website is now available over here. All right. If I click on checklist, you will see an error, and I'll tell you why that error would be there. It says connection failed. Client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. Now, how can you solve that? Just go to home and go to your database, go to connection security, and allow access to Azure services. Just click on, and as a security feature, just remove the IP address that you used earlier. And now let's click on save. So now my security settings will get updated, and then I would be able to use my website on the web app. Alright, so my settings are about to be updated. Let's wait for that time, and then we'll go ahead. Alright guys, so my data has been updated successfully. So if I go here back and I click on refresh, you can see the list is now being generated. Let's try to upload a file, guys. Let's try to upload this Word file. Okay, let's click on open and let's click on submit. It says Blob updated successfully. Let's check that. Let's go to our resource group. Let's go to our storage account. Let's go inside blobs. We'll go inside our container. And this is the docx file which was just updated. And if I refresh the list, I can see the docx file over here as well. If I click on it, I'd be able to download it. And guys, with this, we have successfully completed our demo. But let me show you a very awesome thing that comes with connecting Git to your web app, right? So now I can just simply go to my index.php, and let's say I want to change this heading. Okay, so let's try to change the heading. I'll just go down, upload to Azure Blob, and let's add a little bit of text over here. Let's say welcome to Intellipaat. Okay, let's save it. Come back to our Git terminal. Let's do a Git status. You can see that index.php has been modified. Great. Let's save this file. Let's commit this file. Updated index. Great. And now let's push it. So git push Azure master. It'll again take a minute or two, and then our files will get updated on the web app automatically. Alright, so my code has been updated. Let's go ahead and check it. So let me just refresh this website. And as you can see, my code has successfully updated over here. It says upload to Azure Blob. Welcome to Intellipaat. And this is exactly what we changed. Alright.
So when we talk about Azure DNS, we need to understand what is the DNS in itself. So the domain name system is responsible for translating or resolving a website or service to its service name to its IP address. So this is what fundamentally happens, and almost all of you should be aware about this, like how a website name is translated into its original IP address of the server which is hosting the web page that you are seeing on your browser. So Azure DNS, what it does, it provides a hosting service for your DNS domains. So it provides name resolution using Microsoft Azure infrastructure. So what Microsoft is doing, it is giving you a global infrastructure available for your DNS, and it has actually implemented DNS servers across all its data centers across the world. And it's not something where you can register your domain. You need to register your domain separately with a registrar. But after you have registered your domain, you can use Azure's infrastructure to utilize the name servers and its bandwidth to host your services like DNS on Azure itself. So by hosting your domains in Azure, you can manage your DNS. Means you don't need to go to the your registrar's domain page to manage your DNS. You can manage everything in your Azure portal, Azure DNS zone itself. First thing you need to do, you just need to delegate permissions to your to Azure to manage your domain for you. So Azure DNS also supports private DNS domains. So like you can use local domains as well for your virtual networks and your on-premise setup as well. So this is a simple flow here. It's very obvious, like how we create a request, like a user is creating a request here and hitting this URL, and Azure DNS in the background will do all the work, and it will translate this domain name to a particular IP address. So how it does, we'll try to understand that, and ultimately you will get a IP address of the page of the server that is hosting that website with all the pages, and the user will get that IP address, and then it will connect directly to the resource. It can be a VM, it can be a web app, or it can be many other things, but fundamentally it will have your website hosted inside that infrastructure. So if we talk about what Azure DNS offers in terms of what all features are there, so fundamental things like you can see here, reliability and performance. So we are talking about Azure. With Azure and cloud of this scale, you get reliability and performance highly optimized. So DNS domains in Azure DNS are hosted on Azure's global network of DNS name servers. So like how it is managed, that's taken care of by Microsoft. But you, whenever you create a DNS zone in Azure portal, you get a set of name servers for all the domains, like 4 name servers. Now for every DNS zone, they maintain a name server, and how they do it in the background, that is not something we should be like concerned about, but they manage it in the background so that wherever all across the world, your domain is highly available, and it means you can take benefit out of this global infrastructure that Azure is providing. So Azure DNS uses Anycast networking so that each DNS query is answered by the closest available DNS server. So based on where the request is originating from, Azure will ensure that by default, it will ensure that your users actually get the fastest response from the closest available DNS server. So that is just a relevant explanation of how you can actually enhance the performance. So
since Azure provides very healthy and robust infrastructure, so your users can actually utilize that to get better performance.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So this provides both fast performance and high availability for your domain. So which is actually an inherent feature for anything that is in Azure. So when you start using DNS from Azure, again, it becomes obvious that you can utilize that as well. So seamless integration, the Azure DNS service can be used to manage DNS records for your Azure services and can be used to provide DNS for your external resources as well. So within the Azure infrastructure offering like VMs and web apps, you can use Azure DNS, which is already being used by Azure. Like when you create a VM, it is getting an IP address, a private IP address, and it is getting a public IP address if you choose to do so. All that is managed by the Azure DNS, that public IP address and the resolution of that name of the VM that you get to the IP address in the background. All that is happening in the background using Azure DNS. That is by default, but you can customize it as well. Because whenever we create a VM, we don't need to create a DNS server explicitly to begin with. We can do so to manage it inside we can manage a different VM. Inside that, we can have a DNS role and we can manage everything as using that DNS server. But by default, if you don't have that requirement, Azure DNS maintains everything in terms of name resolution and management. So you can do it for your Azure services as well as for your external resources as well, outside of Azure, maybe your on-premise setup. So this is something about integrating with your Azure as well as non-Azure services. And when we talk about security, the Azure DNS service is based on Azure Resource Manager. So again, when you use anything in Azure, you get all the inherent features out of it. So role-based access control, the Azure Active Directory management. So all the things which make Azure highly secure are available in Azure DNS as well. So you will get this feature in ARM model, not in classic model. So with ARM, you get inherent security features enabled for Azure DNS as well. Your domain and records can be managed via the Azure portal, Azure PowerShell commandlets, and the cross-platform Azure CLI. So again, this is also very obvious. You can actually programmatically access it using PowerShell or CLI, and you can directly go to the portal and you can manage your DNS entries on the portal itself. So this is something quite generic, not related to Azure itself. So this is a little overview about what a domain is. So the domain name system is a hierarchy of domains. So the hierarchy starts from the root domain. So V means, I think you all must be familiar with it. So the dot represents the root domain, and you can have different top level domains like com, net, org, UK, or JP for Japan. So different geographies or different kind of organization types, you can have different top level domains. And then there is a second level domain that is specific to your like organization type, especially here org.ok UK and co.jp. So they're like root domain, top level domain, second level domain, and then you have further sub level domains. So the domains in the DNS hierarchy are globally distributed, hosted by DNS name servers around the world. So it's not as if without Azure DNS you don't have access to any DNS name servers. It's already there. When you register a domain, you get a set of name servers assigned to your domain, and those name servers actually host your DNS entries and your domain. So it's not like it's not available before Azure DNS, but yes, Azure DNS is a good option to opt for when you start utilizing Azure as a complete resource for all your IT needs. So you can use Azure DNS as well. So a domain name registrar is an organization that allows you to purchase a domain name such as contoso.com. So this is not, Microsoft is not a domain name registrar as of yet, like in terms of Azure. So you need to purchase it from somewhere else. But that domain name registrar will actually help you with purchasing a particular domain name. And Azure DNS provides a globally distributed high availability name server infrastructure, which you can use to host your domain. So this is in a sense telling you what exactly Azure DNS is. It is actually a set of name server infrastructure that is available globally, and it is highly available, and you can use it to host your domains. By hosting your domains in Azure DNS, you can manage your DNS record directly in Azure itself. So you don't need to keep on going to your domain name registrar domain page and manage things there. You can do it here itself. Azure DNS does not currently support purchasing of domain names. If you want to purchase domains, you need to use a third-party domain name registrar, so which I have iterated many times. This domain concept is quite generic. It's not specific to Azure. We use it in so many ways every time when we hit the browser. And DNS zone is something like inside the Azure. It's all outside Azure as well, but in reference to Azure DNS, DNS zone is the way we manage Azure DNS. Like we create our own entries in Azure DNS using DNS zones. So this is how we actually manage our domain inside Azure DNS. So a DNS zone is used to host the DNS records for a particular domain. So like, as we said, abc.com. So you can create a DNS zone with abc.com, and you can configure the name servers, and you can start creating records and managing everything with Azure DNS itself. So what it does, it actually provides you a set of infrastructure in the background. You pay a price for it. We'll discuss about pricing in the end, but it's not a big kind of a price. It depends on how much you're consuming. You will start paying on that basis. So to start hosting your domain in Azure DNS, you need to create a DNS zone for that domain name. Each DNS record for your domain is then created inside this DNS zone. So first for the domain, you create a DNS zone, and then as I showed you, you can start creating DNS record for your domain inside this DNS zone. So an example is here, like the domain contoso.com may contain several DNS records, such as mail.contoso.com for a mail server and www.contoso.com for a website. So once you register your domain using a DNS zone in Azure DNS, you can start configuring the records for that particular domain, and you can have a mail.contoso.com for your mail server, and similarly for a website you can have www.contoso.com. So this is very simple, but this is how it actually gets implemented in Azure. So when creating a DNS zone in Azure DNS, there are certain things you need to keep in mind. So there are certain limitations, not in terms of how much you can create, but how you create it in Azure. So the name of the zone must be unique within the resource group, and the zone must not exist already. So what it is trying to say is that suppose you have a resource group, suppose ipdemo rg01, you have a DNS zone already created inside that resource group abc.com. Now you cannot register abc.com again in that same resource group. So the second line makes it even clearer. The same zone name can be reused in a different resource group or a different Azure subscription. So if I have another resource group in the same subscription, ipdemo rg02, I can create abc.com as a DNS zone there in that resource group. So it allows you to do that. So you would be now trying to understand how it allows to do that, and if it allows, how it works in the background. So I think the third line explains that. So where multiple zones share the same name, each instance is assigned different name server addresses. You see ns1-04 azure-dns.com. So this is a name server for .com, and similarly for other top level domains. So if I create ipdemo.com inside this resource group rg03, and inside rg02 I can create ipdemo.com, but again it will have a different set of name servers, but I cannot create ipdemo.com in the same resource group rg03. So this is what it is trying to tell here. So only one set of addresses can be configured with the domain name registrar. So this is very obvious, even though you might be able to register the same domain in two different resource groups and have different set of name servers. With your domain name registrar, you can configure it only for one DNS zone, because it won't allow you to configure it with two name server records, two name server entries. So inside like DNS zone, you will create DNS records. So the records are like are specified by using relative names. Okay, a fully qualified domain name FQDN includes the zone name, where a relative name does not. So the example will make it clearer. So the relative record name www in the zone contoso.com gives the fully qualified record name www.contoso.com. So a relative name would be like a www, and if you talk about fully qualified record name, it would be www.contoso.com, where contoso.com is the DNS zone name. So this is just an overview, like how you actually name your records. So if you are naming like a you want a name for your website, you will create a www record, and its relative name will be www, and FQDN will have the entire DNS zone integrated with it. So what all types of record types we can have in Azure DNS? We can see that in the last line, but in essence, a DNS record has a name and a type. So it's very obvious. So as you can see, the last line, there are so many types of DNS records you can create, and then you assign a name to it. So records are organized into various types according to the data they contain. We will actually see in the next slide quite detailed description of different record types. So different record types actually pertain to different services or data that they contain. The most common type is an A record, which maps a name to an IPv4 address. So this is something we use quite commonly. And another common type is an MX record, which maps a name to a mail server. So this must also be very familiar. Azure DNS supports all common DNS record types. So A, quadruple A, CA, CNAME, MX, NS, PTR, SOA, SRV, and TXT. So there are so many types of DNS records. People who actually manage DNS servers must be very familiar with these things. So here is a little description to what all record types are in general, not only in reference to Azure DNS. So this will give you a better idea if you don't already have it. So a record type of A refers to an IPv4 set of a version of IP addresses, and quadruple A is for IPv6 version of IP addresses. So in any case, both of these record types do the same function. They map a host name, for example here adatem.com, to an IP address. So it can be any IP address which would belong to a particular server or infrastructure that is hosting your website. So it's simple. This record actually does the task of mapping a host name to an IP address, which is what we do most of the times when we hit a web browser. And CNAME record, canonical name, is actually used to assign a custom name. Like so, it is used when you configure email services, and especially Exchange server. So there you mention the MX record, and you point it to a particular A record, which will have a particular IP address assigned for the Exchange server that you're pointing to. So NS is very common that we have seen here as well. So name servers contains the name of a server hosting a copy of the entire DNS zone. So if we go to the portal, you see these set of name servers for different top level domains. So what it is doing is it is actually hosting the entire copy of this DNS zone inside these servers. So right now they have only NS and SOA records to begin with, but in future you will add more records, and all those records will be hosted in these name servers. So SOA is start of authority that we saw, like is by default, and it provides information about the writable copy of the DNS zone, including its location and version number. So if we go here, we see a lot of information here. Yeah. So if you see here, it's giving the entire email here, which is referencing to this, and the host, which is one of the name servers here, and the refresh time, retry time, expiry time, and all the metadata information. So this is something which is there by default, and it actually refers to your DNS zone. So SRV records are another kind of records which actually point to hosts that are providing specific services such as initiation protocol SIP or ADDS Active Directory Domain Services. So these are means the whole point is like all these records are actually meant for different services. So this is not something specific to Azure. It's like generally available, and the point is all this is available in Azure, and we can start using it to manage our domains and manage our services which we use those domains for. And the last one is TXT, which is a simple, it contains custom text and it's a text record. These are the general record types for managing DNS anywhere. So what is a registrar? A domain registrar is a company who can provide internet domain names. So they verify if the internet domain you want to use is available and allow you to purchase it, which is obvious. And once the domain name is registered, you are the legal owner for the domain for the specified time you have purchased it for. And if you already have an internet domain, you will use the current domain registrar to delegate to Azure DNS, which I showed you, like you can start pointing it to the name servers of Azure. So in Azure DNS, you have the option of using private domains as well. Azure DNS is a hosting service, which we have understood very clearly for DNS domains. In addition to internet-facing DNS domains, Azure DNS now also supports private DNS domains. So you can have the public domains. Along with that, you can have private DNS domains as well. The third line is very important because this is something which is by default and we never realize that. So Azure DNS resolve domain names in a virtual network without the need to add a custom DNS solution. So whenever we create any VM or any other infrastructure in a virtual network, we don't have to manually create a custom DNS solution or have a DNS server in place in the virtual network to manage all the DNS entries and the name resolution. So this happens by default, and Azure DNS is actually managing it in the background. So private DNS zones allow you to use your own custom domain names rather than the Azure provided names. So this is something you can actually build over. So instead of using the names that Azure provides for your VMs, you can start using your own custom domain names. And how useful it's going to be for you, we'll try to understand that in the next slide. But yes, you can start doing that as well. It provides name resolution for VMs within a virtual network and between virtual network. Yes, it will start doing that. It's happening right now as well, but you can use private DNS zones as well. Additionally, you can configure zone names with a split horizon view, allowing a private and a public DNS zone to share the same name. So what it is trying to say here is same DNS zone name can be used privately as well as publicly. So all the traffic that is coming from our virtual network will be treated as private, and all coming from internet will be as public.
Active Directory is used to store and organize information about various elements of an organization's network, such as computers, users, resources like printers, shared files, or folders. To understand this better, let's consider a scenario. Let's say that you work for an organization of about 100 people, right? So there are like total 100 employees in your organization, and there are 150 computer systems. So, and let's say that there are 5 printers. So the organization needs to keep, obviously the organization would have to keep the track of all the computer systems that are currently in use and all the computer systems that are just sitting idle and the systems that are spare, and they will have to keep a track of which employee is using which computer system or which computer system is connected to the 5 printers, right? And they will also need to keep a track of what kind of user credential to log into their computers and all of the information related to this. So that means organizations need a database where they can actually store and organize this information, right? So that database is actually called Active Directory. So usually on-premise organizations, when they store and organize this kind of information, they call it the Active Directory. So this is what Active Directory is. Since Active Directory contains all kinds of information about the organization, it contains information about users, computers, and resources that are part of the organization. It can actually be used to authenticate and authorize the users, right? Because it contains the credentials of the users, it contains the names and all other kinds of information about the user. So you can actually use the Active Directory to authenticate and authorize the user. So this is what Active Directory is all about. Now let's understand what is an Azure Active Directory. Like I've already said, that Azure Active Directory is basically inspired from this on-premise Active Directory service. But it's so much more than that. Azure Active Directory is the identity management solution for Azure. It's a live directory or a database that stores user accounts and their passwords, computers, file shares, security groups, permissions, and so much more. Let's again take an example to understand this a little better. Now let's say that you again work for an organization, but this organization uses Azure Cloud for all of its workloads, right? So let's say that there are multiple departments in your organization, and each and every department needs access to some different kinds of services from Azure Cloud. So again, your organization, because your organization doesn't want employees to be using their own personal Azure accounts in order to be able to access Azure services, they have gone and created one parent account, Azure account, so that all of their employees can use that one single account to access and use Azure services. Now, like I've already said, that different departments may need access to different kinds of services. That means, let's say that the production environment doesn't need access to any machine learning services, let's say. So if you give out the credential for the whole parent account, then they will actually have the access to those services as well, right? Along with the services that they actually need. So this is not very a smart decision when it comes to the security terms, right? Because if everyone has access to every service that comes in your Azure subscription, then how would you know that who is using what service, right? So to keep a track of that, what you can do, you can easily create users, and you can give them their own passwords and own user accounts, and then you can go ahead and give them a role so that they can only access the services that they actually need. That way you will know that production department is only accessing virtual machines and databases and cloud function and these kind of services, and other departments are only accessing the services that they actually need. This way your Azure subscription or your Azure organization's Azure account will stay safe, right? Because there won't be any unauthorized access, and you can also keep a track of all of the billing, right? So till here everything seems fine, but now if you think about the number of employees, how would that work? I mean, there are going to be so many employees. There are going to be more than 100 employees with their own user accounts and their own passwords to access some specific service, and then if they want access to some other service, then they will have to be given another user account and another pair of passwords so that they can access that other service as well. So there are going to be multiple usernames and multiple passwords for all of the employees. Now, to keep a track of all of those things, of course your organization's IT admin would need Active Directory. Now, instead of just using an on-premise Active Directory, he can directly go ahead and use Azure Active Directory because Azure offers this service, right? So IT admin will go ahead and store all kinds of information about user accounts, their passwords, the computers, file shares, security groups, permissions that they have given to every user account, and so much more in that Azure Active Directory. Now again, like I said, that Azure Active Directory is an identity management solution, right? That means now since it contains so much information about users, we can actually go ahead and use Azure Active Directory for identity management purpose. Now that we understand what is an Azure Active Directory in layman terms, let's see how Azure defines Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant identity solution for Azure. Azure AD is one-stop solution for core directory services for cloud, application access management, and identity authentication solutions. That means, like I said, that it is inspired from the on-premise directory services. That means that for cloud, it is one-stop solution for core directory services, right? And for application access management, well, of course, like I said, that it's an identity management solution. That means You can actually use Azure Active Directory to configure who can access your application and not. And then, of course, identity authentication solutions. Like I've already told you, Azure Active Directory is the solution offered by Azure for identity authentications, right? Now, moving on, why exactly Azure Active Directory came into the picture? Like, what was the need that Azure felt so that it provided this service, right? Let's first consider the scenario before Azure Active Directory. That means the case scenario where Azure Active Directory does not exist. So for any service that you might want to use, you are given a set of username and password, using which you can access that particular service for which the username and password is created. Now let's say that you as an employee of your organization wanted to use database services offered by Azure. So IT admin goes and creates a username and password for you, and now you can use your organization's parent or tenant account, Azure account, to access database service. But you can only access database service using this username and password. Now let's say if you wanted a cloud function service, right? You wanted to access the cloud function service. So for that, again, IT admin had to create one more username and password for you, and now you can use this particular username and password to access cloud function. You cannot use the previous set of username password to access cloud function because that username and password is specifically created for database service, right? Now let's say that you want one more service, you want to access Azure virtual machines. Now for that also, IT admin had to go and create one more username and password, and then now you can access Azure virtual machine using this particular username and password. That means if you want to access 3 different services from Azure, then you will be given 3 different sets of username and password. Now, of course, it's a hassle for you to remember all these different username and passwords, but it's not just you. It's also a very big problem for the IT admin of your organization, because of course he has to manage all of the passwords, all of the usernames, because he needs to keep a track of what username he has already created or what password he has already given to what username, and what a set of username and password goes to which employee, and what are the permissions connected or related to that set of username and password. So he has to keep track of all of this. So of course, if one employee needs access to 3 services and there are 3 different sets of username and passwords, of course there are going to be so many other employees as well, and they are also going to have multiple username and passwords because of course they are going to need to access multiple services, right? So this all of this becomes hassle for employees as well as the IT admin who has to keep track of or who has to manage all of these username and passwords. So this is where Azure Active Directory comes in. Now that we have seen what was the case scenario before Azure Active Directory, now let's move ahead and see how, when Azure offered its service, identity management service, Azure Active Directory, all of these problems got solved, right? So after Azure Active Directory was introduced in your organization, Azure Active Directory, your organization can actually use Azure Active Directory to just create a single set of username and password using which an employee of your organization or you can access any service that you want as long as the admin has given you the permission, which means that now instead of creating multiple sets of username and password for all of your different services, now IT admin just has to create one username and password that belongs to you, and the IT admin can actually go ahead and add permissions in that same username and password for different services. That means, let's say that first of all you want a database service and your password and username was created, right? Now when you wanted cloud function service, then instead of creating a new username and password, your IT admin just has to add the permission for cloud function service in your existing username and password. That is all he has to do. So that means there will only be a single username and password for every single employee, right? He just has to keep track of all the username and password for every single employee, and now he can use Active Directory to track or store or organize the permissions that he has given to all of the username and passwords. So now your task has become simple because you only have to remember one set of username and password, as well as your IT admin's task has become simple because he doesn't have to track all of the different username and password that belong to only one employee, right? Because now there is only one username and password for one employee. So this feature is actually called a single sign-on. That means a single set of username and password to sign in and access any service that you want as long as you're given the permission, right? So Azure Active Directory provides this feature, which is called single sign-on. So as we all know that Microsoft isn't just providing or offering web-based services through its cloud platform, that is Azure, but it has been actually also providing on-premise services as well. So before Microsoft provided Azure Active Directory, it had already provided an on-premise Active Directory service, which was known as Windows Active Directory. So Windows Active Directory was not actually designed to handle web-based services or information related to web-based services, right? So that was one major drawback which led Microsoft to come up with this another Active Directory service, which is called Azure Active Directory now, for all the users that were now using cloud platform, right? So even though Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory come from the same root, that is Microsoft, they still have many significant differences. One of the very obvious difference is that obviously Windows Active Directory, like I've already told you, was designed for on-premise purpose, while Azure Active Directory was designed for cloud, right? So it is basically cloud located. So apart from this major difference, there are many other differences which we will see in this Windows AD versus Azure AD topic. But before that, let us just see what is Windows AD in official definition terms, right? So Windows Active Directory is a Windows operating system directory service that offers a single interface for organizing and maintaining information about the organization's network. Now, I've already told you one major drawback because of which Microsoft had to come up with this another Active Directory service, but there is so much more than that. To learn how Windows Active Directory works differently or how Azure Active Directory works differently from Windows Active Directory, we will first have to see how Windows Active Directory works, right? So basically, Windows Active Directory works on different layers, each layer to perform different tasks. So as you can see on your screen, I have listed 5 layers. So the first layer is called ADDS, which is acronym for Windows Active Directory Domain Service. And then next we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Services. And then third layer is ADFC, which is Active Directory Federation Services. And then fourth layer is ADCS, which is Active Directory and Certification Services. And then finally we have the fifth layer, which is ADRMS, which stands for Active Directory Rights Management Services. So like I said, all of these different layers perform different kinds of tasks, right? So let's discuss all of these different tasks one by one, starting with ADDS. So ADDS, like I've already told you, stands for Windows Active Directory Domain Services, right? So this layer actually allows admin to manage information related to user logins and other information such as when the user signed up or logged in, or when did he log out, and how much of services are they using, and stuff like that. And the next layer we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Service. This layer lets admin store any amount of data and data of any type and any size, right? And the next layer ADFC provides the single sign-on feature, which lets user access systems and applications with a single password and username. Now, like I've already told you about little bit about single sign-on feature, right? So since this is the Windows Active Directory, which means that it's working on the on-premise work locations, that means that this layer provides single sign-on feature using which users will be able to access systems or application, not the web-based services, right, with a single password or credential. So this is what ADFC is for. And then the next layer that we have, that is ADCS. This layer allows admin to customize services and manage, or was Azure Active Directory actually merged all these layers into just 2 layers, and these 2 layers performed all of the tasks that were all previous 5 layers were doing. So these 2 layers were WAAD, that is Windows Azure Active Directory, and then the second layer was WAAC, that is Windows Azure Access Control Service. So WAAD layer combines all the 5 layers of Windows Active Directory. That means that it does all the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers in Windows Active Directory. So, and it is the ultimate identification management layer. And the second layer, that is WAAC, enables federation for all of the services of an organization. Now, since it's Azure Active Directory, that means we are using single sign-on to access different Azure services, right? So for that, WAAC layer was introduced in Active Directory, in Azure Active Directory. So these are the two layers. So this is how Azure Active Directory is much evolved and better version of Windows Active Directory, as it has combined all of the 5 layers into just 2 layers, and it has performed all of the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers, and it also lets users access web-based services using single sign-on, right? So this is how Azure Active Directory is different from Windows Active Directory. Now let's see what is service audience. That means who is using this service offered by Azure. So there's basically 3 kinds of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. First is IT administrator, second is application developer, and then we have online customers. So IT admins basically ensure that every employee has relevant credential to access Azure services with relevant permissions. So they basically take care of all the sign-in procedure, and they also resolve issues related to authentication. Now coming to application developers, well, they are the ones who want to use the services for which they have been given the permission, right? So with Azure Active Directory in the picture, application developer only have to remember one set of username and password to access any service that they want to use for their application development purpose, right? And also with Azure Active Directory, the services are made easily available, so their development becomes significantly hassle-free. Now the next service audience that we have here is online customers. So online customers can access services such as Office 365 and other CRM services offered by Azure with their Azure Active Directory credentials. So these are the 3 major service audience of Azure Active Directory service, right? Now moving on, we will learn about the terminologies in Azure Active Directory. Well, of course, in order to be able to understand Azure Active Directory in depth, you must first get familiar with the major terminology that you will most likely come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory, right? So that is why we are going to cover the terminology section first. Okay, so in terminologies, we have tenants, domains, user, and groups. So first of all, let's discuss tenants. Now you must have come across this term a lot. You must have heard tenant term in context of tenant accounts, or that Microsoft is a multi-tenant cloud platform or something like that, right? So what does it actually mean? Well, as for tenant, you can think of it as an organization. Now there are a lot of organizations that are using Microsoft Azure cloud platform, right? They're using their services, and so all of these organizations can be referred to as separate tenants to which Microsoft Azure has been providing or offering their cloud services. So what Microsoft Azure does, it makes sure that all of these tenants stay isolated and separated so that they can maintain the services that they are separately providing to all of these organizations. So basically, when people use the term tenant account, they are usually referring to the parent Azure account that an organization has created, using which they are making use of Azure resources and Azure services, right? So that is what tenant is in Active Directory. Now moving on, next terminology that we have here is domains. So what is a domain? A domain is a DNS zone for which the tenant has proven ownership, which means that it's the public domain of the organization, or maybe a subdomain of the organization, or even an alternative domain that the organization isn't using publicly but has ownership for it, which means that no one else can use this particular domain but the organization itself, because it is the lone owner of that domain, right? So in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites or applications, so that the user base of those organizations can access their websites or applications using these domains. When you create an Azure Active Directory, you get a default domain with your Azure Active Directory. It's usually in the format as shown on your screen, that is onmicrosoft.com. The prefix of this domain depends on the name of the Azure Active Directory. That means the organization gets to decide what would be the prefix of this domain. And this domain, that including that prefix, this domain becomes their unique domain for which the tenant or the organization has the lone ownership, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. hybrid cloud, D, all of the above? Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Now, you might be thinking, like I said, that in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites and applications, right? Now, if they used this default domain that they're getting with their Azure Active Directory, which has the suffix of onmicrosoft.com, then their user base might think that this URL might take them to some Microsoft page, right? Because it has microsoft.com in the end. But that doesn't happen, because in most cases what happens is that the organizations or the tenant usually add their custom domains in Azure Active Directory, and then they verify that custom domain. That means they prove their ownership for that custom domain, and then they use that custom domain for any of their personal purposes, right? But how do they add their custom domain in the Azure Active Directory? So let's understand that. Let's add a custom domain in our Azure Active Directory using our Azure portal, right? So for that, I'll go to my Azure portal. So this is my Azure portal, and basically this is the homepage of my Azure portal. So before we begin adding a custom domain name in our Azure Active Directory, let me first tell you how you can get a custom domain name. It has to be a valid domain name. That is the only way it will work. Now, for a valid domain name, since it's just a demo, you don't have to go and buy or purchase a valid domain name. You can use one of the online websites that provide you free domain names for a certain period of time, right? So I'm going to be using one such website for this demo, which is called freenom.com, right? So this is what I'm going to use. I will pick domain name from here, a free domain name, and then I will add that custom domain name in my Azure Active Directory here. So first of all, let's go ahead and select a custom domain name. All right, so this is how freenom.com looks. I have already created an account and logged in. All you have to do is create an account and then sign in, and then this page will open up for you. Now what you have to do is you have to go to service and you have to register a new domain, right? Now what you have to do is you have to search for a domain name of your choice. So I'll search for any domain name that will start with Hello Cloud. Alright, so here's the result of my search. As you can see, hello.tk is here, hellocloud.ml is here, hellocloud.ga is here, and all of them are free. We also have some other domain names, hellocloud.com, which is not actually free. So we are going to be using a free domain name for today's demo, right? So I will select this hellocloud.ga domain name, right? So to get this domain name, I just have to click on this button here that says get it now. Alright, once I do it, I'll go to my checkout. Don't worry, you won't be charged if you go to checkout, because this is a free domain name, so you won't be charged anything, right? And I'm getting this free domain name for 3 months. Alright, so I'll click on continue. Alright, and then final step, I just have to check mark this and then click on this complete order button, and then this domain will be given to me and I can use it however I wish for the next 3 months, right? So I will go to my client area. Alright, so now that I have a domain, let me show you guys where it is. The domains that you have purchased or the domains that you have got for free from this freenom.com, you can find them here in my domains section. Alright, so the domain that I just bought from them for free was hellocloud.ga. Now let's go ahead and add this domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory, right? So in my Azure portal, what I will have to do is I have to search for Azure Active Directory, right? Alright, so this is my Azure Active Directory, and like I told you that you will get a custom domain name with every time you create an Azure Active Directory. So with every account you get one Azure Active Directory already created for you, right? and this is my Azure Active Directory default directory, which is a default directory, right? And for this default directory, I already have a default domain name as well. Let me show you how you can find that. In this search bar here, you just have to type custom domain, and custom domain names is the option that you have to select. All right. So now, as you can see that there is already a domain name here with the suffix of on Microsoft.com. So this is the default domain name that I got with my default Azure Active Directory, right? But now we want to add a custom domain name, and we have already bought a free domain name, and now we can start adding that custom domain name. Now to add a custom domain name, we just have to click on this button right here. So I'll click on it, and here we have to provide the custom domain name, which is in our case is hellocloud.ga, right? All right, GA. So this is the custom domain name that we want to use. Let's again make sure it's right. hellocloud.ga, right? So now I'll go ahead and click on this add button here. All right. So now it says that to use hellocloud.ga with your Azure AD, create a new TXT record with your domain name registrar using the info below. So we have to create a TXT record in our domain registrar, which is for us is Freenom. All right. So now what you have to do is you have to navigate to your Freenom, and you have to click on this manage domain button in front of the domain that you want to use. So for us, it's hellocloud.ga. So I'll click here. All right. From here, you have to click on manage Freenom DNS. All right. So now here we will create a record using the information given to us by Microsoft Azure, right? So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to change the type to TXT, because that is the kind of record that we are trying to create here. So I'll select TXT here. All right. So next thing we have to do is we have to copy this destination field, and then we have to paste the value here in the target field. All right. And for TTL, it's already same, so we don't have to do anything. And we have to keep the name field here blank, right? Now I'll just click on save changes. All right, so it says my record added successfully. So I'll go back to my Azure portal. Now I can go ahead and click on this verify button. But before that, let me tell you that verifying a domain name could take up to 72 hours. That means once you have bought or purchased custom domain name, and that once you have added that custom domain name here in Azure Active Directory, and even when you have created a record successfully, if you go ahead and try to verify it right at that second, it might not happen for you at that moment, because it usually takes up to 72 hours. So if an error comes up, then you don't have to worry about that, because it will eventually get verified. You can just come up again and you can try it in another 10 or 15 minutes. It'll happen for you eventually. But for the first time when you try to verify it, it might give you an error saying that it can take up to 72 hours for registering or verifying the domain name that you're trying to create, right? So let me show you what this error is actually that I'm talking about, right? So if I click on verify right now, it's going to give me an error like I've already said. So let's see. All right, so it says that it could not find DNS record for this domain because DNS changes may take up to 72 hours to propagate. That means that the changes that I've made, that the record that I've successfully added here, may take up to 72 hours to actually get acknowledged, right? So we are going to wait for a few more minutes, and then we're going to try again to verify it. It's going to get verified after some time. Let me tell you, once you have added this custom domain name, even if it's not verified, it's going to show in your custom domain names page. It's going to be shown like this. The status is going to be specified as unverified. So it's only going to get verified after some time. So when you are adding a custom domain name, once you have added your custom domain name, you can just leave it like that. You can just leave it for an hour or two, and then you can come back to it and then just click on it and then click on verify. So we will do it after some time. Alright guys, so now let's try to verify this added custom domain name, right? So I'm going to, like I've already told you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on verify. So since I have already created a TXT record and I have already saved it, it shouldn't give me any problem now because I have waited for a few hours And before, when I tried to verify it, as soon as I created this record, it gave me an error saying that it could take up to 72 hours for a created record to propagate, right? So now that I have waited for some time, it shouldn't give me that error anymore and it should get verified easily. So for that, I'm going to click on this button and let's see what happens. Alright, so like I told you, it should get verified easily, and it has. It says that verification has succeeded. And now if I go back to my custom domain names page, you can see that now the status here is not saying unverified, it says verified. That means custom domain that I wanted to add here in my Active Directory, my default Active Directory, has been added and it has been verified as well. Now I can go ahead and start using this custom domain name that I have added. Alright guys, so this is how you can create and add a custom domain name in your directory, in your Azure Active Directory. Now let's go on and move ahead with our further topics in this module. Alright guys, so the next terminology that you're most likely to come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory is a user. So by now I know you already understand the meaning of a user, right? And we have also used this terminology before in this module only when we were understanding what is an Azure Active Directory. But let's just once go through the definition. So users are the individuals that are given permission and set of username and a password to access and use certain services, right? So you definitely understand what is a user, but what you don't know is how to create a user in Azure Active Directory, how to create or how to add a user. So moving on, let's understand that. Let's add or delete users using Azure Active Directory. Now for that, I'll have to move to my portal, right? So let me do that. Alright guys, so now I'm in my portal and I have to add a user in my Azure Active Directory. To do that, I will first have to navigate to my Azure Active Directory, right? So I'll do that using this search bar over here. I'll just search for Azure Active Directory and here it is. So this is my default Active Directory. Now I have to add a user in my Active Directory, right? So for that, I'll select this users option right here. Alright, so as you can see that there are already some users that I've added in my Azure Active Directory. You can see their names over here. So that means that whenever you create a user, they will all be listed down here for you to navigate or explore from, right? So let's go ahead now and create our own user. Now, as you can see that there are two options right here. First is new user and the second option is new guest user. So let me tell you a brief difference between these two options. The functionality is basically same. You're basically adding a user in your Azure Active Directory and you will be eventually giving them some roles so that they can access your Azure services, but within some specified permissions or access controls, right? But eventually you'll be doing that for both of these. So let's say that you work for an organization and you have been asked to add some users within your organization so that you can provide them access to their relevant service, right? So for that, you will use this new user option. So basically this option is used whenever you want to create a user that is considered as the internal part of your organization, right? And as for this guest user option, you use this option, let's say, when your organization wants to collaborate with some external partners so that they can give them access to some of their resources, right? That is when you use this new guest user option. So apart from the fact that this new user option is only has to be used when the user is your internal member of the organization, and this new guest user option has to be used when your organization wants to give access to some external party that is not a part of the organization, but that external party needs access to the organization services. There's not much difference between these two because eventually they will be given a username and a password and they will be signing in, and then they will be given some roles according to which they will be accessing your services. So all of these procedure remains same. The only fact that differs is that the new user will have a user type that says member here, and for new guest user, the user type will be guest. It's just a very neat way of organizing all the users that you have created so that you instantly know which user is the part of the internal organization and which user is the external party as soon as you have a look at this list of users, right? It's just a neat way It's just a way of keeping everything neat as Azure likes it, right? So also there is one more difference, which is since the new user, when you use this new user option, the user is expected to be a part of your organization, right? That means that when you create this new user, the username that you will use should have a domain name that is verified with the directory in which you're trying to create the user, right? As for guest user, because they are guests, I mean they are external partners, they are not a part of your organization, that means they can have their own domain, and that domain does not have to be verified in the directory where you are trying to create a user, right? Because all the domains that you will verify in your directory will belong to that organization only, and the external partners, they might not have that domain because that domain is not of their ownership, right? So that is why the domain name that you can use in the username of guest user does not have to be verified in the default directory where you're trying to add this guest user. So let's start by creating a guest user first. So for that, I'll obviously click on this new guest user button. Alright, so now this create user will give me an option to create a user which is a part of my organization, but right now I don't want to create a user. I want to invite a user. That means I want to invite a guest from some external party so that I can provide him access to my services, right? So I will use this option only. Alright, now I have to provide a name to my guest user. So let's say the name of my guest user is Shikha Thakur, right? And the email address. Now this is what I was talking about. Let's say that the email address is... Now this email address is not verified in my default directory. So, but still I am able to use this email address because right now I'm not actually creating a user, I'm just inviting a user, right? So I have provided the name, I have provided the email address. The rest of the things are not mandatory, so I'll leave that out. And yes, so that's all I have to do right now. For now, the role will be user, and there are also options for me to decide whether I want to block sign in for them and other things. I don't want to do that. Now I'm just going to click on invite, and as you can see, inviting user, and here you go, my user has been invited. That means the invitation has gone through, and now that user can decide whether they want to accept the invitation or not. As you can see, the user type of the user that I just invited says guest. That means it's a guest user and not an internal member of my organization, which would have the user type of member. So now that you know how to create a guest user, let's go ahead and actually create a user using this new user option. All right. So for this also, I'm again going to click on this add button, and now out of these two options, I'm going to choose this option here that says create user. All right. So now I have to provide, first of all, I have to provide a username. Like I said, the username should have the domain name that is verified in my default directory. So the first domain name option that I get here is obviously the default domain name that I get with my Active Directory, right? Because since this is the default domain name, that means that it has already been verified by my directory. So it's there, and I will also get option for any other domain name that I might have gone ahead and added myself. That means the custom domain name. If I have verified any custom domain name in my directory, then I can choose that domain here as well, right? So let me show you the domain name that we had, the custom domain name that we have previously added in my directory should show here if I click on this drop down option here. All right, so here it is. As you can see, hellocloud.ga, the custom domain name that I had added is also here. Since it has been verified in my Azure account, I get the option of using this domain name as well. So let's do one thing. Let's first give a name in the username, right? So that name would be, let's say, Jordan. All right, now as for the domain that I want to use, I will use the custom domain name that I had just verified and added in my directory, right? So this is the domain name. Now I can provide the name. So for name, again, I'll go ahead with Jordan. Right, so the rest of the things again are not mandatory, so I'm just going to leave. I can block the person, or I can give job info. I can provide the title here. I can give the department if I want to, so that everything stays organized for me, so that I know this user belongs to this department, right? So for this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that part. And now we can just go ahead and click on create. Right, so as you can see that the user that we have just created is added. The name of the user is Jordan and the user type is member, and the username of that username says hello.cloud, hellocloud.ga, right? So this is the custom domain name that I had added and verified in my Active Directory. Also, one more thing that I would like to point out is this is the username for the user, right? So where is the password? Let me tell you. So when you are creating a user, let's say that we are again in this create user page, right? So if I give a name here, let's say Sarah, and the name would be Sarah, and domain name, I'm going to keep the default domain here. Now as you can see that there is a password option here. If I click on this show password, then it will show me the password. So just copy this password and keep it somewhere safe, because when you are giving the credentials to that particular user, you will have to give this username and this password to that user, so that for the first time it can log in using this credentials, right? So this is where you can get the password. So just copy it and keep it somewhere safe, and then you can go ahead and create the user. So for Sarah, I have the username, I have the password that I had copied, and I'll go to Sarah and I'll give her these credentials so that she can access the resources using, or she can log in using the credentials that I have created, right? Alright, so this is how you can create a user, or you can invite a user in your Azure Active Directory so that you can provide them access to some of your services from the subscription, right? So this is how you create a user. But how about deleting a user? Well, that's easy. There is a delete user option here. You just have to select the user, select any user that you want, and then you can just click on this delete user button and then just click on yes. Alright, so as you can see, I have received a notification saying that the user Sarah has been successfully deleted. So this is how you can delete users. Now let's move on and understand our last terminology, that is groups, right? So what are groups? Well, when we talk about groups in Azure Active Directory, so as you can already imagine or guess from the name itself, a group is a logical collection of users, right? So groups in Azure Active Directory are different than the resource groups because they are the logical collection of resources, while these groups are logical collections of users, right? So groups are created to organize the users or devices on the basis of geographic location, department, types of services, or hardware characteristics. For example, let's say that you are an IT admin in your organization and you have a department where the employees usually need access to same services, right? So now what you can do is you can create them users and then you can give them access, or you can create them user and then you can put them in a group and then giving access to separate users one by one. What you can do is you can just give access to the whole group, and that same access or same permissions will be inherited by any member that is added in the group. That means the users of the group, right? So that is how groups work. Now let's see how we can actually go ahead and create groups and add members using Azure Active Directory, right? So again, for that I'll have to move to my portal. So the first option that I get here is the group type. So you can select group type on the basis of what is convenient for you. I'm just going to keep the default value here. The next is group name. Now we have to provide a name to our group. Now remember that the name of your group should be relevant because it should be easy for you to understand or to remember what that group involves or what kind of services are involved with that group as soon as you look at the name. So remember to keep the name of the group relevant, right? So I'm going to name my group as development here, right? All right, so the next option that we have is group description. Is not mandatory, but you can add a description for the group. You can add what kind of services are involved in that group or how many members are there in the group and things like that. So it basically gives us a neat organized way of having a track on the group, right? And the next option that we have here is membership type. So in this membership type you basically get three options: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. So you basically use this assigned membership type whenever you want to create a very basic group and add some members in it. You can add those members in this group manually and you can remove those members manually, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic user, which actually lets you define some rules for this group on the basis of which new users can be added automatically or existing users can be removed automatically. That means you won't have to do anything manually. The users that meet the requirement of the rules that are set by you for this group will be added automatically to this group, and the users that don't meet requirement of the rules that have been set by you for this group will be removed automatically from this group if you use this dynamic user option, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic device. Now this option is similar to the previous option. The only difference is that it automatically adds or removes a device in a group instead of a user. So for this demo we will use assigned only. Alright, so the next thing that we have to do is add a member in our group, right? So for that I'll click here, and out of all of these entities you can select the members that you want. So we had created a user named Jordan, right? So I'll go ahead and select Jordan and add Jordan as a member in my group, right? Alright, I'll go ahead and select one more user here. I already had a user named Amrit. So Amrit, I'm going to add Amrit also in my group, right? Alright, so now I have two members. I'll just go ahead and click on select, and then I will click on create. Alright, so as you can see, I have received the notification saying that the group has been created successfully. That means my group is here and available for me to use. As you can see that the membership type is assigned and this group type is security and the name of the group is development. If I go inside that group, I will be able to see that there are two members in my group that are users actually, right? And if you want to delete this group, you can just go ahead and click on this delete option here. The group will be deleted easily. So this is how you create a group and add members in it in Azure Active Directory.
So now, guys, let's move on and start off with the hands-on. And what I'm first going to do is I'm going to explain you what we are basically going to make, and then we are going to go ahead and start it. Okay. So guys, let's first understand the website architecture that we're going to deploy on Azure today. All right. So what we are basically going to do is we will have two sets of servers, right? So the first set of servers would be in the US region, and the other set of servers would be in the Indian region. Right now, since these will be multiple servers, what we are also going to do is we are basically going to have a load balancer on top of them, and through this load balancer, if you are in the US region, if you go to a particular domain, basically it should be pointed to the US server automatically. And once you are pointed to the US servers, your load balancer should basically divide the load between the people or between the servers that you have in your fleet, right? Similarly, if let's say you are from India, so you will also be accessing the same domain, which is this, right? And once you access it, you will be basically pointed to the Indian servers, and in Indian servers we are going to have a load balancer which is basically going to route your request to a specific Indian server. Okay, so this is the architecture that we are going to deploy today. Let's go ahead, and the first thing that we would do is go to the Azure dashboard. So the URL is portal.azure.com. So once you guys log in or sign up on Microsoft Azure, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. Now I already have some resources that I have deployed over here, so you don't have to worry about them, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a resource, and once I've created a resource, now I will choose what kind of resource that I want to deploy. So when I'm creating a new, now it's asking me what kind of resource that I want to deploy. Let's say I want to launch a Linux server. So a Linux server is basically either an Ubuntu server, or it could be a CentOS server. Or if I want to launch a Windows server, I can choose this Windows, or I can choose some other operating system as well. So this gives me limited option over here. These are the popular options that people basically deploy. So what we can do is we can just search for virtual machines. I can click on that service, and as you can see, I have some machines which are already running over here. So we are going to ignore them. So first, let's deploy our first virtual machine. So we'll click on add, and now I can fill in all these things that I want. Okay. So first things first, it will ask you a resource group to basically deploy it in. So a resource group is nothing but it's basically a logical grouping of all the resources that you're going to deploy on the Azure cloud. Okay, so what we can do is we can just click on create new, and let's say this is demo hyphen webinar. This is the resource group that I'm basically going to create right now. Okay, so the resource group has been created, and now we have to enter the virtual machine name. So let's say it's Indian server. So this is the server that we are going to deploy, right? Next thing that I'm going to see is the region that I want to deploy it in. So it's in central India, which works out for me, which is great. What is the operating system that I want to launch? So these are the different kind of operating systems that I can choose between. So I have the Microsoft options, then I have Oracle option, I have the Linux options. So whichever I want, I can choose. So for this demo, I'm choosing the Ubuntu server. Then here I can choose the size of the virtual machine that I want to deploy. So let's say I want to deploy the lowest on this list, which is 1 vCPU and 1 GB of memory. So let's choose this. Then it is asking me what is the authentication type that I want to choose. Do I want to log in using a public key, or do I want to log in using a password? So let's choose password. Let's give some username over here. Let's give the username, let's say, as Intellipaat. And now let's give some password as well. Okay, it says the value must be between 12 and 72 characters. Okay, let's give that value. Okay, now which ports do I want to be opened on the firewall? So whenever you want to connect to a Linux machine, you basically connect using the SSH protocol. Okay, and the SSH protocol basically always works on port 22. So port 22 is going to be allowed in the firewall for us. Let's click on next. So now in disks, we are being asked which kind of disk do you want? Do you want premium SSD? Do you want standard HDD? Do you want standard SSD? So basically, this is going to affect your performance. So HDD is basically a disk-based hard drive. Then you have solid state hard drive, and then you have premium solid state hard drives as well. So all these three will have different IO values. For this demo, let's choose standard SSD, right? And then let's click on next. Now it's going to ask me where do I want this server to be deployed. So it's automatically creating a virtual network for me, which is called demo webinar vnet, right? And it is automatically creating a subnet as well. It is assigning a public IP also to my server, etc. So we'll keep everything at default. We'll click on next. Now it is asking me what kind of monitoring do I want on my server, right? So I don't want any monitoring, so I'll just switch it off and click on next again. This can also be left, so you can just click on next, next again. And finally, now you can basically just review all your settings, right? So it says verification failed, so probably we did not fill out some information. Let's verify that. So we'll just click here. Okay, it says the requested size for resource is currently not available in central India. So it's saying the size that I selected, which is basically this is not available. So let's choose some other size. Let's choose, let's say, an 8 GB machine or a 2 GB machine, let's say. Let's click on review plus create. Okay, even this is not available. All right. So sometimes the region that you choose, they might not have the required size that you want to launch, and in that case you just have to go ahead and choose for a size that might be available. I think if I go for a premium size, it should be available. Give me a second. Okay, so you can see there's a high demand for all these servers, and that's why they're all used, right? So what we can do is we can just go back, and none of the servers are available in this region. So let's go to some other region. Let's select South India. I think that should have some servers available for us. Okay, so here some servers are available. Great. So what we can choose, let's choose the same size that we selected earlier. Click on review plus create. And as you can see, the validation has now passed. So let's click on create now. And with this, now my server is getting launched. Okay, now it will take some time for this server to get deployed. But basically what we have done is we have deployed one server in the South India region, which basically is going to make use of an Ubuntu server. Okay, so let's go back to the dashboard and let me show you the resource group, which is basically getting created. Okay, there are a lot of resource groups over here, but what you can basically refer to is this. So demo webinar is the resource group that I created, right? So now let's go ahead inside the demo webinar. And here you can see the resource that you've just deployed, the Indian server. It is getting deployed in here. So as you can see, the deployment has got succeeded. Great. So let's deploy a US server as well. So again, let's click on add on the resource group. Let's create a second resource group for our US servers so that we can differentiate between uh, the resources that we are going to deploy. And let's deploy it in the West US region. Okay, click on review plus create, and finally create this resource group. Okay, so the resource group has got created, and now I can just go to that resource group and I can deploy some resources over here. So let's do the same thing. Let's deploy a virtual machine again in the US resource group. So I'll just click on create a virtual machine, US server 1. Let's give this name. Let's deploy it in West US. Okay, this is the image that I want to launch. This is the size that is automatically selected. Let's hope it is available. Let's give the username as Intellipaat and the password as this. I think I'll keep the same password which I used for my previous server. Okay, click on disks. I think rest everything we can leave at default. Only in management we will turn the monitoring off and click on review plus create. So as you can see, the price is just 80 paisa per hour, which is great. So we'll just create it now. And now a server is being launched in the US region. Okay. Now to make it more authentic, let's deploy one virtual machine more, so that we have two. And on top of these two virtual machines, then we will deploy a load balancer as well. And we'll also figure out a way so that when we basically hit the load balancer, we automatically get to know which server basically we are trying to connect to. Okay, so while this is being deployed, let's deploy one more virtual machine in India. So let's add one more. It will be in the resource group called demo webinar. Virtual machine name, it will be Indian 2. It will be in South India region. Same image, same uh, server configuration. Username would be Intellipaat, and let's give the password same. Okay, let's go to management, uh, turn off boot diagnostics, and now let's create it. So in networking, let me see. Yes, so we are under the same network that we created earlier. And now let's just go ahead and create this. All right, so with this, guys, we have now deployed uh, 2 servers in the India region, and let's do the same for US as well. Let's deploy one more last VM for our US region as well. So this will be in the US resource group. Right, and the virtual machine is going to be named as US server 2. It's going to be in the West US, same machine config. Username would be Intellipaat, and password would be the same what I entered for others. Again, finally, we'll go to management, turn out diagnostics, click on review plus create.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And create the VM now. Okay, so now this will be deployed in the background, and what we can do is we can start configuring our server now. Okay, so let's head over to the US server, sorry, the Indian servers first, and let's try to configure the first server that we deployed. So this is the IP address of this server. Let's connect to it. So for connecting, you will first need a terminal. So people who are using Windows, what you can do is you can download a software called Putty, right? So you just have to go to putty.org, go to download Putty, just click over here. And then what you have to do is you have to download the Putty 64-bit version, which is this, right? And once you download this, you know, you will see a window like this, right? So in this window, all you have to do is, okay, 1 second. Yes, this is the window that you will see. So just enter the IP address over here of the server. So in this case, the server's IP address is this. Just enter that over here and click on open, right? And that is about it. Same screen, then you will see as I'm seeing right now. Okay, so I'll just enter SSH. So people who are there on Linux or Mac, you just have to enter this command. So SSH, Intellipaat, @ the IP address, hit enter, type in yes, it will ask the password. So just enter the password of the server. Even the Putty guys will see the screen. And then you are now logged into your your Indian server in the Azure region. So this is your first server. Let's connect to a second server as well. So SSH Intellipaat @ and then the second server is this. Let's copy the IP for this server as well. Put in here, and now it's asking the password. And yes, you are now connected to your second server as well. Okay, what I've done is I've deployed 4 servers, 2 in the US region, 2 in the India region, and now I've connected to the servers in the India region. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and configure these servers now. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to basically install a web server software which is called Apache 2. So in order to install that, first we'll have to update the machine. So let's update it by typing in the command sudo apt get update. And once the servers are updated, now let's install the software by using this command, which is sudo apt get install Apache 2. So the software is being installed over here. We can do the same on the other server as well. First update it, and once it's updated, we will install the Apache 2 software. So both the machines now have the Apache 2 software installed, and now let's try to see if that software is working or not. So ideally what should happen is if you install the software and if you copy the IP address of your server and try to paste it in the browser, you should be able to see the website that you have just deployed. But what happens is, because we have not opened the firewall for the HTTP protocol, that's why we are not able to see this web page right now. You remember we only opened the port 22. So whenever your browser is trying to interact with your server, it always tries to interact on port 80, and that is exactly why you're not seeing the web page right now. So what we can do is, let's say this is my Indian server 2. So all I have to go to is networking. And in networking, I have to add an inbound rule. So in the rule, I have to specify the destination port, which is port 80, and it is going to be allowed. And I just click on add. So with this rule in place, what is going to happen is the port 80 is going to be opened in the firewall. And then once the rule has been created now, right? So this will take around 30 to 40 seconds to basically get updated in the main firewall of Azure, and then we should be able to see this website. So let's wait for some 30 to 35 seconds. And while this is happening, let's also open the port 80 on the first Indian server. So we'll just go to the first Indian server, go to networking, and add port 80 over here. Okay, so this rule is now getting created, and if I go back, you can see on this IP address, I am able to see the Apache 2 page. So this is the Indian 2's IP address, and we're going to change this web page in a little while, and I'll show you how you can do that. So to replace this file, what you have to do is you have to go to /var/www/html and then replace index.html. So that is exactly what we're going to do now. So let's go to Indian 2 server. Let's go to the file location which was mentioned. And in this file location, now let's delete the index.html which is present, and let's add one more index.html. So to create or edit any file, you have to make use of the command sudo nano. So nano is basically just like notepad that you have in Windows, right? So notepad opens a notepad for you to write in or edit documents. Similarly, in Ubuntu, there is a text editor called nano. Right? So we're going to open that, and as you can see, it is now creating a file called index.html. So let's write a very simple HTML code over here, which is basically just going to have one line, which is saying welcome to the Indian server 2, right? Let's write this HTML. Done. And now if I refresh this, you can see it says welcome to Indian server 2, which is great. So now let's do the same thing for our first Indian server as well. So right now, if I go to this IP address in a new tab, I'll be seeing the default Apache 2 page. Let's replace that with this code. So what I'm doing is I'll first go to the file path, and now I'm going to paste the code that we wrote over here into this file and change this to welcome to Indian server 1. Okay, done. And now if I refresh it, great. So now I have two IP addresses where if I go from the browser to these IP addresses, I am going to see Indian server 1 and Indian server 2. So let me give these IP addresses to you guys as well. So just open your chat section and you should get these IP addresses. Just try it in your browser and let me know if you are able to see these web pages. Okay, while that is happening, and now what we are going to do is we are going to put a load balancer on top of them. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So there are a lot of type of load balancers that basically you can deploy. The load balancer that we are going to deploy today is basically an application gateway. Okay, so let's go to application gateway. And in application gateway, all we have to do is, so there are, yeah, so we'll just click on add. And now it's going to ask us which resource group we want to deploy it in. So we will, let's first deploy it for the US region. So we are going to say US servers, application gateway, let's say US server 1. The region is West US. And virtual network, this is the virtual network we want to deploy it in. Now, this is the error that you will get. It says the subnet must only have application gateway. Now, in order to have this, what you'll have to do is you will have to create a subnet which is not going to have any other resource, right? So how we can do that is just go to your Azure portal and then go to virtual networks. Now the network that we want to configure is the US servers, right? And in this, if you go to subnets, you can see there's only one subnet right now, which is the default subnet. So let's add one more subnet, and let's the address range for this. Now the address range can be a little confusing to you, so let me make it as simple as possible for you guys. So right now you can see that address range over here is 10.3.2.0/24. So /24 basically says how many IP addresses can be included. So if you type in /24, it gives you 250 IP addresses in the range of 10.3.2. It could be .1, .2, .3, .19, .99, right, etc. So that could be the range. So similarly, we'll just replicate this and we'll specify 10.3 instead of 2 we can specify, let's say, 5.0/24, right? And let's say this is for our AG subnet. Okay, so it says the subnet is not contained within this address space of the virtual network. Okay, let's solve that as well. So we will first have to go to address space. So we can so here the address space is this. So instead of this range, I can give a better range, which can be /16. So the lower the number, the higher number of ranges you get. So I have specified it /16 over here. So what this basically tells us that the whole virtual network can have IP address in these ranges, and obviously the subnets have to lie between these ranges. right? So my default subnet is obviously within the range of 10.3. Now I'm going to specify a subnet range for my application gateway, which is going to be this. Okay, and let's call it ag-subnet. All right, let's click on OK. So this subnet is now being added. Okay, it's been added. And now if you go back to US servers VNet, you can see that AG subnet we can choose now. Okay, and it's not giving any error now. Okay, so now let's click on next. And now it is asking me what will be the front end of this load balancer. The front end is always a IP address. So there will be one IP address of the load balancer that we will be hitting. And that IP address is basically going to route to the backend servers that we have. So let's add, let's call this as ag-ip-us. Okay, next. Now it's asking me to add backends. So backends, we can add, we can click on add a backend pool. Let's name this backend pool as US pool, and let's add the virtual machines in this. So the target type would be a virtual machine, and it could be US server 2. Let's add this first, and again a virtual machine, and let's choose the server 1 that we deployed is not in the same virtual network. Let's verify that. So let's go to virtual machines, and let's go to okay. So I think this is the problem. So our US server 1 is in a different network. Okay, let's try to fix that. So it's a good thing we did not configure US servers yet. So what we'll do is we'll just delete this server, that is US server 1. And while it is being deleted, let's quickly add a new virtual machine in the resource group of US servers. Let's name this virtual machine as server 1 US or US server 1. It will be in the West US. The operating system will be Ubuntu server. This is the size of the virtual machine. Username would be Intellipaat. The authentication type would be password. And as you can see, the deletion happened automatically in the background. And now let's specify the password. Right. Let's go to management, turn off the boot diagnostics, and click on review plus create. Okay, so now my virtual machine is getting created. Now it'll take a minute or so to get this ready, guys. So we have now deployed the US servers correctly, and what we can do now is let's connect to them and let's try to configure them, right? Before we can actually go ahead and connect to the application gateway. Okay, so let's go to US server 1. Okay, it's taking some time to load. 1 second, guys. Okay, so this is a US server 1. This is the IP address. Let's try to connect to it. All right, so we are connected to US server 1. Let's try to connect to US server 2 as well. Okay, this is the IP address. Great. So we're connected to both the servers. On the first server, let's update the machine. On the second server as well, let's update the machine. So same steps as we did earlier. And once they're updated, let's install the Apache 2 software on this. Okay, so it is being installed. Similarly over here as well, let's install the software. Okay, so while this is being installed, let's copy the code that we have to put on this server as well. Now it's taking some time to load. Let's give it that time. So let's put the website for the US server now. So this is US server 1. So let's put that info there. Similarly, let's edit this as US server 2. Great. Now let's open these ports in the servers. So this is server 2. Let's go to networking. Let's add the port 80 rule. And while this rule is being created, let's do the same for US server 1 as well. And now what we can do is we can just put in these IP addresses in our browser to verify whether these are working or not. So US server 1 is working. Similarly, let's check US server 2 as well. And that is working as well. So let me give you these IP addresses again in the chat. So you guys can verify if these are working or not. And if they are, I think we are good to go with at least the VM architecture, and we can now start deploying the load balancers. If the IP addresses are now working, let's now start configuring the application gateway. So we are in the US server application gateway. So we left off over here. So we have chosen US server 2. Let's choose again virtual machine. And I think we will have to refresh this. So let's reload. Okay, so resource group was US servers. Application gateway name is AG-US servers. Region is West US. Tier is okay. Virtual network is US servers VNet. And okay, so in the previous one, I think it was creating an application gateway, but it got left off between. So I think let's start to configure that application gateway itself. Okay, so I think because we left off the previous application gateway, it has hindered a problem in AG subnet. Or what I think is the US server 1 that we deployed, I think we have deployed it in AG subnet. Let me just double check that. Okay, so this is server 1. And if you go to the overview, Yes, so this is the problem. Okay, so let's see if we can change that. So we can go to networking. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's delete this again, because if we edit it, I think there will be a lot of steps that I have to do. It won't take much time. And in the meanwhile, let's create one again. Okay, so the sizes are loading, so we'll have to wait. Let's quickly enter the same info. I think let's be double sure that we're deploying it in the default subnet now. In management, let's turn off the diagnostics. View plus create. I think everything looks good now. Let's create it. Great, so it's now getting created. It'll take some 30-40 seconds. So let's complete that and then come back to our application gateway. All right, so my server 1 US has now been deployed. Let's try to copy this IP, come back to terminal. I think server 1 we will have to reconnect. Okay, let's quickly update it. And now install the software. Okay, so the software is being installed. And now what I can do is go back to server 1, go to networking, add an inbound port rule. Port range would be 80, add it. Great. That rule is now being added, and at the same time, the software are also getting installed. It's okay if you do not understand it right now, because there are a lot of things to learn in Azure. Right? It's okay if we miss out on some today, because the main idea of today's session is to understand how companies like Google or uh, other big companies, they're making use of cloud for basic things that you do not notice every day, but today you're noticing. Okay, so let's copy the code, paste it here, and I think that is about it. So now we can just verify if we can see this IP on the browser. So yes, we can. Great. Okay, so now that we have the servers configured, let's go to application gateway, add one. We're gonna add it to the US server first. US servers resource group. Let's call it at AG-US. It's gonna be a part of West US. Auto scaling, we don't want it. Virtual network would be US servers VNet. Okay, what is the problem now? Well, this is part of, okay, let's do this. Let's just delete the AG-net subnet and let's try to connect to it again. So US servers VNet, we go subnets, go to the AG subnet, let's delete it. Okay, so there seems to be some network interface which I was making use of it. What we can do is, let's leave this. Let's create one more subnet. So let's call it as AG1 hyphen subnet. And this could be the range. Let's create it. And now, okay, this is a subnet that we want to configure. Let's choose an IP address. Let's add one, new hyphen AG US. Okay, let's add a backend pool. So backend pool is nothing but your servers, right? So let's add them. So let's choose a virtual machine. Let's choose the first virtual machine, and now let's choose the second virtual machine as well. Okay, so we have added the backend pool. Let's call it as US backend. Let's add it. Done. Configuration. So is there a routing rule that you want to specify? Let's not specify anything. So in that case, will be a okay. I think we have to specify. So let's specify a backend rule. Let's call it as first rule, right? Listener name would be, let's say it's listener hyphen US. Front end IP would be public. Listener type is basic. Error page is URL. Backend targets. So it will be US backend HTTP setting. Let's add new HTTP setting. Let's call it as HTTP US. Add it. We're not adding any path-based rules in this load balancer. Okay. Let's click on add. And finally, let's just click on review plus create and create it. So with this, now we have created the load balancer that is required for these US servers. Now I think it will take a minute or two to deploy. So let's give it that time. Meanwhile, we can deploy the same for our Indian servers as well. So for our Indian servers, I think the first thing that we would need is the virtual network to be configured. Right. So let's go to our demo webinar resource group. Now in this, the virtual network, the subnets. In this, we just have the default one. So first we'll change the address space, saved. Now we'll go to subnets. Okay, let's add a subnet and let's call it the AG subnet. So now we have a subnet for the application gateway, right? And now let's go to application gateways. And this is the US one, which is getting created, right? Let's add one more. And it will be in the demo webinar resource group. We'll call it as EG-India. It will be part of the South India region. Not scaling. Virtual network would be demo webinar VNet. And yes, the subnet would be AG-subnet, which is great. Now let's add a public IP address to it, and let's call it AG-India. Again, the backends. So let's add a backend pool. It'll be of type virtual machine. So let's first add the first Indian server and then the second Indian server. Okay, and let's call this as the India backend. So backend pool has been added. Now let's add a routing rule. So again, the same configuration, guys. The rule name, let's call it as India rule. Listener name, you can give it anything. Let's call it my listener. Front end IP, it would be public, obviously. Then let's specify the backend target. So backend pool would be India backend. HTTP seconds, you will have to add a new setting. Let's call it as HTTP India. Here, nothing to be specified, just create the rule, the HTTP setting. And I think that should be about it. We're not adding any paths. And let's just click on create now. So with this, my application gateway has been created. And this application gateway is now being deployed for India. I think my US one should already be deployed. So let's check that out. So if I go to AG-US, this is the IP address. Let's copy it, paste it on my browser. And as of now, I'm not able to connect to anything right now, right? So what I'll do is I'll just go back to my US application gateway. Let me check. So there are a couple of things which can go wrong because of which it is not connecting. So let's first check the firewall. So here everything seems okay. Let's go to configuration. Here everything seems to be okay. Go to backend pools. Okay, so there are no targets according to the rules associated. Let's check that. Okay, so there are no targets in the backend pool for US. Let's add it. Although I think we did add it, but it's not there, so let's not waste any time and save this. Okay, while this is happening, we can also check out the other settings. So HTTP settings look good. Front-end IP configuration, public we have configured, it looks good. We have added a listener, which is okay. Rules look good. First rule, health probes, okay, nothing here. Then I think you also have something called as backend health. So let's wait for it to get completed. I think our application gateway is still in the deployment phase. So as you can see that deployment to group US servers is still in progress. So I guess the application gateway has not deployed fully, and that's why it's taking some more time. So load balancers are a very heavy resource, guys. So it usually takes around some 5 to 6 minutes to deploy. So let's wait for that time uh, while this is completed, right? Okay, so US servers, one is failed, one is succeeded. Let's see if we have everything in my application gateway. Okay, this is my US application gateway, guys, as you can see from the name. Let's check the backend health. So now you should have two servers listed over here, which are not listed. Okay, let's go to backend pools. So there are two targets, which is good. Let's go to HTTP settings. This looks okay. Rules looks okay. Okay, let's try to go here. Okay, and try to refresh this. Okay, so at least our application gateway has been deployed. It just says that there's a bad gateway. So we will see how we can fix this. Meanwhile, even our Indian server has been deployed. Sorry, Indian application gateway. Let's see how that is working out for us. So we'll go to the application gateway India. Let's copy the IP address, paste it in the browser, hit enter. Okay, this seems to be working just fine. So it says welcome to Indian server 1. Great. If you keep hitting refresh, it as you can see, it is now routing you to Indian server 2 as well. Right? Again, it is routing to 1, again to 2, again to 1, again to 2. So it randomly basically takes up your request and it is now routing it to you, routing to one of the servers. Okay, so this is working fine. The US application gateway is giving some issues to us. So let's see how we can figure that out. Let me just go to the US application gateway. So first things first, let's see if the US servers are working fine. Yes, the first server is working fine and the second server is also working fine. Great. So I think the problem is that the backend health is still not restored over here. And because of this, I think it's giving us a 502 error. Okay. So to fix this, what we can do is we can go to backend pools and we can just delete these targets, save it. And once this deployment is successful, we can add the new two targets, again the two targets, and I think that should solve the problem. Okay, so while this is happening, let's go ahead and configure our traffic manager now. So we can see that the India load balancer is working perfectly fine. So now what we'll do is let's create a traffic manager. Okay, so let's create a new traffic manager. Let's click on add and let's call it as global traffic manager. And we can deploy it in any region. Let's say we are deploying it in US. Okay, resource group would be US servers. And okay, this is very important, the routing method. So we want to route it according to geography, right? So wherever the request is coming from, that request should basically be routed to the servers which are near to it. So we have chosen the routing method as geographic. Let's click on create. And with this, our traffic manager has now been created. Okay. Now this will take some time. So let's give that time to it. And now let's click on add. So in the traffic manager profile, okay, we have already added it. So it should list here. Let's refresh. So it will take some time to, okay, so deployment has succeeded. Great. So the traffic manager, we can see it over here now. The status is enabled. So we can go inside this traffic manager now. And what we can do is we can configure it to connect to our load balancers. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So for doing that, you will have to go to configuration. Okay, everything looks good over here. So now we will have to add endpoints since there are no endpoints over here. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint. So let's add it for the Indian server first, right? So whenever you're adding the endpoints, you have to make sure of one thing, which I'm going to show you in a little while. So first of all, let's select the public IP address, and the IP address would be for AG India. So as you can see, it says no DNS name is configured, right? So what you'll have to do is for the AG India IP address, AG India is nothing but the application gateway of India. You will have to configure the DNS. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Let's go to the IP addresses page. Go to public IP addresses. Here we'll go to AG-India, which is this. And AG-India, now what we'll do is we'll go to configuration. In configuration, we can give the DNS name, right? So all our DNS names are going to have this suffix attached with it. So let's give this as AG-IP. Now it is checking whether it's available. So it's AG-IP. So it's available, and now we can just click on save. With this, our public IP address is now going to have a DNS name. Okay, so it's done. And now over here, I will have to, I think, refresh this. So let's add an endpoint again. Let's call it as AG India endpoint. It's going to be a public IP address, and the IP address is AG India. Great. So let's click on add. And now I can just do a regional mapping over here, which is going to be mapped to it. So here we can choose to distribute traffic based on specific geographic locations. Okay, so anybody who's pinging from Asia, in Asia, let's say India, then they should basically be routed to this endpoint. Okay, so with this, your endpoint has now been configured in the traffic manager to connect to your Indian servers. So now let's verify if my AGUS, yes, so in application gateway, for the US servers, it was successful, great. So now what I can do is I can again add the targets, and that should solve our problem. Okay, so the deployment is now happening. Meanwhile, let's verify if we go to our traffic manager, which is having this DNS. Are we able to access the servers or not? So yes, we are able to access the Indian servers, right? So that means our traffic manager is working just fine. So I can give you this IP address as well. So right now, because only Indian IP addresses are there, that's why our Indian servers are connected to it. Our Indian endpoint has been added. That's why only the Indian servers are connected. But as soon as we also add the application gateway for US, people who are from outside Asia, they will be able to connect to it, right? So while this is happening, now let's come down to the last part of a demo, which was to configure DNS name. So we will just search for DNS, just select DNS zones. So here you can basically add a rule, or you can configure a custom URL which can connect to your traffic manager. And let's see how we can do that. So if you want to do that, guys, the simplest thing to do over here would be to first go to, so there's a website called Freenom. Just go over there. So Freenom is a website which basically gives you a free domain to work with. Okay, so let's sign in. I already have signed up over here, so you guys can also sign up. And with this, what you're going to get is you're going to get a domain that you can use for free. So for example, I have a azure-project.tk domain, which now I'm going to configure to connect to this traffic manager that I have specified. And then all I have to do is the moment I go to azure-project.tk, I would be able to see the website that I've deployed. Okay. So in order to do that, just go to DNS. So first you will have to add a DNS zone. Let's specify it in US again. And the name that we will give them is DNS-public. Okay, or basically it's expecting us to get the domain name itself. So it will be azure-project.tk. Okay, let's click on review plus create. Create it. And with this, our DNS zone will now be created. And this DNS zone, we will have to connect our domain to this DNS zone. And then we will configure a DNS zone to connect to our traffic manager. So that is how the flow is going to happen. So the DNS zone deployment is complete. So we can just go to the resource. So here we are. And here, this is the most important thing, guys. you get name servers. You get 4 name servers over here. And these name servers you basically have to configure in your website, which is basically giving you the DNS name. Okay, so let's copy these. Let's go to a freenom website, go to the domain that we are going to configure. It's going to be Azure-project. So we'll click on manage domain, and in manage domain we'll go to management tools and then name servers. So just replace the name servers that are there with the new ones, and that should be it. That's about it, how to configure your domain to basically connect. So just copy it one by one. Okay, so now just click on change name servers, and that's it. That's all you have to do on the freenom website. Okay, now come back to your DNS zones over here, and now what you can do is just close this. Okay, now you just have to point your DNS zone to your traffic manager. So just click on record, add a record set. And this, let's configure it to be CNAME. And it is the global traffic manager that we want to point on. Okay, let's click on OK. So here we have to enter something. So let's enter www and let's click on OK. Okay, so with this, our record set has now got created, and it will take like a minute or two, or sometimes it even takes 24 hours to basically make a change on the DNS server. So we'll check that. Meanwhile, let's come back to our application gateway, check the backend health now, and let's see if this has loaded. Great. So now it is showing us both the US backends, right, in the application gateway of US. And now if we go ahead and try to connect to it, this is the IP address. Great, we are able to connect to the US servers, and we can see that it first connected to the first one, then the second one. So let's copy this and let me give it to you guys so you can test it out. Now what I'll do is on this application gateway, the IP address that we have just got, let's configure that to have a DNS name. So we'll go to configuration. This would be AGUS. So it's available. Let's save it. And then once this is configured, we can just go to the traffic manager now and add an endpoint for the US servers. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint over here, and this will be for AG India. It's a public IP address, the target resource type, and we have to connect to new AG US. Click on add. Okay, so again, we will have to do the regional grouping. So in this case, now anybody can connect, right? So the whole world can connect, and if the whole world is connecting, sorry, this will not be AG India, this will be AG US. The whole world can connect, and if they want to connect, they will be able to go to this endpoint. So now let's see what happens. So once let's wait for this to come online, and once it is, we will just check if we go to the traffic manager, which server it is basically pointing us to. given the fact that this particular endpoint is for the whole world to access. Okay, let me see if we have any questions. So Komal is saying how to get a domain on Freenom. So Komal, just sign up on Freenom, and then okay, let me show it to you. So once you have signed up, go to the homepage, then go to services, go to register a new domain, and once you go to register a new domain, it will basically ask you which domain you want to go for. Just enter the name over here and find your new domain. You will get a list of available options. Choose the one that you want and then do the steps that I just told you. So that should help you out. Okay, Samir is saying, sir, how the process differs if you use Nginx to route. Do we need to configure the IP in the .conf file of Nginx? So yes, Samir, if you're using Nginx as a routing software, in that case, yes, you will have to use the conf file for mapping to the IP addresses or to the URLs that you want to map to, right? But when you're using Nginx, I think over there it's more of you will also have to define if it's a redirection. So in the case of redirection, the IP address or the URL will change, right? Or if it's load balancing. But to overcome that only, now AWS or Azure or Google Cloud has given us these services, because if you have to deploy Nginx as a load balancer, you will have to deploy it on a separate server, right? And you will have to do the configurations manually. Over here, since everything is available as a dashboard, you can actually go ahead and do it. Now that our traffic manager, let's just verify. Okay, so traffic manager is online, and if I go to the traffic manager URL first, let's see where we are being routed to. Okay, so I'm being routed to the Indian servers. Always great. Now what I can do is I can connect to a US server, right? And then through VPN, and then we can see if it is working out for us. So sometimes there are inconsistencies. Sometimes people in other regions might get redirected to the region to another service, but I think that is just because the service has just been started. If you leave it for 24 hours to work or 30 hours to work, it will start functioning properly. And then everyone, I think 95% of us got the right answer, right? People from India are able to access the Indian servers, and people from US are able to access the US servers. Great, guys. So, and now let's check the final part of our project. So now just let's go to azure-project.tk and let's see if that is working out for us. Great. So now even the azure-project.tk URL is pointing to our servers. Try it out. So now the people from US also should be seeing the US page, and Indian ones should be seeing from the Indian page. Great, guys. So with this, guys, I think we have successfully completed our hands-on, and that is exactly what we intended to do. So people who are trying it from other regions are getting to US regions, US servers, and people who are trying it from India, when they are going to this URL, azure-project.tk, they are being routed to the Indian servers.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay as you go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So, there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So, to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity, you will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay-per-hour model and pay-per-minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down. Because AWS does not have a pay-per-minute model yet, it charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you're running the same server, Linux server in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes, in AWS you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are three main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IaaS, which is basically a web server, and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the back end part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the three main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the three most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the three most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform, and I also would say databases because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record, or structure information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage, and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it, and in service bus you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services, you can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is storage queues are simple, REST-based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, but which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is stable storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically, an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have three different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is auto scaling in Azure? So what is auto scaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you've done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are two virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has two virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines, and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. and there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high. So right now you want 1 virtual machine, so it will launch 1 virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch 1 more, and again if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch 1 more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services, so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, makes, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services. It can go up, it can go down, you can have any number of users, you can provide the access to users, you can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing, in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation, in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users. A mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity, private cloud, and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account, so you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes, what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager? So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name servers, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with autoscaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect two autoscaling groups together, in which the Traffic Manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one autoscaling group there is app 1, in another autoscaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the Traffic Manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 autoscaling group. So this is how you can use Traffic Manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure Portal automatically calculates your existing charges, as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself, and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure Portal itself. And also you can access Azure Portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases, and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure Database is a database server running in the Azure data center, and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL database as an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about three maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table, and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BLOB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure, and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools, and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also, finally, you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for Azure App Service, where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service, and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will, as told, it will launch servers. It will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you can not just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate cmd-let commands, which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, cmd-let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using cmd-let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoints, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this: Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HD Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services, and you can click on HD Insight, or you can just search HD Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HD Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HD Insight. So HD Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HD Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HD Insight, you'll just have to go to the HD Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HD Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Mission? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1, it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0, it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the text analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the data set and call this API to run on the data set and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative, and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset, and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer: migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud, or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure Cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be a Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a roles instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
Just a quick info, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.